some of the ICE people from NRL, XRT. So there's going to be someone from CFA. It looks like one of the radio guys from NJIT also, which would be more relevant to the other stuff that you're doing.
Yeah, I was going to say I might try and poke some of the European radio folks to join. So stuff around LOFAR and also our LOFAR station, but the French guys want to open one of their radio archives, and they're already working on stuff. So I might probably see if they can come and just say what they're doing. And
Yeah.
Bridge the gap if there's any.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, the schedule for that is, like, I want to stick to that time block, but it's still pretty fluid. I need to kind of work out what the structure will be, but ideally, I want people just to come with, like, show a slide or just talk, like, this is how we're using SunPy, or this is how we're like not using SunPy, you know, and we would like to, and then after that, for it to be like a more like a discussion forum. So show us use cases, and then let's talk about, you know, where we need to go from here. So, yeah. I don't know. I mean, maybe the most important thing is, like, I think we should establish what we want out of this meeting. Like, at the end of the week, like, what do we want to have done, or at least, or have like a solid plan to do?
Like in one overarching sentence, or
No. Just a brain dump. I mean, I think we should probably kind of start just to have that in mind, like, as we go forward. I think that's
well, for me anyway, I think I want a much clearer way forward on ND cube map. You know, are we going to continue doing that, or is that continuing to be the plan? And if so, we should have some kind of minimal working example of what that actually is to kickstart that effort again.
Yeah.
So that's about, in the long run, whether we get rid of map and just have ND-cube, or
It's more making map inherit from ND-cube.
Yeah, because there will be a lot of like 2D image specific tools. Or
well, like I think the first step with that, is make it inherit, and then we can sit down and like think about what happens after.
Right. So that, for me, that'd be top of my list. That's what I want out of this meeting, is people with the time together to actually sort of focus on that, because over the last quite a while, we've all been like saying, oh, that's a good thing, but we haven't sort of focused and actually sort of pushed that forward to a critical point yet. So I think that's what I would like to get out of this week.
Yeah, like an actual start on that after you've been talking about it.
Yeah.
2 years.
Yeah.
Just kind of look at it.
Like, and start to a point where you could like actually use something. It might not be good or polished or like, you know, ready for general release, but, you know, actually have an object that people could play with in a hacky kind of way.
We could probably get we could probably make a hacky version of that work on Friday.
Yeah.
It's going to be inherit, delete a bunch of map, profit, you know.
Right. The delete part, I think it allows a useful conversation, because like, well, I did this ages ago.
Yeah.
I touched it, but I went through and looked at like the map API, if you inherit from ND-cube and you just strip it down, like apart from visualization, you know, or just metadata access. Once you take those two things away, there's very little left, you know. So I think that would be a good discussion to have as well.
I think your metadata, the metadata stuff that you have in SunRaster, talking about that and how we could potentially incorporate that into that too would be, that is far more general than just, you know, what it's used for in SunRaster.
Yes, I'm glad someone else brought that up. So there's interest that's beyond just me. Yes, that's the second thing I'd like to get out is to discuss metadata along those lines. Yeah. So I got two.
The other thing is that there at the bottom of the meeting document, there's hack day ideas. So if you have one, just toss them in there. I think I've listed a couple, including the map. And then I thought that we could, if we toss a bunch of ideas out there. I mean, obviously we can work on whatever we want, but if there's a couple ideas that several people want to work on, we can turn those into more fully formed projects. And then,
I think getting a list of features or things that instrument teams think are missing be a really good outcome as well. I'm writing these down, Barry, so if people want to suggest in the, I guess, 5 minutes we've got until we get started.
Yeah, I think having a clear or maybe a more clear vision of how instrument teams are either developing or thinking about developing their user tools moving forward, either using SunPy or not using SunPy. It's a really useful thing. I think we seem to have struggled with having a pulse on how users as a whole and instrument teams are using our, I won't say our package or affiliated packages, or to what extent they're using them. I think another big one is the roadmap discussion that we're going to have later today. What is the vision of the project moving forward? What we want some by and from. How do we ensure the longevity of the project as well beyond the people in this room and the core contributors that are going to be on this meeting this week. So I'm not sure entirely what Steve has planned. I know he's had thoughts about the roadmap for a couple of years, and I mean it's something that we started a couple years ago at the first coordination meeting, and I'm not sure that we ever came up with a really coherent version of what our project is. I think I'll talk a little bit more about this later too, but the as far as the affiliated packages goes, and this is kind of goes along with what I was just saying too. It's how do we sell the affiliated packages to people? What is, if someone asked me at the test meeting a couple weeks ago, why, what is the benefit of becoming an affiliated package? And I sort of stumbled through why, why would you go to all this effort to do this? Or what is the benefit of buying into the ecosystem this way? I think it would be great to come up with a coherent and well thought out pitch for why you should kind of shape your software in this way. And maybe that's not the right way to put it, because I think it should be a give and take. It should be people with, I guess I keep saying instrument teams because that's kind of the potential term I'm using, but instrument teams coming to us with particular needs that need to be met, and the kind of core maintainers should meet those needs, and then also we should ask people developing affiliated packages to kind of craft their to use things like the package template, consistent documentation, formatting, all this stuff. So I think coming up with that kind of sort of sales pitch, for lack of a better word, would be a good thing.
I think that's a very good idea.
When you say discuss the metadata object, you have like a more concrete outcome as opposed to just having a 2-hour sprawling discussion. I've kind of tried to be like.
It will be a sprawling.
I tried to be like a specific.
Yeah, so there is.
Deliverable, so to speak.
Yeah.
So there's a metadata object that I wrote in SunRaster, but as Will said, it is very much not specific to SunRaster. It's in there because that's the use case that it was written for, but it is written in a far more general agnostic way. So well, I suppose what I would, to be specific, I would pull up that sort of file basically, and maybe sort of play with it a little bit, like live as part of a group, and say, okay, if we were to move this into SunPy and make like map and all the objects use this instead of a dictionary, open controversy, like or just open sort of get ready to rumble. And just sort of clarify, tell everybody what's there, what the thinking was behind it, and then sort of as a group say, well, this is not sufficient, this is too specific, for people saying this is great, we really need to develop this and take this on board. So a specific discussion of objects that already exist, just not in core.
I think any discussion about metadata objects is going to descend into a requirements argument, as it does every time. We kind of need to decide what we actually want out of metadata handling for cubes.
Right. But I think, I think having like an object or an API that like it's already written down, hopefully will give some focus to that and will allow us to, we can write down those requirements.
Well, it's 9:30. You wanna
Sure.
tell us what SunPy is?
Hello, a couple of people online. Hello, people online who've joined in the last half an hour. Hopefully you can hear us okay. If you can't, then there's no point in me saying these words. But drop a message in there. Right.
Do we want to do introductions?
Yeah, maybe
No,
Yeah, we should.
Like more people online.
Just as I've started the screen share.
Cool. Should we go around the room first then?
Yeah. You want to start,
Let's
James?
start. Hi, I'm David Stansby. I was a postdoc at MSSL until about 6 months ago doing solar physics research. I'm now a research software engineer, so I don't do software. I don't do solar physics for my day job, but I still write software for researchers at UCL in London. And SunPy, I'm the release manager and maintainer for the time series subpackage and the visualization subpackage.
Hi, I'm Marcus Hughes. I'm a lead developer for Punch, and I'm a SunPy newcomer. So,
Yeah, so I'm Dan Ryan. I used to work at Goddard, now work at FHNW in Switzerland as part of the Sticks team. But as all through that time, I've sort of got involved in SunPy, and I am the lead developer or co-lead developer of a couple of different affiliated packages. The main one that we're going to discuss this week, I think, is NDCube, but also SunRaster that I've been involved in creating that, which Nabil has got more involved in with Iris. So I'm sort of here as representing those, but also been involved very much in core to a lesser extent. So that's where I'm from.
My name is Shane Maloney. I'm a postdoc here at Gaius, also part of the Sticks team, essentially one of the lead developers for Sticks processing pipeline. Also, currently here at Gaius, we're working on rewriting Solar Monitor, the main website, to use SunPy in the background. So use cases for that. Generally just complain about why SunPy doesn't do what it wants. Don't actually fix anything. So that's my role in SunPy projects.
Right. I'm Will. I work at Lucky Martin. I help the scientists there work with Iris News AA. And, yeah, let's have a good meeting.
And Nabil does everything. If a SunPy repo exists, Nabil is committed to it.
Pipeline. I'm Will Barnes. I am a postdoc at American University and NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. I have the rare opportunity to be paid to work on SunPy, which is great, using some money that we got from NASA last year, which Allard will talk more about later this afternoon. So I work on SunPy, I work on some instrumentation type stuff, software, and data analysis pipelines, and some things like that. And I'm also the deputy lead developer of the project.
I'm like cut off the corner of this camera, aren't I?
I didn't even lean in.
I'm Stuart Mumford. I work for my own company in the UK doing various scientific software development stuff. Most of my time is spent working on DKIST data and user tools. But as of like a few weeks ago, I now get paid 1 day a week to write SunPy infrastructure stuff. So that's nice. I am, SunPy lead developer and have been around for a long time, although doing less and less, it seems, at the moment.
Lowering your bus back.
That's the goal. What's the best way to do this? I think I'm going to have to yell out names of people who are on the call and let them introduce themselves if they want to. Connor, do you want to go first?
Yeah, so I am Connor McBride. I'm a PhD student studying solar physics at Queen's University Belfast. I'm currently in the process of writing up my thesis, so that's why I wasn't able to make this meeting in person, unfortunately. But with SunPy, I'm the continuous integration maintainer.
No, Dan's in the room. He's done his. I'm going to butcher people's names now. You all right?
Hi guys, my name is Turai. I'm postdoc at Berry at Lockheed. I don't know if can you hear me right?
Yep.
All right. Hey, I'm just a user. I'm not developing anything myself. I have a cubicle next to Nabil, and whenever I have some questions regarding Python, SunPy, and stuff like that, I just keep bothering him. Usually, I would like to maybe contribute some ideas or just like hear about what's going on. What's the current status of what packages and what's the future?
Cool. Welcome. Jan?
Jan there.
No mic.
No.
Well, welcome anyway.
Do you want to type an introduction?
Piers?
Otherwise, can you guys hear me actually? Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'm Pierce. I used to work at Gaz. Now I work in France in the Observatory de Paris. Basically, I'm just a user who likes typing questions in the Matrix forum, asking people for help. I thought I'd show up and have a listen and maybe contribute if anything comes up.
That's cool. Welcome. Great. Okay. I guess I will share these slides that I wrote all of 10 minutes ago. Okay, I thought I'd start with this, which is what our website says when you go to SunPy.org.
Can you make it bigger?
Oh,
and
it's- yeah. It's like, why do you want to see your own screen, you lunatic? SunPy started off as one package and has grown into many, many packages, as I will talk about more in a minute. But the principle of SunPy, which makes it like different from a lot of other solar physics software in any language, is the fact that we aim to be like community developed, where anybody can join in and report bugs, fix problems, request features, write features, even like decide to, you know, weigh in on the direction of the project, what things we should, like what large scale things we should work on. Do, you know, we're an open and hopefully friendly bunch who, you know, welcome contributions of kind of any form. And also we've written it all in Python. So the core package is still by far the most active bit of the repo. These are the commit stats for the last 12 months in the core repo. Does my slides not like scrolling? I can just click here and see the actual list on GitHub. Straight to the source. Straight to the source. So there's been, does it say how many? 15 people have contributed to core at least once in the last year. It's lower than I would have thought, but not too bad. Still pretty good. I always think
Two of those are bots.
two of those. That's true, actually. Okay, 13 people. 13 people and 2 bots. I always think that like we don't have a lot of community activity, and then you go on various websites that like talk about GitHub stats, and we're always in like the 99.99th percentile of activity on all of those things, because like the vast majority of GitHub repos are just dead wastelands. Yeah. Anyway, I think we're, you know, we're still a reasonably sized project.
Do you have a sense of how we compare to like projects of comparable size, like in our number of contributors? Like,
I guess the question would be, what project would you consider us similar size to?
Yeah, pick a project and we'll ask GitHub.
Because we're nowhere near NumPy,
how do we
SciPy.
compare to AstroPy?
Yeah.
This is AstroPy, 36 people, of which none are bots. They enable bots.
And like, yeah, we're probably definitely a lot smaller than half the size of Astro. Like significant.
Yeah, so
Community wise, like in terms of solar physics, yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's pretty good.
yeah, that's not bad.
I'm curious now, what about like actual NumPy? I wonder how long we can drive this version off.
How many slides do you have?
That's all.
NumPy is only on 47.
I mean, I wonder though, sometimes there has to be like some turnover in size. So like once a project becomes so big, like NumPy, and so also complex, like I feel like especially your ability to attract new contributors, I would think would be quite difficult. Like the thought of contributing to NumPy scares me, and I wouldn't really know how.
Well, going in and contributing to the depths of the C code sounds pretty scary, but small documentation fixes.
Yeah, sure, I guess it depends.
They're not too bad though. I think that's good stuff. Just both SciPy and NumPy.
Really?
Yeah. And like in the end, they were like, we can't actually fix this because it'll break so much stuff.
Yeah.
But I was like, all right, that's fine.
So not bad. I mean, I would have liked to have got more stats out of GitHub. I tried to find like a Python library that would just give me Git stats, and it just didn't exist. I was like, I don't have time to do this right now. But I would be very interested, maybe at some point this week, to go over the stats on how many people open issues. I think that would be very.
It'd be a great plot for an upcoming paper.
Yeah.
What I'm using is like, I don't know what you call it, but if you heard of churn, the thing is like they call it churn if you're in a business.
Yeah.
There's customers who come on and then leave and then never come back. If you actually see how many users maybe like commit once and then never come back and
Yeah.
never commit again, like is it just like to retain people who start coming to the project? And if not, why not?
Yeah.
There's also one thing SunPy didn't do that they needed.
So
that's perfect. That's fine,
yeah.
So as well as the core package, we also have a quite long list of other science packages. So I've excluded infrastructure type packages or other miscellaneous things from this list. So in the list of packages that are actually on our sponsored packages website list, we have NDCube, which is a library for WCS coordinate aware large, like multi-dimensional arrays. DRMS, which is a Python interface, low-level Python interface to JSOC's DRMS. SunRaster, which is like Danny and Nabil's package for representing rastering spectrograph data. SunKit image, which is a what's the right phrase? A collection of image analysis, routines. PyFLCT, which is another image analysis routine, but is in its own repo for license reasons, which is a Python wrapper around a C for your local correlation tracking code. And Radio Spectra, which is Shane's mostly now, well done, which is a library for getting radio spectral data and working with it. Yeah. Other things not currently listed on our website is the recently adopted SunPy Saw package that David wrote, which is a Fido plugin for the Solar Orbiter archive. SunKit PyVista, which is a 3D plotting library, again, that David and
correctly locally. It's a very something about the rig doc stacks is not quite up to date with a local build. So the examples run properly locally.
You can now, as of like a few weeks ago, you can run completely arbitrary overrides for everything. Like you can override read doc's desire to use weird versions of things.
Okay.
So that is now presumably fixable.
Something to fix.
Sun XSpecs, I'm going to throw that down the other end of the table. I haven't been paying enough attention to Sun XSpecs recently. What does it do?
Well, do you want to take that?
Yeah.
No, well, so SunXpecs is also getting a rebrand, so we should do that. We should do that. No, it is a package to support solar X-ray spectroscopy. So it has a couple functions for thermal and non-thermal emission, and as well as that, it has a fitting tool developed by Chris Cooper. So you can use those models to fit them to data using spectral response matrices and all the complex fun times that come with X-ray spectroscopy in solar physics. So, do you want any more?
No, that's fine. And SunKit DEM is a semi-abandoned project.
I don't know if I would characterize it as abandoned, but it certainly needs help.
The last update is 13 days ago.
Okay, that's with that merging the pre-commit.
It definitely needs help. So if people are listening,
I did some work on that actually recently.
Oh,
I put a DEM regularization code on PyPI, so to make it easier to put it in SunKit DEM, but I didn't actually then put it in SunKit DEM. So
right. I have actually. I'm I should probably talk to you and Ian. Yeah, so I've used your implementation to do a SunKit DEM wrapper around the Python code that you wrote for your implementation. So we should probably talk about that at some point.
Then there's the website repo, which also kind of serves as. Oh yeah, I did forget SunKit. That's true. There's also, why did I not see that when I was going down the list?
Also, what's X-ray vision?
No, that's not.
That needs moving back to Shane's account or something, I think. Yes, there's also SunKit Instruments, which is a grab bag of instrument-specific processing routines for when instrument teams don't want to do packaging.
Well, but it's not just that.
And also things that don't have instrument teams.
Yeah, or when there's if it's like a single, if it's two functions,
sure.
for your particular instrument, there's no reason to package.
Yeah,
or a package incubator.
Yeah.
Or a package incubator. Yes, that's also.
So it's actually a lot of things.
Is SunKit Instruments on the actual affiliated package list on the website? I don't think.
It's in the documentation. I've just got a documentation list drop down that's there.
That's not the same thing, but yes.
Yeah. I put as a hack day item to basically update all the affiliated package lists and redo the whole landing page of SunPy to link to an explanation of how the core package and affiliated packages interact.
The landing page is very
core
think focused. Yeah,
improving our messaging around that vision is really that should have been one of the things that we.
Yeah, I'll put it. Yeah, definitely.
And for the paper.
Speaking of such things, there is the website repo, which also serves as project documentation to some extent, albeit not particularly well organized, you could argue, but it's better than it not existing at all. We have a package template, which is based on the Open Astronomy package template, which is in desperate need of some updates, and it's the first thing that I'm going to be working on with the OSTFL grant. There's also a package called ablog that SunPy maintains, which is a Sphinx plugin for writing blogs, and it's one of the more active repos on in the SunPy org, and it has absolutely nothing to do with solar physics whatsoever. And Nabil maintains it, and it's been taking community contributions and feature requests from Jupiter Book and all manner of other places recently.
Eventually, the base PyData feed is going to get ablog support.
Yep.
The thing that every other package is using now is going to support ablog.
Yeah.
Ablog is going to pay your bills one day.
So something we decided that we needed to take on maintaining, and spoke to some random person on GitHub. Was like, you haven't been maintaining this for a while. We want to take it over. They transferred it to SunPy, and we adopted it, and now we just maintain the Sphinx pack. This is the way.
Should SunPy be renamed ablog affiliated package?
Yeah. There's also a bunch of other repositories in the org that we actually have to maintain. There's the benchmarks repo, which needs some work.
Oh, no, the benchmark repo just stores the results for the benchmark.
Sure, but
you don't need to do anything to it.
Well, it's still a part of our infrastructure, though. Sure. We have to maintain benchmarks in general. The same with the figure test repo. There's a repo that keeps all of our reference figures for all our figure tests, and there's a VCR cassettes repo that stores a bunch of requests from online servers. There's the data repo, which stores our sample data and various other touches. Have we actually moved? There isn't much else in there other than sample data yet, but
yeah, it's just
which uses GitHub to serve sample data and has an AWS mirror. And then there's MPL animators, which is a package, a matplotlib plugin package for interactive animation of data with or without WCS. This is the list of roles that are on our website with the people doing them next to it. I think this, I mean, this list of roles itself could have more things added to it, but we have three still unfulfilled, unfilled roles here where we could use people getting involved if those, with those things. Connor and took on the CI maintainer, and David took on release manager reasonably recently, which has made this list look a bit more healthy than it was before. Where it's unfilled, what ends up happening is somebody ends up picking up the to-dos as and when they are needed to do. They're needed to be done, rather than somebody maybe actively thinking about what the best thing to do. Like the webmaster role is basically Nabil at this point. We should probably just put him on the list. And yeah, there are descriptions for all of these roles on the website if you want more information on what they are or should be. Okay, the sub-package maintainers table also exists on the website. The idea of this is that these people look after those parts of the core repo, but in reality, I don't really think we use this in the way that we hope we would.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think in reality, people just end up, and as you should, answering issues or submitting pull requests that are relevant and or interesting to you. And I don't know that it's necessarily a bad thing that we don't follow this table. I think it's fine, but it's just becomes sort of a question of why do we have sub-package maintainers if we're not necessarily, or this demarcation if we're not making use of it.
The list has been deleted.
I wonder whether we should just take this list down to the sub-packages that actually have maintainers.
It should also be on the project, the website, and should also be moved to the.
Oh my God.
Well,
Yeah.
I would say just get rid of it. We're too small a project. I don't see the point.
Yeah,
To be honest.
I'm inclined to agree.
I think one of the purposes of this was credit to some extent, but I think with the potential exception of Albert, I think everybody is a generalist. Albert does a lot of specific coordinate stuff. I think the only sub package that really has a maintainer is coordinates. That's the only sub package where we probably wouldn't merge a PR without Albert saying it's okay.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, definitely. I think if we ever merged that without having it's okay, we would know about that.
That's the end of my slide. I
Just
don't have much else to say. The project is, I think one of the challenges that we need to work on, both from an infrastructure and a social perspective this week and next year, is the fact that we keep growing this project into more and more repos.
Yeah.
And we're doing that primarily for technical reasons, I think, and I don't think our documentation and expectation of our users is keeping up with what we're doing. But we don't want core to become massive and hard to maintain with a lot of code. We want to maintain the code that's in core to a very high standard, which is why we've pulled some of the instrument code out into SunPy image stuff, because they were SunKit instruments, for instance, because some of that was sort of unmaintained or hadn't been kept up with the same amount of maintenance as the rest of the package. And yeah, I wonder now whether people just don't know that stuff exists. I think
that's definitely the case. I think it happened recently. Someone actually, maybe it was Alistair, who went online, was looking for some stuff to do Subi data, and he wrote his own stuff, figured out how to plot it, and then only afterwards realized that it was hidden away in some kit instruments.
Yeah.
So wrote an entire implementation and then figured out that it's hidden away. It's not hidden, not advertised that it was
But
in.
I assume it's probably better than what already exists in some.
I have no idea. I just
No comment.
that was yeah.
I mean, I'm part of the problem because I did say after I did that I was going to go to Sunket Instruments and put an example in there, and then I've not done that yet. So the next person coming along is going to have the same problem as me, where there's no indication that you can read level 1B and despike them automatically, which is what I was trying to do.
Oh, right, Christian, yes, I imagine full questions.
Yeah, so I think before we keep going with more repos and various other things, because I know like this topic comes up over and over again, like, oh, we could move this into a different thing, right? And I think we need to stop until we have fixed the other parts of that puzzle, right? Like, there's the actual maintenance infrastructure stuff that I'm going to be working on as part of that's a grant, but then there's also the like user expectations and project side of it that I think we also need to fix before we can keep on the path.
I think partly that's where a roadmap becomes really useful. Because I think as part of the roadmap, we can say, right, this is what SunPy core, this is the SunPy core scope, this is the Sunket image scope. Yeah. Even if those, like that functionality doesn't exist, which is the roadmap, right?
Like where we're going.
Yeah.
I mean, is there what are we doing, or what can we do to make our, well, maybe it's partly this like pitching, like you were saying, David, pitching this what is the division between our core and affiliated packages? But then how do we make those discoverable? Yeah. Well, yeah, but I don't even know if the sort of the sponsored versus affiliated division is that's just sort of like a who maintains it type of thing. I mean, I think it's, but sort of explaining the rationale of why we have multiple packages and then making them like discoverable. Because I mean, like having a monolith it's hard to maintain for a lot of reasons, but you know, people know where to look for stuff if it's all in one place.
Yeah.
But how do we, I mean, I think we've tried with the website, with the theme, with the drop down, you know, to make, you know, having the documentation sort of all linked to each other through the theme, like that was, you know, part of the idea, but clearly that's not working to some extent.
Yeah.
A block. It links to a block, it's fine.
Yeah.
A block doesn't link back though, it's very rude.
We should get rid of people.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think, but I mean, just looking, we can discuss, actually, we can discuss this in a session that's designed for discussing it, I guess. I was going to talk about website, but let's do that later.
That would probably go well in the we have a session tomorrow about channels of communication. You know, our website is arguably our largest channel of one-way communication.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. I guess it's 10-ish, so in keeping with the schedule, I'll talk about some packages.
If we had a couple of people join,
Oh, yeah,
we did
yeah.
the introduction.
Yes.
Dad, do you just want to introduce yourself quickly? Wait, that's not yet. No, okay.
Who are you talking to?
Alistair?
Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't hear my name. Yeah, so I'm Alistair Wilson. I'm a postdoc at Dias, which is quite hilarious because I'm not there, because I work in England remotely. I develop for a Solar Monitor 2, which is the Python replacement for Solar Monitor, which if you don't know is a kind of synoptic view of the sun, which amortizes like various instruments and data sources and does some basic processing. But Solar Monitor 2 does a lot more. And it's almost all in Python.
Cool. And do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, John.
Yeah. But his Americans doesn't do anymore.
We don't need an affiliated packages hack.
All right, I guess I'll play.
Orange means bad.
Yeah, that's quite a high number.
Yeah.
Is there a window, sorry? No.
Actually, on this building. My building.
Why the door was open. Do you have the Twitter keys? Yes. Do you want to tweet that the meeting is happening right now? Sure. I think Laura's
On a
in
plane.
transit.
Yeah.
On a plane, so. All right.
No, I wanted actual Twitter.
Okay. Is it? Wait, am I not sharing? Guess I'm gonna have to switch to Chrome.
What?
Firefox and continue to get the level coverage. Right?
No, I haven't problems anymore.
Some, well, there are periods where I don't have problems anymore, and then they go back to hating each other. Okay. Yeah. Why does it show? Oh wait, it's just chat. Okay. Make sure this works. Great. All right. So Stuart already gave an overview of kind of the core, SunPy core. Usually what we've done in the past is done kind of the state of the package and then talking about the state of the sub packages, just to kind of give a slightly more fine-grained overview of what's been going on in each of the sub packages and basically it's largely going to be kind of a what's new type of deal. So more or less what has happened since the last coordination meeting, which means our 3.1, what's gone into the 3.1 release, which came out in November or October of last year, and then 4.0, which I think was that May, March of this year. 4.0
Would have been May.
May, yeah. Can't remember. He's got there.
Should have been. I think so, yeah.
I could ask the release manager.
Yeah, because we're on like
Is the releases list on the website?
0.4, so it would have been 4 months ago.
Yeah, May 6.
Okay. So this is a list of all of our current sub packages, and then their sort of like health, for lack of a better word, or their state, as indicated by these colors. You know, green basically means not a lot is changing, pretty stable. Blue, reasonably stable. Yellow, there's stuff a lot happening, and then there's no red on there right now. It's deprecated. We're going to remove it in the future. So since last year, we actually did remove completely two sub-packages, the ROI sub-package, which I think had kind of gone a bit stale and unused for a while, and then also the instrument, possible to say, instrument sub-package, which is now in SunKit instruments, which is what we were talking about previously. So I just want to give some notes on kind of what's new in each of these sub-packages, but the detailed kind of overview of this is in our docs. So as part of our releases, we go through and kind of create like a more plain language summary overview of what like the big features that have been added. And so you could go and read these on the website. It's actually kind of a nice overview of what's been added to the package and what's changed in that version. So for coordinates, really the kind of only big feature is now this is of course provided by Albert, is a context manager for accounting for differential rotation in your coordinate transform. So this example here shows how you can account when you do a reprojection, you can account for differential rotation. This is called, I think, propagate with solar surface is the name of it. So I think Albert might give some more. He's going to talk about the funding that we got later this afternoon, and then I think he's going to sort of talk about the future direction of coordinates. So there'll be more about coordinates later on in the afternoon. Net, one of the big things. Was, I think, did you do this, David? Was adding support for CEDAWeb for in situ data. This is at NASA. As far as net, is there any? This is the only kind of big thing that stood out to me, kind of user-facing thing.
There's a few little things like that URL being there.
Yeah.
Par52 is actually quite a big upgrade in net.
It's okay.
It's not released.
Yeah.
As in, but support for that.
Yeah.
Okay, but that wasn't a feature in like 3.1 and 4.8. It'll be added in something.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. It's not a SunPy feature because it isn't in SunPy.
Do you want to explain what Par5 is?
Yeah. Okay. So Par5 is the download library that SunPy uses to transfer files from the internet to your computer. It's a separate package that I wrote and maintain. I can download multiple files at once in multiple chunks, etc. The 2.0 release was backwards incompatible with the 1.0 release. So if you end up with weird errors about headers and inits, then you need to update your SunPy to be compatible with Par52. But the big features in Par52 are the fact that if a download fails, it now deletes the partially downloaded file from disk. And also you can interrupt the downloads correctly, stop the download midway through, and it cleans up properly, including deleting the files from disk. That's happened in Par52. There was more than that, but I think they're the two user-facing ones. There was also, you will not believe how difficult it was to make the interrupt thing work.
I would actually.
Yeah, there's also, if you are using Par5 directly, there's also a load of extra API things that allows you to customize how it works better. Yeah, I think that's it.
That's next. Map, we've had a couple. So now as a 3.1, there is a reproject to method. So if you have your existing, you can sort of see what the API looks like this. But you have a map and you have like a sort of a WCS that you want to reproject to. So like I don't know what this case is, but you know, if you have the like the WCS for an observation taken, say from Mars, and you want to reproject to, you know, what would AIA look like from Mars? This is all possible. Like the machinery for this already existed in the reproject package from SunPy. This method just makes it a lot easier to do in a lot of things. Kind of a nitty-gritty detail, but probably an important one is the how dates are exposed in through math. So this is in an attempt to be more FITS4 compliant, but that we now do. What?
Oh, yeah, no. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So we now expose this date average, date start, and date end properties, and we don't just collapse it all into one dates. But well, there's more details. Basically, we differentiate between these three start dates in our FITS4 in our date info.
You should use date average if it exists.
That's
Just in general in
yeah.
life.
And that's what .date will default. Well, it defaults in this order. I wasn't going to get into that.
What date average is lunch?
And the other one that I kind of like that's not a huge feature but sort of nifty is you can now do at 3.1 you can do arithmetic operations with maps. This is between maps and arrays or quantities, not between two maps. So we still that would be a nice feature to have to be able to actually like do map 1, 2.
Does it? I assume it doesn't update the metadata
for
the map after you do something.
But it updates the unit key.
The reason we only support those particular operations is because in theory it shouldn't need any metadata update.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I was just curious. I didn't even know you do.
Yeah.
This is something we need NDQ to do as well.
Yes. Yeah. I added it in a half day.
Excellent.
Well,
I suppose the reason I was asking is because if you have a max tag and then you divide by, for example, the exposure time, and your old max tag is not valid anymore. Maybe this goes into the discussion about metadata that we want to have later on, but yeah, how do we want people to deal with that and how SunPy should deal with that?
Yeah.
Anyways.
Oh wait, so you mean you would want to change the exposure time key? Like,
No, just
No, if you've got like AIA has stats keys.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then you go in and
Yeah,
change the data, then the stats are no longer valid. Do you then somehow remove them, use nulls, do nothing, whatever?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, it doesn't do anything like that. It updates the unit key.
Yeah.
I think that's interesting to push the metadata discussion.
Yeah, for sure. That is it's interesting to me that when we were having this discussion on chat the other day that you didn't know this exists, which tells me that we don't advertise it particularly well.
That might be my fault. I've been very much not involved in
Well,
the last
Well,
couple
yeah,
months. Very
like you should still be able to find that anyway.
Yeah. All right, so image, we removed all the we deprecated alignment code that was in the image submodule or some package rather, and that now lives in SunKit image. So there's now a co-alignment subpackage in SunKit image that holds all of the co-alignment code. And it will be, I guess it will be removed in 4.1. Right. Yeah. Oh wait. It was deprecated for full. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Removed in 4.1. It says it right here. Okay. And then also this is also probably one of the most significant additions. This is 4.0. Was this rotation? This is again kind of a nitty-gritty detail. This is something that Albert did, that you can now specify sort of like a different backend, if you want to think about that way, for your rotation method, which is really an affine transform, not just a rotation. But so for example, you can use SunPy. So Nabil added a feature to AI where you can use your GPU to do your image registration.
Much faster. If you have a good GPU, it's substantially faster.
Oh, sure.
If it wasn't, there's something going on.
NVIDIA is swindled. And then we actually, Albert used this to add an OpenCV version of our rotation function. So you can use either second image, SciPy, or now OpenCV.
Should we add the SunPy one to core? Like, it's not AI specific.
I mean,
why is it in AI by other than the fact that, somebody working with AI data wanted to rotate things on their GPU?
Yeah, I mean, it could be.
I mean, it's just install AI.
It's not a.
Yeah, but it's a discoverability thing, right? Like, if somebody wants to, we could do that, but like we should.
Shooting, for example.
Yeah, you might want to do it with other things as well.
Sure.
Yeah, and maybe my only hesitancy was like dealing with the SunPy dependency, but we already deal with this with OpenCV. So
how do you test it?
No.
Yeah.
Don't run the documentation example, like the example gallery entries that use it, and you don't test it because how do you test on a GPU?
Well, to be fair,
Put a custom GitHub runner in your basement.
I don't test this on GitHub because it's a pain. Because you have to set a custom run, but
Yeah.
GitHub, I don't know if GitHub actually has GPUs as well.
Not GitHub hosted runners.
The problem with custom GitHub runners is they don't get nuked every time.
Yeah,
Right.
Consistent.
So
You could just unplug it, plug it every time we run it. But I think this is something that several people have been asking for a few years as well, especially pushing from the AIA side of wanting to be able to do, like, how do I do rotate faster, or especially like how do I use the GPU to do this? So this essentially provides like an entry point for specifying, how do you hook in your underlying affine transform code to like the rotate method. So it's really nice. Time series. I'm probably not that qualified to talk about time series because I've used it a lot, but one of the newer things is the ability to read CDF files. So this is an example from actually of the C2Web data that I was talking about before. A lot of in-situ data, it turns out, is stored in and delivered as CDF files. So now we have you can stick in a CDF file to a time series, and the time series factory, and you get back the time series. I don't know if you want to say anything more about this.
I think so. This kind of, I guess, motivated on a higher level by Solar Orbiter and Park Solar Pro, and a lot of kind of solar and in situ data analysis is kind of being combined. So having the support SunPy is a nice way of supporting that kind of analysis.
And does it support generic CDF files or CDF files that conform to a certain minimum standard?
It supports CDF files that conform to I can't remember the acronym. They do have to have a
standard.
I'm not sure if it's even a standard, it's like guidelines. So yeah, it has to conform to those guidelines.
Jerome would like to speak.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So I just wanted to mention about the time series. I don't know if this will be a topic on Wednesday, but especially because you mentioned Solar Orbiter, we still have the problem with multidimensional data, which is the case for some of the Parker Solar Probe in situ data and also for some of the Solar Orbiter data, that the time series cannot handle multidimensional data. And I don't know if we want to take a look at this at some point or if it's just the way it is.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, I'm going to add that to a list of maybe larger features. So yeah, if I remember correctly, I think you opened an issue a while ago, right? And yeah, time series basically is designed to store a set of 1D quantities that only depend on time. And for other data sets that, as you say, are multidimensional, it's not designed for that at all. So I think it would need a completely new object designing. But I definitely think that is well within scope of SunPy core and should live there.
I would agree with that. Sorry, I was on the table, but yeah, I mean, I think we have, they're basically spectrograms, but
Yeah.
not for radio, but for other
Yeah.
things.
Oh, VGA, ooh, rock and roll.
What's the time requirement on that use case? Like, as in, no, sorry, I don't mean that, as in like on the time dimension, on the time axis, like what are the requirements? Is it that you need all the pandas like,
I mean, like when you get to that stuff, you've got to be talking X-array, right? And also, are there not other heliophysics packages that already handle that kind of data?
That was my question with regards to the other.
There's loads of like PySat and like, all of those other things all have data objects that do similar kind of things like that. But we probably need to consider working with them and what the differences between what they're offering and what we would want to implement are. I mean, it's something that we could definitely would love to support, but I think what I'm saying in a roundabout way is that it's going to be a big project and it's going to need someone to like champion it one way or the other with the time to do it.
Okay, we just replace time series with X-ray data set.
I mean, that's something that we could talk about.
It's terrible. We shouldn't do that. That is a solution.
Maybe, maybe we can have a bit of more discussion on this in the supporting solar orbiter.
Yeah, I think we need to sit down on Wednesday.
Are you planning on being around, Jan, on Wednesday for that session?
Yeah, I plan. So this instrument session, you mean, right?
I was thinking the supporting solar orbiter session on Wednesday at 11 o'clock.
We probably will come up with both, but maybe.
But we could do Wednesday afternoon instead.
Let me just quickly calculate which time this is. Yeah, well, Wednesday 11, right. Yes. Yeah, I should be around then, definitely.
Okay, great. Yeah, maybe we can discuss more then. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. That's yeah.
Because it also brings up the issue with the spice. Some else don't.
Right.
I mean, it has tentacles in most places, so it's a very important point.
Yeah.
I didn't know this slide would generate so much discussion on a pod. All right, so and then there's kind of everything else. So database. I don't think we're going to talk about database right now.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah.
Can we please deprecate it? Can we please?
Well, so I think the database update is we are at the point now where we don't run the tests.
Yeah.
We've got to the point where database stands is incredibly useless. Either we move it out if someone really wants to use it, or we deprecate it. Because the idea is that we want to eventually replace it with something useful that integrates more with it. But as it stands.
Well, okay, so if we deprecate it, all right, since we're here. If we deprecate it, I mean, I think it's been sort of a specter that's loomed over us for like a year and a half-ish. If we deprecate it, where do we tell people to go use it? Right? That's the kind of rule of thumb, right? Is if we deprecate it, it has to be available somewhere.
Not always we do. No, we deprecate. Like the next one is we deprecate fix multi-link. We do that.
Yeah.
I mean, if we want to deprecate it, I'm happy to create a package that we just forget.
I mean,
it's unmaintained.
No, I think if we're going to get rid of database as it is, we get rid of it.
I feel like we should do this 4.0 because we definitely 4.1 has got.
Should we send an email out to SunPy maintenance and just like, does anyone use it? Like,
Yeah.
or like, how much would anyone like be really sad if we just deleted it?
Yeah.
Like, please let us know because we're seriously considering this.
How about we can deprecate it in the warning? We say if you are using this, email this address.
Whose address?
SunPy maintenance.
Devdol@sunpy.org.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, obviously, that would be the most
Okay.
annoying thing
Yeah.
because they wouldn't be able to turn off the deprecation warning as they use a filter, but it might be annoying enough that someone would email.
I think it's something we should try and discuss, like on the mailing list or on Discourse or something first.
Yep.
And,
No one uses it.
yeah,
Should we just put in an issue?
I think it needs to be more visible than that, but that's a start.
I think open issue, yes, is somewhere
Open
where at
issue
least
so they can
it
know
does have visibility of it.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm happy to send. I'm happy to just draft an email into the mailing lists.
That's even better. Just do that.
Yeah.
Start off.
So are you just going to ask, do you use it? If no, delete. Or are you going to say, would you use the features that it has?
I think so.
The kind of difference is like what it is now.
We drafted a GSOC project to replace database with a new implementation that allows you to actually manage data and integrate with Python. And we probably want to run that, but there's going to be it's not going to be like you can replace
You
the
can't
old
upgrade.
Yeah. It's going to have to be like replace it wholesale.
Yeah.
And so it's going to have to be like a database 2, or we'll have to eventually run into database once we remove the old database.
Oh yeah, I know all about twos. Okay, fair enough. I don't know. Okay. So your plan is not to completely scrap the idea behind it, but just.
I think the idea is incredibly useful. We just don't have an implementation that's
useful.
Yeah. It
Okay.
needs to be completely rethought. Yeah.
Yeah, I think our plan for database is open a tracking issue on the repo, then post on the mailing lists, and like loudly and repeatedly. Like,
We're gonna delete it.
we could actually, maybe the best thing to do would be to like future warning it in 4.1, deprecate in 5.0, remove in 5.1. And the future warning can be more like, we are considering deprecating this. If that is a problem for you,
We are planning.
speak to.
I think it's worth being stronger than considering. I think we should imply that it's going to happen unless you kick it.
Unless, yeah, exactly. I think that's yeah.
if they move your fast, you don't move it into a separate package.
Yeah.
That's fair. Okay. Well, this is by far the
A
most
decision.
productive bullet
Oh
point.
God.
All right, great. All right, IO, there's not much to say except we have deprecated the io.bits module, which is not stopping me from continuing to use it. But
So this brings up another point I want to talk about IO. Can you please deprecate all of our?
Entire IO module.
Sorry, not deprecate, make it private.
all of IO.
Yeah. Because we don't tell people to use IO. IO is not used.
To be honest, when we had this conversation about deprecating fits in IO, I really thought it was the whole sub package. So
IO, we only use IO internally within some
it is.
in some series. It's not used.
But you've got the special reader for.
Yeah, isn't there a read?
Oh yeah, that's true. There is.
I use that.
No, there's
Yeah,
the Anna reader and the
Gen X or
the Gen X reader is in IO. Yeah, we can't deprecate all of IO.
Yeah.
No.
Probably private the other parts.
Yes,
of it,
sure.
Except
Which parts?
JPEG 2000
CDF.
CDF.
CDF. We keep AA, but we should also discuss whether or not we should just remove AA. We should probably, maybe not for now. We need to discuss whether we need to bother having
Yeah.
My opinion of Anna is we keep it until it breaks and then we consider removing it. I don't think it ever will break though.
No, it won't.
Yeah, so I said,
Yeah.
it requires no effort, basically. I think it states.
It was my first contribution to SunPy, man.
The film must kill it. Can't be having that lying around.
All right, so maybe then we should say the things that we use. I mean, you already said this. The demarcation point is the things that we use internally for reading things into time series and math. Those are the ones that should go private.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Another decision. Amazing.
I'd like another
Quick, somebody capture that in the notes.
issue to do that.
The physics subpackage, I guess maybe coming as a surprise to many people that there is a physics subpackage.
Sorry, just before we go on, does anyone have any suggestions for an emoji that can demark that can demark a decision in the notes? Otherwise, it'll just be
First place medal.
great. How do I do emojis?
That's the most important decision we've taken. So.
Colon, I thought it was similar to.
I just tried it.
You can go to the hedge docs.
Just do emoticon instead, a wee smiley face.
Emoji Julia dog. I'm just copy and paste it from that. Sorry, carry on.
All right, SunPy physics. We did have some code to do solar rotation that has been moved. It's been deprecated and it's also moved to some image along with the co-alignment code that I was talking about earlier. So this is stuff to like account for differential rotation in your code. So that's been deprecated, and I think as far as accounting for differential rotation goes, the recommendation now is to use the kind of coordinates reprojection rotated subframe machinery that Albert has developed. And probably the stuff that's now has been pulled into some image under the co-alignment module probably needs a rethink as to how to have like more of like a framework for doing co-alignment using these different approaches, whether it's cross correlation, the differential rotation, because right now it's all just a bunch of functions in it. But the point being, it's move to some image. There is for visualization, I think David is the one who added a draw limb function. So you can now just take a map and draw a limb from some arbitrary observer onto your image. So this is a Carrington map with the solar limb is seen from Earth and the solar limb is seen from Mars over plot. Yeah, it's pretty nice. That's great.
I've seen some really nice plots on Twitter with this, with the lens seen from different spacecraft.
As in made with SunPy.
Oh, well, it looks identical.
There's nothing that makes me happy than spotting W6 axis in the wild.
Yeah. We did at the PyC summer school, Stu and I did a kind of like a 3-hour tutorial there, and kind of our final plot was what do we do? EUI, AIA, and stereo all reprojected onto the same Carrington map and then drew the limb from each of the spacecraft on there. And it was really neat. It was a really cool use case for this.
Before you move on to the next slide, it's something I wanted to mention that not about some part of physics, but that comes to mind because that at some point this week it might be nice to include a discussion or to pick up that discussion we've had about like some kind of SunPy models.
Yeah.
Support.
Yeah. Yes.
So maybe that's conceptually related to physics.
I found that note in some of our past notes that we had taken about the coordination meeting, and somehow I got lost somewhere. But yeah, I definitely agree. Maybe either, I don't know, we can figure out where.
Yeah, I don't need to have it now, but
we definitely need to.
let's try and make a note to include that this week.
Because there is some stuff that not from SunExpect, but other stuff where I thought it would be good to have certain models available easily to the community.
Yeah.
And there are models of something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I want to talk about util. So we need to also have a discussion at some point this week about this util problem, which.
Make it private, forget about it, move on.
Yeah, it's probably also we need to decide what in that sub-package needs to be private, what is, and what are things that are used like, well, okay, there's really two problems. One is what in util needs to be private, and also what should we call it, but then if it's private, we don't need to worry about that, I guess. So plural and make it private. This is the stance.
Most of it private. We might have this problem with.
Yeah.
I think that's
Well,
not,
that's
I
why
don't
we
think
need
that's
to-
true. I
yeah.
don't think that's true. I don't think we can make most of util private.
The other problem is that most of all the sub-packages that I've talked about, also a lot of them, not all of them, a lot of them have their own utils module buried somewhere in there. And I don't think those are necessarily private either. And they're all named, some of them are named utils, some of them are named util. And we need to decide, I think, which in those sub-package util modules, which are the things that are used within that sub-package, which are used broadly across the package. I think it just needs to be a reorganization of all of our utility functions.
I hate to say this, but I kind of don't care.
Yeah, exactly. You
I mean,
care, I care. That's what we're going to do.
We have more important things to worry
Yeah,
about.
What else more important we have to worry about?
I mean, all of the other things we've discussed so far today.
We talked about this earlier, so I'm not really gonna touch on this except to say we need to think about our sub-package maintainer. Maybe it seems like the
Well, the two ones that don't have maintainers are going to be, one of them's going and the other one's going to be made very much smaller. So it's not so bad.
this title is outdated. That should
I would argue that SunPy.sun and
Yeah.
maybe SunPy visualization also don't really have active maintainers. Sorry, Danny. And also SunPy time series should probably have David's name on it, as the person who seems to be doing most of the time series stuff.
I think I am.
Oh, is this?
Oh,
It's
it's out.
oh, it might be old.
Oh, okay.
All right, ignore
Cool.
the slide.
That's okay.
We should probably break for
coffee.
coffee.
Yeah, just time there.
And by that, I mean, we're gonna probably have to go somewhere.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't mind going down, like, if someone comes with me, I can just pick up copies. Like, there's only a handful of us.
Yeah.
We can just
This might be,
get the
yeah,
coffee and bring it back here.
Yeah.
So are we gonna break for coffee then?
yeah.
When are we coming back?
Do we want to do
For state of affiliated packages,
11:15?
Oh, is that what it is? Or
Well, no, I'm adjusting.
Right, okay.
Okay.
So in half an hour, essentially.
Yeah, 11. Can we get coffee and come back?
Yeah, I mean, it's like
It's just like
8 minutes. There in 8 minutes.
okay. Yeah.
Cool. Back at 11:15 for anyone online. Big break, so.
Or you want to put? Can you put up a?
Yeah, so I
list
was
up
just
there?
thinking I
realized that we did that.
trying to think of what the quickest way to do that is.
Maybe Google stuff.
Google.
Go to the
So we got two different teams.
great.
Yeah. Yeah, we should probably
Glad I put together
chat about
the
some aspect.
15 minutes. 15 minutes before it started, and then
Yes, we need to make some progress. Like, ASAP. Yeah, and yeah.
Yeah, I think models is slightly related to that.
Yeah.
That progress should be.
So if not, you wants to walk down, if you decide what you want, and then I'll have you walk down to my screen, you can just pick up a. Yeah.
oh, another hack. We should think about like our presentation branding, like having like sets of themes that we can use for presentations. I mean, even I don't like.
Org mode. Only org mode.
I mean, it would be nice to have templates for presentations that we can version control. That would be nice. But coming up with like a workflow that kind of works for everyone is.
Go away, stupid on-screen keyboard.
I think, and just a starting point would be like a Google slice.
I'll just have an Americano or like, actually, no, I'll just have a filter coffee.
Sorry?
I'll have a filter coffee. No, filter coffee. I think maybe I said Americano.
I'll come with you. I'll come with you guys.
Actually, why not? Oh, actually, yeah, screw it. I'll go for the one as well. Is it raining? Is it? If it's raining, I'm not stepping into it. If it's dry.
Off the tail with this pattern.
Yeah, can I just, but I'm happy to come as well, but it sounds like lots of people are getting.
What do you want? Just do it.
Actually,
Black coffee.
Okay. Well, do you actually want to stick it? Can you stick it in the chat?
Oh, you know what? I'll just
Just
come and stretch like see whether there's coffee shops.
That actually gone up on the
Yes. At least one person should probably stay here.
If everyone changes their mind and going, I'm happy to stay.
yeah, no, I mean, the reception's not here, so.
Oh, okay, great.
You can all go if people want to go.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I'll come.
I think everyone's connected.
Have I actually shared that on the screen?
Goodbye.
I did it not.
Do you want to know? It hasn't. No, I'm fine. All right. So I was just gonna-
It's not fact on the radio.
All right.
Used to it. Well,
Oh,
not used to the rain now.
Wayland, why?
Is it raining?
Probably. It doesn't look like it. Give me a second.
Yeah. Metro Hotel is actually the closest top. So we try that and not there and we'll walk around.
Toward the ball.
Fine.
Yeah.
Everything okay?
Hate technology. All technology is evil.
Yes.
That's a bunch of fun.
Yeah.
Sometimes I wish I did.
Oh.
You know,
Sure package, I would say.
Live streaming. Okay.
Sorry, the stream died.
But yeah, I don't know if there's much more to say. Do you have some good image comments?
No, I would like to eventually spend some more time because people really want to trace loops, and I think really that kind of focus on the package would be very useful if people have code. But
Yeah. I think having like a different, sort of like a general like loop tracer and like different methods for doing loop tracing would be a really cool thing to put there.
And making sure that everything takes maps, works
yeah,
with maps.
there's a whole bunch of makings work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, like, that FLCT stuff, really. Same thing, like, FLCT at the moment is
It's a high
really,
level.
really
It needs a high
low.
level. Yeah, it needs a high level to read maps. Currently, it wasn't already. It's the sea
So, Will,
Yes.
A wild one.
Do you, are there any other coronal loop tracing algorithms?
Oh, it's true.
Yeah, you mean besides
Occult 2?
Occult 2? I thought that there were
In SunPy image.
No.
No.
So yeah, not in SunPy. Or do you mean just in the world?
Yes.
It seems very unlikely that solar physicists have only written one of a thing.
I'm pretty sure in SSW there are multiple Python. I'm not aware of them.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Do you know of any others? You're just wondering?
No, I'm just wondering.
This came up about doing 3D loop tracing from different vantage points.
Yeah, or like reconstruction of like the 3D geometry, like you have stereo.
You need to trace
Yeah.
them, match them, and then that kind of work.
Yeah, that would be extremely useful.
Especially with Southern Orbiter.
Would be very cool, and the coordinate stack would make it possible.
Yeah.
So I also had another question about the whole idea of a sponsored package. So if I was to understand from the previous conversation, is a sponsored package is a side project from a SunPy core maintainer? Is that the...
No,
Like,
a sponsored package is a package that is maintained by the SunPy community, as in Nabil fixes the CI.
Yeah. Current sponsored package means that I will review the package, check sure it works once in a while, update, release.
It's the difference between NDCube and AAAPI, in that NDCube is us and AAAPI is Lockheed.
So in that case, I think Jack's definition is quite good. It is a side project of someone who's already a maintainer.
That is often how they have come about.
We would like to stop it being true. We would like to stop it being that.
That CO2 has gone from green to orange. In the course of this, we should probably
Open the door.
open a window or something.
There are no windows.
Cool. I mean, there are windows. I think the big difference with a sponsored package these days is like we need to collectively assume responsibility for it. Like when we picked up SunPy Saw, there was a discussion around whether that was a good idea or not. I am still unconvinced it was, but I don't win every argument. So like you know, there was. Yeah, it's something that is now something that SunPy are maintaining, and like we spoke to Helen about and stuff. Like you know, there's.
Yeah.
So a sponsored package is a package that the SunPy maintainers have agreed to spend more attention on.
Yeah, I think like if you really boil it down to the technical thing, the difference is a sponsored package, the lead developer decides who gets commit access. A non-sponsored package, somebody else decides who gets commit access.
The lead developer with SunPy, you.
Me, yeah. And Will. Like the org admin of the SunPy GitHub repo, which is the lead developer and I think also the chair of the board. In our governance documents, it states that the lead developer decides who gets commit access to SunPy, and that is also true for all of the sponsored packages, and it's not true for affiliated packages.
So I think from a user's, like, why would a user care? I guess because sponsored means that there's a certain level of guarantee that this package is being maintained and is to a similar level that core is like correct, whatever that means. Whereas affiliated basically means that they adhere to, someone else is adhering to the way that SunPy does stuff, but like if you have complaints, don't talk to SunPy, basically. So it's like not SunPy's responsibility if API breaks. It's, you know, I think that's, so talking about like guarantees and then who to complain to or contact or work with. I think that's what those things are distinguishing, those terms. Is that right?
Yeah. I think the biggest thing is who do you talk to?
Yeah. and how much can you trust?
But yeah, I think there is a wider question of like, what's the scope of a sponsor package? Like, why?
The scope of a sponsor package is the same as the scope of an affiliated package.
No, but how do we just, why didn't we just make all affiliated packages sponsored packages?
Because AIA want to maintain AIA Pi.
Okay.
Like, that's a two-pronged thing, is that some groups want to maintain control over their own software, like AIA Pi, right? Is a good example of that. The AA instrument team.
We're writing Muse instrument tools.
Yeah, right. Like they want to maintain that control. And from the other side, like that our team is only so big, we can only maintain so many packages.
Right. So this is what I'm getting at. It's like, how do we decide what becomes a sponsored package and what doesn't? Because we only have so much. I mean, maybe we should discuss this.
Well, I think it's a concept of potentially looking at a list and pruning every so often.
Yeah.
As we add them, we've added a lot, and the question becomes, should these be?
Well, a lot of the sponsor packages, like if you go down the list of sponsor packages we have at the moment, they're all there for a reason, right? Like ND Cube is a massive project that we've been working on for many years because we know that we need it, right? DRMS we adopted because otherwise it was going to become unmaintained, and it's really useful to SunPy core and also the community at large. SunKit image, SunKit instruments are effectively, we decided to split up the core package into more packages. SunRaster is a spin-off of ND Cube, or I guess more accurately, ND Cube is a spin-off of what was SunRaster. What else is on the list?
Obviously, in theory, some of these packages will potentially eventually end up in core SunRaster, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, right, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, SunRaster and maybe whatever SunExpect comes. I would say both of those are probably on the path to core. It's a long road. Yeah, maybe one day we'll bring Radio Spectra back into core and it's like what we could be.
But that's
upstreams of
that's like two categories, right? Packages for generic analysis, or packages that are useful but have lost maintain, like a risk of being unmaintained, which was the category SunPy saw was in.
Yeah.
So, Jack, does that answer your question? Just trying to be aware that with a group of people in person in the room, it's easy to forget the online.
Yeah. If you're online and want to say something, yell, by the way. Like, really do just interrupt, please.
Speak up loud.
Yeah.
Having said that, Jack, should we let you answer?
Yeah, I mean, it all sounds very reasonable, and I like the definition actually, which is on the page. I just worry about the perception of being like inside and outside. But I think the notion of like who controls the rate of progress is an appropriate one maybe to differentiate, because AIA Pi, AIA want to keep that control, so that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think we want people like it's about like the decisions around the development, right? Like we shouldn't be making the project shouldn't be making decisions about the direction of like AI development, and it's especially true for instrument packages, I think. But I mean, even like if you have the SunPy, maybe David wants to like do something, but he has the SunPy and he doesn't want to listen to what like Stuart has to say about a package.
Nobody ever wants to listen to what Stuart has to say about that package.
Yeah, it just has to be like the whole notion just has to be sort of easy to explain to people when they ask, right?
Yeah. Yes,
So
I think this comes back to our messaging problem that we're not very good at like succinctly, I mean, as demonstrated by us like talking
about this problem for the last 10 minutes. Yeah.
And you asking
is if you click the affiliated packages link on the website, this description of sponsored packages is really clear. It says a SunPy sponsored package is an affiliate package that's maintained and governed by the SunPy project, which seems totally fine. There's no equivalent sentence describing affiliated packages. It might be worth putting one in.
is a package that is not maintained and governed by the SunPy project.
Or,
Well,
or you know, a package associated with SunPy whose
Yeah.
development is not controlled by the SunPy project would probably be a good enough sentence.
Yeah.
And also maybe,
sorry, go ahead, Jack.
it also might be worth including that, like, you know, somebody mentioned earlier, like the reason, not putting in why for like why we make certain choices. And I think you know, a good example here is, you know, why is AI API affiliated and not sponsored? It's because you know, the team that's developed AI API want to have their own control. And I think so, like putting in a reason why you might want to differentiate between the two is a good idea, because you might have someone come along and say like, why can't SunPy just look after my package? It's great. I want it to be sponsored. So
that's a good point.
I haven't had any coffee yet, so maybe not making a lot of sense.
No, that makes sense. But I would say if that point has been addressed with 10 minutes before the top of the hour.
Oh yeah. So we say,
we haven't mentioned several sub.
Yeah,
well,
lunch as well. Yeah.
1 minute for each
video
package.
Yeah.
Lunch is not booked until half 12. So
Yeah, I was going to say, we can run over.
We've got, yeah.
Okay, cool.
We have to get there.
We can run over a little bit for our lunch, but for Jack's breakfast, he's like, no, must have it now.
Do you want to say?
Yeah, I can say that PFSSPy is for doing PFSS extrapolations. I would actually say it's feature complete. I think it has achieved the scope, which is doing PFSS extrapolations and tracing field lines. Obviously, like feature requests are welcome. I don't have time to implement them myself as the sole maintainer now. But yeah.
Actually, I've got a question about,
yeah,
this is a pretty more physics question, but how small a physical scale can you like apply this? Is it global, or can you sort of look at an
no, it's global. You have to have it there.
Yeah, okay.
Someone did open a PR to do like local Cartesian PFSS, but I said I don't have time for it. So okay, sorry.
Do you see the like expanding the scope to be something more like what the vision for like the solar B extrapolation package was before, where it's, you know, you can feed it a magnetogram and you can choose kind of like what sort of extrapolations you like. You could do like a nonlinear force free, you could do a potential one, you can do them on different scales.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if someone wants to take the time to write an API for that,
yeah,
then I would happily adapt PFSSPy to conform to that API.
Okay. I think this came out the other day.
Yeah. So I've been trying to do nonlinear force free calculations, and it's kind of tricky. Well, those ideal widgets and things like that, and then you get out a cube, and I was like trying to then just extrapolate feel like. But yes, I think it would be great. I don't know what my point is here. Sorry. Yes, please, all the things in that. Yeah. Like at the moment, can you give it a 3D, like it could be X, B, Y, B, Z cubes and kind of extrapolate field lines? I guess it would just no.
As in a vector.
Yeah.
Magnetic field.
No, like if you have an extrapolated cube of B. I guess you could just
to do the tracing.
Yeah, do the tracing.
Shouldn't that work with your field line tracer?
You need, if you have the magnetic vector potential, because that's you can do it.
Yeah.
But not if you just have a cube with a magnetic field vector. Because PFSSPy outputs the magnetic vector potential, not the magnetic field vectors.
Okay.
Okay. So you just need okay.
But yeah, I guess if the scope for like extracting some of the visualization stuff to be more generic, then
yeah, like an example is, so you can run the nonlinear force free field on the CCMC, and it returns to you a magnetic field cube. So then it could be a nice kind of leeway into doing it.
Yeah.
The only other thing that we've spoken about in the past that would be cool to add to PFSSPy, although it's currently blocked on an ND cube bug, is outputting it to an NDQ, right?
Yeah.
It's actually blocked on a GWCF, but shock.
There is somebody that's written some output of their nonlinear force free queue into an NDQ. I found a random GitHub thing.
Oh,
Um,
I want to see that.
yeah.
Nice.
I'll see if I can find it again, but I don't have the original.
Yeah, that would be really
Sure,
cool.
I mean, yeah.
No, but I'd like to see more, yeah.
Yeah.
Again, like I'm not, I don't have to do that, and I like honestly don't really have time to review complicated stuff.
Yeah, I mean that's like really non-trivial contribution. Yeah. Are you saying that you want PFSS5 to become a sponsor?
I don't know. Part of me just wants to leave it as it is, and
I mean that is also reality fair. Like the scope is tight, and it does.
to be honest, I'm kind of tempted to maybe just archive it.
Well, because it is PFSS by it's not solar linear.
Yeah.
But then I kind of don't want to I don't want to take the PFSS Pi name and stop people. I don't really know what to do with it.
But if it started doing other things in PFSS, then the name doesn't make sense
Oh,
anymore.
yeah, but it's like the improvements you've talked about, like the improvements we talked about, basically the conundrum is I kind of want to maintain control over it, but I don't have time to add anything or review any more additions.
Yeah.
So I don't know what, if people have suggestions or want to discuss during coffee or lunch, I'd be really interested to hear what people think should happen.
I think.
So I'll just put down in the notes that the future is uncertain.
I think
General statement.
Taking it as we were alluding to in the sponsored package discussion a few minutes ago, I would be wary of taking it on as a sponsored package because we don't really have anybody who
it's something that requires a lot of expertise.
Is going to champion it, and we've been burned by this one before.
Only once.
So yeah, I don't know. It would need.
I mean, that's like generally the problem I think with a lot of these affiliated packages is they do require a lot of very specific domain expertise.
And they tend to be written by PhDs or postdocs who go on to get real jobs because due to an overwhelming desire to eat sometimes we and I think that is a risk of the sponsored package thing, where if we keep adopting stuff, we're just going to end up adopting every piece of code every solar physics PhD student has written and drowning under the weight of our own.
It's certainly the most extreme case.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on.
All right. Do you have
NDQ
thoughts?
NDQ, you want to hear NDQ? Okay.
Yeah, do you have a slide? Do you want me to stop sharing?
I made up a really bad slide this morning. Okay, people see my screen yet? Did that work when I click share?
No.
No, I didn't. Okay, let me try again.
Are you on Firefox?
Yes.
I was trying to share from Firefox and I was having
Love of God.
Having bandwidth issues.
We're all having issues.
All right. I guess I can't share then, and I only have Firefox on this machine at the moment. Okay, hang on.
If you have this in the Google slide, you could just send it to someone.
Yeah, I was just going to say, or have you got, have either of you got sharing capability?
I'm not sending it to just right now.
Yeah, no, me either.
Okay.
If you
I'll send it to you, Will.
Yeah, look at your content.
Will be done.
Yeah, or if you just stick a link in the chat.
Yeah, actually, that'll.
Well, we had some platform where we all communicate. Yeah.
I'm just putting the general SunPy chat.
You need access. Come on. Oh, God.
This is so not easy. Oh, yeah, I see why that's user error.
Anyone can.
Yeah.
Just to add to the PFSS discussion as well, I'm like very keen to maintain it. That people know sources of money that I can be paid to maintain it, either in my day jobs or like freelancing and stuff. But in the UK,
have you got that, Will?
Hope maybe we'll discuss this.
Yeah,
later
I got
in the week.
Yeah, I actually put a topic in the hack day thing.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, one thing, I don't know if it belongs there, but yeah.
No, I'm really keen to discuss that.
There's not a lot, there's good funding in the US, but if we can't seem to get anything in Europe to actually pay it, we need to sure up for it. I don't know.
It's hard, but like maybe.
Yeah, I don't know, we
think
need to do
about
something,
this,
but yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot of Europeans here and we're not getting any money to do this specifically.
While we're on the topic of NDQ.
Ah, thank you.
Well, just so we're clear, which way up do these stickers go?
This is the bottom. This point here is the bottom. See, it's like that.
It doesn't spell ND if you don't.
This is true. And I should put this over the SunPy logo because it's better than the For those who went to the post, Danny was very convinced at the end. Well,
I convinced you all.
yeah, Danny convinced that the NDCube logo is better than the SunPy logo.
Yeah. But anyway, moving on to the actual package. Laura, I'll move on to logo.
No, I was just gonna say, it's not, what's the definition of a cube? But no, sorry, I'm gonna.
Yeah, this isn't actually.
Yeah.
It is a cube. Anyway, it's a tesseract.
Sorry.
Anyway, yes. So NDCube. Actually, you want to just like show the bullet points, like yeah, just show them. I'm not in control. So yeah, basically they're the links to the code base and the docs. It's SunPy/NDCube on GitHub. The biggest news of the last year is that 2.0 is fine after a lot of sweat, blood, tears, and time from multiple people, has been released. It was released October last year and was quite rapidly followed by subsequent bug fix release, as is normal. So just for those who might have heard this phrase bashed around and not really know what we're talking about, or not have heard this phrase of NDCube 2.0 before, it's a major refactor of the NDCube package, which is designed as.
I don't think basically any line of code in the entire repo survived. I think we've probably killed off the entire repo and started again in the process of writing to.
I think class NDCube might
be the only one. Yeah.
But so NDCube is a package for handling coordinate-aware n-dimensional data, and we had a go with 1.0 and learned a lot from that, but also learned all the mistakes that we made, and so we completely burned it down and built it from the ground up. The big facilitator of that was the release of AstroPy's WCS API. So that means that no matter what WCS implementation it has, whether it be FITS or anything else, GWCS, so long as your WCS object adheres to this API, NDCube doesn't care, the underlying implementation, right? So you can use any WCS with NDCube now, so long as it adheres to AstroPy's WCS API. So that has significantly increased the scope or the power of NDCube. It has meant that we have not backwards, it's not backwards compatible in a lot of ways. So it's really a new break, a fresh start, and I think it's a really powerful tool now. In total, we've had 13 people, not counting bots, who have contributed over.
Justice for bots.
I think we had one bot, so 14 like that. And then, but over the 2 years preceding the release of 2.0, we had 10 of those people contributing. Several of those are in this room, maybe online as well. I can't see the full list of people who are online. So that's a huge positive. Another thing related to that is we also had an SEP accepted or merged, and that SEP defines the NDCube2 API for the NDCube object, and that is helpful thinking about going forward, thinking about map and other objects that we hope will inherit from NDCube, and we'll be able to clean up a lot of the SunPy core code base, because so much of this code is like will now live in NDCube. So that's successful and great because we got got some feedback from the wider SunPy community about that API. And then the third thing here I wanted to mention was that there is an NDCube paper being written, which is actually NDCube and WCS, the AstroPy WCS API. And coming back to this question that was raised earlier about why, the point of that paper isn't to, list out the API, it's to sort of give some of the philosophical and historical background and context as to why this exists, why it's been built in the way that it is, what are the advantages. So it's not sort of a print code base or print SEP, it's trying to be a bit more philosophical. So they're currently underway. We've got I think we've got a very good draft. We're missing like one section on the future, direction. That's really the thing that's holding us up now. And after that, I think we've got a full draft that, potentially, depending on some feedback, could be submitted. So yeah, that's really the state of NDCube. And I think we've also got a lot more. There are other things planned, like, for example, one was raised last week about supporting at least some arithmetic operations, like math now does. Also, some things like more user-friendly APIs for resampling the cube. NDCube already can do reproject too, like map, but there are other ways to think about that if you don't already have the WCS. So there are things in the pipeline and certain things that are planned. So NDCube is not like PFSS; it's not necessarily feature complete, or if there is a pathway for it to evolve and continue to get developed. But what is there now with the release of 2.0 is, I think, very powerful and really opens up a lot of opportunities for other packages like SunPy Core.
And is the foundation of the DKIS use tools.
Yes.
And is actually, in an interesting way, used inside the DKIS pipeline, because to make that as the file, you need to construct one. So.
Yeah, and it's the basis of SunRaster, and therefore like IrisPy and maybe
SpecUtils uses it.
Yes.
SpecUlcube are looking thinking about using it. They can find the development time to work on it.
That's going to be my other question. What have you seen a lot of adoption outside of just solar in the wider AstroPy, astronomy community?
I don't know how to define a lot, but we definitely have seen some. Yeah.
Has there been?
Yeah, no, there has, and it's not like just one random person. Like again, the fact that SpecUtils has taken it on board. I mean, that's like within the AstroPy community, and that's like an important package that has visibility for.
I mean, SpecUtils is like a core part of the JWST analysis code for Space Telescope as well. Cool. It's maintained by Space Telescope for JWST as part of AstroPy.
So take that, your snarky comments. No, but I think this just shows like how needed this idea is, and
And we had a discussion at the AstroPy coordination meeting, didn't we, with people about the differences between ND data and NDCube, and the ND came to the conclusion that NDCube does and will continue to provide a layer on top of ND data where the WCS is essential. Like if you want NDCube but you don't care about the WCS then that's not NDCube, that's ND data. And as soon as you couple the cube with the WCS typing, you're in. That's NDCube.
Yeah, that was a very helpful series of discussions to break down that wider n-dimensional ecosphere.
Again, probably something that should be documented somewhere.
Yes, that's a very. Are there any questions or comments online? Again, I just keep being aware that it's easy to talk in person. Are there any questions or requests or comments, criticism on this?
Everyone's stunned into silence by the awesomeness of NDCube 2.0.
What does it even do?
Yeah. I guess what's next? Is there like an NDCube 3.0? Yeah. Like,
I wouldn't quite go that far. I think it's fair to say, certainly on my side, and probably a little bit on Stuart's side, is that the intensity of development has been much lower this year. As soon as 2.0 got released, I think we kind of just fell on the canvas and needed to take a break. That being said, no, we still have many issues on the issue tracker. Many of them are suggestions or about like new features. So again, like arithmetic operations, I think is the one that we should try and hack something together this week.
But like doing proper coordinate aware cube on cube arithmetic operations would be nice at some point.
At some point, that's beyond the scope of this week.
Yeah, one of the goals is to be able to like add two cubes together and it uses the coordinate information, reprojects them as necessary, and adds them together. Like there's a lot of
When we solved our math arithmetic operation problem too. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, but like again, dividing by an exposure time, like dividing by a quantity or something. So if one object isn't coordinate aware, and the other one is, that should be like an easy supportable thing for us to do, and should hopefully be able to hack something together this week. So that's one thing. But like I said, resampling, we can already do reproject too, but if you want to like do a super pixel or something, you don't want to have to build the WCS. And if you say, well, I want this many pixels in one, that should in principle be enough to like derive what you need to know. So I think those sorts of things, and yeah, we have issues describing potential new features. I haven't collated them into a new roadmap yet because again, I haven't come back to it in anger since 2.0 was released.
Stalebot has come for all
yeah, that's true actually. Yeah.
NDCube 3.0 is a hypothetical release where it's just X-array.
Right.
Yeah. On sort of a tangent, it sounds like there's maybe room for like a helper library for generating and manipulating world coordinate systems.
Before I left, I was going to say that because like for radio spectra, for example, we have data that could be represented in that way, but there is no WCS with it. So you have to generate one and to make that easy then.
So there are tools for that.
You can do this
in NDCube now, right? And one of the big parts of the refactor that nearly broke me was making extra chords work in a WCS only way. So there is helpers in NDCube, which if you give it a skychord object or give it an AstroPy time object, it will generate you a GWCS. Lookup table based GWCS for those chords.
Yeah. So not necessarily the most memory efficient way of doing it, but certainly compared to what was there before, potentially a very easy way of doing it.
Any WCS which isn't lookup table requires handcrafting, right? Because it's a model of your coordinate transform at that point. Whether that's a fixed coordinate that's a fixed WCS is a very fixed model of your coordinate transform, where with GWCS you can do anything you don't like. In terms of modeling your coordinate transform. But yeah, if you've got lookup table, which
the lookup table, would it support any quantity?
Yeah.
Quantity.
And I spoke to Nadia from Space Telescope, who maintains GWCS, and she's up for those helpers moving into GWCS.
That would be a more reasonable place for them to be actually. I will continue the method of us upstreaming more and more of NDCube.
Yeah, the NDCube is sort of like just become this lab for weird and WCS stuff that slowly builds and then gets shunted off into other places. Like NDCube 1, like caused WCS API in a weird kind of like there was all like parts of it anyway. Weird crossover.
I think another useful hack, NDCube hack for this week would be an example gallery. Which I know Laura has brought up previously. Are you?
That wasn't like you should be doing this. It was like you've been banging this drum.
I know, and I actually have a little. Maybe that's a thing to do this week.
Yeah, I already put it on the hack list because there's so many things that I like do with NDCube, and I do them once, and then they're in a notebook somewhere. I'm like, I forget how to do them because
there are so many things which are just lost in the NDCube chat history.
No, I can search like the chat to like figure out how to do these things, and it really annoys me. And it's because NDCube is like it's a very hard package to use. But that's not. I think that's okay because it's really complicated. No, but I mean it's really complicated. It's really complex, and like the things you do with it are extremely powerful. And it's not. I don't think, and it's okay for it to be that like base data structure. But I think like having
a list of how-to guides,
would be super helpful because I think we probably all have compiled like ways, again, like
Yeah,
shove
we've
into
all,
scripts and
like lots
notebooks
of us
somewhere.
sitting around this table have done weird and wonderful things with NDCube, and collecting all of those as examples would be a great resource.
It would make all our lives a lot easier.
Yeah, but we should do this for just selfish reasons, so we stop going over the same thing over and over again.
Yeah, and not to sort of, not in a selfish way of like trying to like not do work, but I actually think that the best people at doing that are like, I think you and Laura, who are like the users.
Yeah, and so it makes sense why.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's so many things like at this point I've spent so much time looking at it. I think it's probably true of Stuart, but it seems intuitive and obvious. You realize it's absolutely not.
I know every single insane compromise that went into the design of crop.
Which makes you the worst possible user.
Right. So I think not that obviously I can do a bit and whatever, but I think it's actually more valuable, be more efficient.
Yeah.
If other people like you guys do it, because
yeah,
you guys will point out the stuff that I've stopped seeing.
Yeah.
Because I use NDCube like all the time. Like it's the most useful piece of software I use like day to day. But it's also incredibly hard to use in a lot of ways. But I think that could be easy. And hopefully it would advertise to people like it's how powerful it is and how useful it can be to you. And maybe kind of like break down the high barriers to entry.
But I think that also shows like that there will always be a place for something like math.
Yeah.
Make
some additional things.
One of the big things, this has just brought up something in mind. One of the big things that would be lovely to work on in NDCube, if anybody fancies doing it at any point, is I/O. There is no I/O layer in NDCube at the moment, and that is problematic.
It was kind of by design because we're just like,
it was deliberately de-scoped from two. Like there was no way that was happening, and it's there's a lot to consider there, but it is definitely something that would be useful to do. Like you can't read a FITS file into NDCube.
I mean, I fielded this question from people asking if like NDCube has I/O. I'm like, no, and then they ask why. I'm like, well, I don't know. Which is outside of scope. Yeah,
you haven't written it yet.
It's not outside of the scope of the package. It was outside of scope for the two overlays, right? Like, fundamentally, there's no I/O in NDCube. It's because nobody's had time to write it.
Yeah. No I/O.
So, David, you were going to say something before I started on about things.
I can't remember what it was. I was going to say. Oh, I was going to ask. Do you see NDCube moving to SunPy core ever? Is it?
I don't see an absolute hard reason why it couldn't. I think that's probably more political than logistical than philosophical.
I think I'm just intrigued. I guess obviously it's a package, so you could develop it and break it and release it quick and all that stuff.
Yeah, I mean the other thing I suppose it was originally developed for solar use cases. So then the argument is, do we want the SunPy community to have control of that since it came out of what we're doing, or do we want to upstream it to a much broader community that is more likely to have more users and potentially more developers? So there's
trade-offs, whichever way you go.
Yeah, and I mean I'm not against either. There's good reasons for both. So potentially yes, but we would lose the solar influence and control we already have on it. So
I was going to say that we leave soonish. We got 7 minutes. I mean, it's only 5 minutes on the road. So,
if you want me to spend 2 minutes doing sun expects, then because I sent you another minute.
Oh, yeah.
And then I think we can push off. All right. So firstly, sun expects I think was mentioned earlier on. Oh yeah.
Full screen.
I
know this stuff.
Go.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
No, it's not.
Yeah. So SunExpecs has undergone a rebrand. We're going to call it SunKit Specs. At least that's what I remember it being on the end of the email chain. Yeah.
Don't ever try and rename anything.
Yeah.
So Ian was selling it as SunKit Specs last week or 2 weeks ago.
Right. So we kind of have to follow in behind him. So the package and everything on the code base hasn't been renamed, but this is what it's going to be rebranded as. So it's still, import SunExpecs, but just to let people know. So on the next slide, then, just to briefly tell people what it is, it's it's a package for solar X-ray spectroscopy. So its main thing at the moment is that it provides physics-based models of thermal and non-thermal X-ray emission. And then the second thing, which is the last bullet point there, is we also now have infrastructure to fit those models to X-ray count data. That's sort of developed by Chris Cooper, and there's been a mammoth effort, but I think it's fair to say it's not mature at this point either. So just going back to the models specifically, we have a model for thermal emission, which for any people who are familiar with SSW is an equivalent of FETH, hugely or very broadly used function for X-ray spectroscopy. We can break that down into either line emission or continuum emission. And then for the non-thermal models, Shane put a lot of effort into translating these again from SSW, and we've got a few of them. The main ones I want to pull out are thin target Bremsstrahlung and thick target Bremsstrahlung, again, two that are very, very widely used within solar X-ray spectroscopy. Do you want to make any comment on that? Okay, and then next slide. What is on the next slide? Oh, it's the status. Yeah, it's not released. There's no stable release. The API is not stable, so that's people should be aware of that. It's still very like in an incubator mode. What else is on this slide? This is like a copy from the previous. So there's the code base. You can contact. I don't think we have a specific channel within the SunPy Riot or Element.
I don't think we haven't undergone affiliated package review yet.
No, that's fair. But like this is
You don't need it.
on the road to that. That's where we want to get to.
Yes, we have to do that first.
Okay. Yeah. That's a very good point. No, this is like this is a clear candidate if once it's developed to the sufficient point. And it was mentioned earlier, so we should let people here be aware of it. So that's all I have to say on that. If there are any questions though, we can take them quickly before we have to leave.
Anyone online? Nope.
Great. Well, there's not that much functionality in it yet, so that makes sense. That's good.
Are all the files are still just the ones generated from SSW, like all the county data?
Fully county data.
Like it's not that much data, but it's just the one county file.
Yes.
How do you, what kind of files are they? Are they just like GenX?
GenX or SAV?
Just SAV files.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's not smart at all. I mean, again, down the road in the future, it would be great to make this like integrated with Fiasco or CantiPy or whatever, so that generating your line emission data can all be done within Python and also like within the SunKit specs, like SunX specs, like world. But that takes work and time and effort that we have not collected.
Like even if the function's written at the moment, it actually I don't know, but like it's just a direct copy from the IDL. Like it would need to be like Pythonized.
They're the same. Yeah. I've done some stuff, so I've refactored it now so you can plug and play different integrators, and I've done little bits. It means that Pythonizing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
People are using it, which is
like Bin Chen used it to derive results that he published. So so despite that it's not released, it's already like contributing to science and science publication.
I think you're saying like to do the first release. I don't know if we talked about it, but like just even having the functions working correctly as like a first release.
But
anything.
I think this talking about the models. This again preempts the discussion about like a SunPy model sub-package or affiliated package or whatever. I think those models would be a prime candidate for inclusion there, and then maybe some kit specs could then effectively just mainly become the fitting infrastructure, and then it could just import the models, whatever models it needs from SunPy or from somewhere, wherever, So that's a discussion for later.
Cool. We're gonna pause that?
I think so. Right, we can do.
I'm going to turn the stream off for lunchtime.
Okay. Do you want to post a message in the Riot maybe? Or I can get.
What time are we going to be back?
We should be back for 2 because Albert
He
is.
can't make it. We can't make it at the end.
Albert's going to give his the Stockholm spiel at 2.
They still get lost. Still lost and leave us.
I don't know.
That's what you said, you want to go get locked.
It's like, maybe
Good afternoon. What are you talking about?
You can't call me locked.
I'll find out. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Streaming is on.
Hey, Albert.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful.
The C extension doesn't build on Windows, so we build.
That is not true.
Sorry, the C extension doesn't work on Windows. Reading HANA files.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we also build a no arch will.
Oh yeah.
Without the C extension, which is what Windows will install by default, and you can install if you don't want to deal with a C compiler, because
Well, you're talking about the ANA extension?
What?
You're talking about the ANA extension?
Well, wills in general, but yes.
The context for this was I was trying to compile SunPy for Python. I just wanted to know.
Do we actually publish the no arch will? Connor's not on. No, I'll have to look now. God, having to actually look up stuff yourself rather than just asking Connor. No, okay, the latest version of SunPy, we haven't merged that change where we're publishing.
Oh no, we've got the pull request. The pull request is still open, isn't it?
There is, Shane, there is an environment variable you can set to disable building Anna.
Okay.
If you want, if you just don't want to bother with having to compile stuff, but it would it would be really good to get the full build of SunPy in Firelight.
Yeah, but it's going okay so far. I was just more out of curiosity about what I was doing.
Yeah, once Connor finishes his thesis, we can ask him to update the pull request, but adds the pure Python wheels, and then.
What is the deal with that?
I think Connor just needs some time to. There's a few to-do lists on the pull request.
And how to install Estes. I can install it.
I'm going to go take a call. I will be back. I have some random slides for the documentation, but I don't think.
Oh yeah, there's that weird workflow thing.
I mean, yeah, that's fine. I think we just need to generate discussion.
I'll be back in time.
Keep using the notes page.
Happy to keep taking notes.
You did a really good job this morning, so I'm not going to stop you.
Yeah,
Emoji
thanks
and
for that.
everything.
That was really.
Yeah, they're really great.
What is that emoji though? Is that a lettuce?
It's a lettuce, lady. The sunflower. Yeah. I just searched for something green and yellow.
Where was what's the page? Actually, can you stick the emoji page? Can you stick the link to that in the
Emojibds.org.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can search for emojis, and then usually I just use it to copy and paste them.
Is it just the Unicode character?
Yeah. I should just update my touch bar to have an emoji thing there permanently.
Yeah.
Because you can get the insert emoji thing on the Mac.
Yes. Oh yeah.
But if I had a button that did.
I don't like the touch bar though. But it's nice.
I quite like it.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't like
what I really
physical escape key.
Yeah.
That's what really bothers me. Everything else is fine, but I just.
Yeah.
Oh wait, do you have
I have a physical escape key.
Oh, that's okay.
Shit's gotta get rid of.
Yeah.
What I do love though is the touch fingerprint.
Yeah, that is
Stop me typing in my password 1,000 times a day. That's good. Right, should we get going?
Sorry? Yeah.
Oh, Mag, look at this.
I know. I was like,
How many more?
I had 2 sips and I'm wired. I went to there's like a guy with a car.
Oh yeah, it's corner.
Yeah. So give that guy a bit of trade. Got chatting with him.
Yeah.
I'm saying sorry about the cups. They sort of don't always match because basically what any time he hears about a coffee shop closing, goes there and buys all this stuff. So he's just got this weird stuff. He's he's trying to recycle everything, which I thought was a nice touch.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
Yeah, I like it. So I approve. Despite the fact that it's right there, right?
I know. I haven't put my mug and I forgot my mug.
I do that usually, but
I drink coffee so rarely.
This way a little bit. Like actually just about being.
Really not think back to the extra consumption of buying the mug and making the mug.
Cool.
This is the mug. This mug. I don't remember any.
It is time.
Oh,
The second one. I bought the first one. I bought the mug and I was like,
There is only Albert.
the first day I drank it.
I did notice that.
All is
And the
Albert.
next day I put my mug,
Don't know
put it
if
on
we're
the
gonna
car as
have-
I got into the car. I was like driving around and I heard fish back
Quite a lot this
I was
morning.
like, what the hell is that? There was something there.
Scared
It was,
them all away.
across the road, and then a car drove over it.
You
I'm
should
so
not have
glad.
been
I want the exact
driving.
same one.
You
I
should
shouldn't
not have been. You should not have been
Yeah,
driving.
that's good.
No.
Well, he's been replaced.
Alright,
Cool.
you want to start?
Sure. Danny White.
Danny.
Sorry.
Shame. Okay, is the live stream running? Yes. Good. Okay, well, welcome back. Fed and happy. This afternoon, before the coffee break, we're going to have summary of the NASA grant that SunPy got, and then talk about documentation when the bill's off his call. Yeah, do you want to go, Albert? We have people coming back slowly.
Yep, sure. Yeah. Let's see. What did I have? What I'm trying to do here. Let's see. For reasons, I'm juggling two computers here. So if someone wants to put that link into some of the Jitsi chat, into the Element chat. Okay, let's see, share screen. There may not be a lot to see on status, but so most of these slides are actually just reminding everyone what we actually propose. So SunPy is now funded through NASA ROSES. Awesome. This is through the ROSES Astafel program. I don't know if anyone aside from me actually says it that way, but I insist on saying it like that. Open source tools, frameworks, and libraries program. It was the first year that program existed. I think the idea is for it to keep going, but fortunately, they're funding a lot of major libraries through that. We asked for and got about $2/3 of $1 million over 3 years. And basically the 200 and change each year. Technically, it started in the fall of 2021, but basically the way the funding works, basically 2024-ish, it'll end maybe a little bit beyond that, depending on how the funding, how institutions that I'm sending money out to actually spend it. And roughly speaking, very roughly, I didn't actually go back and check what we proposed, but in my mind, something like 20% time for myself and Stuart, and half time for Will, and at least that's how we had proposed it. So I'll have slides just reminding everyone what we actually proposed again. But they break down into 3 tasks: improving the technical infrastructure, augmenting the science enabling functionality, which is 2 subtasks, and then providing training and outreach. So first one is falls squarely, largely under Stuart, improving the technical infrastructure. And Stuart can talk more about how much this is still the plan or how much he plans on attacking in what sequence. But there's stuff to shore up our technical infrastructure, especially as how it extends across our ecosystem and our affiliate packages. Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know, Stuart, do you want to say more about this?
Yeah, I mean, that's all on the to-do list.
Good. We can swing back around if we want to talk more about this. If people have questions. But the next slide is the next task or subtask of the second part is the first subtask of the second task is supporting multi-point observations. And so primarily, in my mind at least, is about shoring up any kind of difficulties, perceived or actual, with working with SunPy coordinates. And so the first part is the part that is the code part, developing a comprehensive test suite for SunPy coordinates, including benchmarking, both performance and accuracy, to facilitate maintenance and to optimize performance. And the second part is to actually reach out and engage with mission teams, not wait till they come and say there's an issue, or not waiting until we stumble across an issue, but to actually make sure that everyone's on the same page in terms of coordinates. Now, that not entirely sure how to proceed on that one, but certainly just by paying more attention to data as it becomes available, that helps already. Any questions, immediate questions on this part?
I guess maybe what you just said sort of answered my question, but yeah, do we have like is there some sort of like medium that we could agree upon to engage with instrument teams, especially about their coordinates infrastructure, or is it thus far just kind of been email chatter between, like, well, I would imagine you and like instrument teams?
Well, I think it would. There's an overlap with the instrument working group, right? So yeah, if we have an effective instrument working group, this would be a natural place to at least get some coverage. Obviously, the main problem would be those instruments that aren't interested in Python at all, but we still need to work with their data products. So the kind of engagement there would be more challenging.
I mean, I don't think there's any reason that we couldn't extend the instrument working group to include, those uses too.
Sure. I mean,
that could be an aspect of it.
Yeah, I think we can grow the scope. I think that, of course, the instrument working group, in my mind, the immediate scope is to first deal with people who want to work in Python. But yes, obviously,
sure.
I think everyone should be interested in not being unable to work in Python. And so certainly we can expand the scope to include that.
And I guess this is just purely focused on maps.
No, this is.
I was thinking like time series things where when you've got spacecraft at different positions and you want to shift them, sort of stuff like that. It's a bit of a
direct use case.
Yeah.
Solar orbited.
Yeah.
And probe, presumably.
Yeah.
You're saying like time of flight kind of corrections for coordinate transfer using.
Yeah, that's one specific example. But yeah, there are other things you might want to do. But yeah, time of flight is the simplest one.
Interesting.
Yeah, as I understand it, this is just to support multi-point imaging, not time series.
So
go on.
I would say there's a distinction between what we want to do, and I think that's a good discussion for a future roadmap discussion as part of this meeting. Within the defined scope of the STAFA funding, it's supposed to be for sustaining and not necessarily for adding stuff. And so a little bit of a distinction between what technically we are funded to do under this program versus adding new, significant new features. Now, that's not to say we shouldn't do it. I'm just saying technically under this funding in specific, we're supposed to be just making things work better.
Okay.
I'd be interested in a separate discussion to talk about like how it would even look to do that kind of time series correction. I don't know how we would do that, or what would be a sensible API for that, but it's interesting to contemplate. Stuart, we're going to say.
It's also, I think, important to distinguish the fact that all of this coordinates machinery is also useful for, or is like a lot of it is like 3D points in space. So it's not just imaging; it's also like where is the spacecraft?
Yeah. And you can use the framework, right, to calculate these things. They just right.
It's just, demonstrating the coordinates stacked with images is a lot nicer than demonstrating it with reppers and ugly numbers. Yeah.
Well, yeah, certainly true. Although I like showing some of the rotated sun frame, different rotation stuff with just numbers. But yes, certainly images get the message across a hell of a lot more effectively. Any other comments, questions? Okay, the next other subtask under science enabling functionality is something that we haven't really made much progress at all on, I think, or even conceptually. Will might say more on this one, but the idea was, as proposed, to improve SunPy.map to take advantage of parallelism and Dask and other things that might be Dask-like. Of course, this would need to be consistent with also supporting the transition to ND-cube. So it's tied in here, though I don't mention it on the slide.
Yeah, I don't know that we've scoped out like a very clear way forward on this yet. Though I think your the work you did with the rotate, the different rotate backends, the entry points for having different ways to do like your affine transforms. I mean, I think that is definitely in line with this, because now it's just a matter of reliable Dask affine transform implementation. Then it's just a matter of plugging it into that machinery. For this specific case. Yeah. I mean, it's not quite it's not totally clear beyond sort of that specific use case. What are the other things, especially in the context of like a single 2D map, how we would use Dask to speed up some of those operations. But
what about a map queue?
Well, certainly, yeah.
That's obvious, is it? As in how Dask would make these a lot more powerful.
I mean, you can already represent like with an ND queue, right? You can give it a WC. I guess probably the first thing to do on this front would be just to go through and say, okay, what parts of NDQ force like an eager computation as opposed to a lazy computation?
Project 2, reproject 2, and reproject 2.
Yeah, certainly.
I think there's also with Dask, maybe I'm wrong, but I think there's two separate things. One is how do you do things lazily, which is a memory issue, and then how do you speed up performance, which is a parallelization issue. So there are memory and performance. Reasons for using Dask, and those two are actually separate.
And also sometimes conflict.
Yeah.
So just something interesting in where Dask, so if to parallelize over a Dask array, it needs to be chunked into pieces, right?
Yeah.
But actually AIA data and all write compressed FITS files are chunked on disk. Because the way that tiled image compression works in FITS means you compress tiled, like chunks of the image independently. So in theory, and I have put in an AstroPy phase 3 proposal to make this happen, is you could construct a Dask array with a chunk per tile, and then you would load the byte range out of the FITS table, decompress it per chunk. So you'd like if you loaded a single AIA image into a Dask array, it would be chunked into bits, and you could do analysis in parallel on each one, reading a separate byte range out. Okay,
and then you could work with the however many, you're doing this in time, at full cadence for 12 hours.
Yeah, if you if you only cared about. I don't know how the AIA data is tiled, but yeah, you could theoretically not read all of it.
So from a map or a NDQ point of view, what is all that chunking stuff? Is it all done in the Dask array, and you just give it the Dask array, and the wrapper object doesn't need to care, or is there infrastructure we need to build for map and NDQ to be able to handle that or utilize that?
I think especially in the case of NDQ where we don't have a lot of all of the methods that we do on map. They're doing kind of nitty gritty stuff to the array. For map, that it might be that there are things, but I think in general, no, the Dask takes care, you specify the chunking on the Dask array.
Right.
And then the way it parses out the computation to your array is based on that chunking, just handled by the kind of the Dask machinery.
Bear in mind that the AIA is the most obvious use case, but another use case which Chris was asking about the other day, I think it's big about, is putting radio data into big NDQs and doing analysis on it. There's slightly different concerns, but I think if we could support it, we get a lot of use out of it, because the radio data is really big.
In what way is that not support? Or you mean specifically in Dask?
Yeah. Really making a map or a map sequence or map cube, whatever thing you want, of radio data, and then doing something along one of the axes on a compute cluster or whatever, because you can't store it all in RAM.
So a lot of sorry, go on.
No, I was going to ask, so on the data object level, just save me saying map and NDQ all the time. The data object level, how is that not supported now, or is it a case like we said before where the data object is fine, but there's other stuff we need to sort of do lower down, does that question make sense?
It does. I don't know the answer right now.
I guess
go on.
I guess on a really basic level, we don't have a test suite that puts a Dask array into all of this and checks what the problems are and what works already.
We have a test suite that puts a Dask array into NDQ, but it's called the DKIST user tool.
that would be a good thing, I think, as a first cut, is just, yeah, like seeing, well, I mean, we support Dask as an array type format, like that it's explicitly like NumPy arrays, Dask arrays, and that's it.
NumPy arrays.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we shouldn't have to enumerate them, right? Anything that quacks like an array should work.
Yeah. Why we specifically check, I don't know.
There was a specific thing we added support to Dask. I can't remember anyway. I think the biggest issue with Dask from a usability perspective is so much does your data object support it. Like, yes, certain analysis routines like rotate or reproject would be beneficial if they were Dask aware, but depending on what they are, that is a small amount to an entire 3-year proposal, right? Like, there's massive complexity in some of those. But it's actually constructing the Dask array in the first place to hand it off to the map or ND cube is actually a challenge. And how you construct that Dask array is very tied to the science you want to do on that array. Like if you have, say you have like a 4D space-time wave and you want to do, and you've got like 3 files for all wavelength for all space. So you've got like a sequence of fixed files in time, like iris cubes or something along those lines. You care about doing time series analysis. That's chunking, right? And you're going to end up reading all those files to do any analysis along the time dimension. So I'm not convinced that there is just one answer for, hey, we made a Dask array for you, because it depends on what you download the data. Like if you're starting off analyzing AIA data, you're stuck with what you download, right? So that's the entry point. So it's partly how the data is chunked, and it turns out that AIA is tiled 1 row per tile, which is really useful for any kind of scientific analysis. You almost never care about a single row in an AIA image. Yeah, like there's all of these problems constructing, like how you get the data, how you load the data, and all of that really is out of scope for SunPy. Like it's up to.
But it sounds like it's not our proposal.
Well, I think we should have.
Is this proposal scoped tightly to SunPy core?
No, I don't think so. But I think that
so.
I mean, you two might not agree with me, but to me, this is more like make the things that SunPy do. SunPy does have work better with Dask if you give it a Dask array, right? And the starting point is I have a Dask array and I want to put it in map ND cube, and like if the first thing you do is concrete that into a NumPy array to do rotate on it, then what was the damn point? Like, right?
I mean, I think the kind of thing that I sort of had in mind, maybe this is fairly small scope, when I like put in this section was that we don't want to do anything that prevents you from like using Dask in your workflow. So yeah, you constructed the thing, but we don't want something that, like, for example, now with rotate, you stick a Dask array in, you call rotate on the map with the Dask array, and it returns to a NumPy array. Like immediately kills your lazy workflow.
And eats all your RAM on RAM.
Well, yeah. If you had like a 10 or 20K by 20K image and called rotate on it, your computer would know. So, like, I guess I see this. We don't want to, like, with the way the methods, like our map methods are implemented, we don't want to rule out someone using Dask.
Yeah.
But I think, yeah, a good place to start would just be, maybe a test suite is not the right word, but just like
doing test-driven development, right?
Yeah,
you see what breaks and then slowly unbreak it.
Yeah, and I think I started poking around this a while ago. I think probably this is before this funding kicked in, which is how I realized that the rotate stuff was an issue. There might be a few other places. But I have not started down this path yet, but anyway.
That was a tangent.
Yeah, sorry, I feel like we cut you up, Albert.
It's fine. Important discussion. Okay, let's there's more to say about what progress has been made here. The providing training and outreach task. More examples, better examples, more tutorials, better tutorials. Talk to other people. Blah blah blah. Sorry, let's get to the next slide. So status. Actually, wait. I actually updated this. There it is. Okay. Apparently, interesting. I didn't know that. I changed it on my other computer, and because it doesn't in slideshow mode, it apparently brings up a cached version. Okay. Yeah. The very fact that I can pay attention to SunPy without I can defend paying attention to SunPy given all my other stuff going on. It's great. I'm happy to have to stop with it. Will's being paid through American University, and he's already been to multiple meetings and run tutorials and that sort of thing. And Stuart, we finally got him funded just a couple weeks ago. And so I don't know, Stuart, if you formally actually started using this funding at all yet.
Yes, I've done like 2 days work. Built this.
The system works. Okay. So yeah, we actually, I guess this funding technically was awarded back in September, so it's almost been a calendar year since this funding support been put in place. So it's taken a while for the money to get to me and to get to other places. But
how did you even fund a non-US person from a Roses grant? There was a window in the call which was allowed non-US people to be funded, but strictly for things that aren't research. So what I'm getting paid to do is code monkey infrastructure stuff. No brain allowed. Strictly no brain. Very good.
Yeah, it's important that Stuart's being paid through NumFocus, and so it's a NumFocus is the organization that's actually signing up to do this stuff, and then Stuart is the code monkey that is achieving that stuff. Okay. Will can certainly talk more about what he's done under the auspices of this funding. But what I wanted to show on my last slide is just a random mishmash. This ties into perhaps the state of the sun type coordinates package from earlier this morning that I was not able to connect to, and it may connect to some of the roadmap discussion later in this meeting. But it's also somewhat related to the Salva funding. So just three bullet groups here. Existing GitHub issues, kind of the major stuff that's kind of on the to-do list, not necessarily by myself, but just for coordinates. Helium projector radio, because people keep asking about it more and more. Differential rotation, trying to refactor our code and make it perform better. No one's using our velocity capability, but in principle, it could be done. It could be more accurate. And then what is actually technically rather difficult, perhaps, to do correctly, and may involve upstream kind of fixes, the helioprojective and alt-as transformation, where it doesn't have to go through a 3D conversion to 3D. Stuff related to Astafel funding.
What is the technical challenge with that, Albert? What is?
Actually, the most technical part of the challenge is what is the correct handling, in my mind, is the correct handling for stellar aberration. Because if we go to alt-as, technically we're transforming into a frame with stellar aberration, and making sure that's consistently done with where the sun is probably the biggest part of the challenge there. Now you could do a bit of a kind of ad hoc fix on that, but I think then becomes a problem about round tripping. And so I haven't actually sat down to make sure that that would be done all correctly.
Okay, I'm just curious, because that would be really cool.
Conceptually, it's fine. It's just practically the way that SunPy does stuff, and the way that SunPy does stuff isn't totally consistent, or at least it's not. It's assumption laden. And then the problem with us is on the solar side, we tend to never be concerned about stellar aberration because the sun is where the sun is, and everything we frequently use our coordinate system to index off where the sun is. And so the sun shifts because of observer motion, then the sun shifts. Everything's still relative to the sun. But trying to handle things properly in kind of a 3D inertial kind of handling gets kind of tricky.
Fair enough. Cool. Thank you.
Okay, and then the task related to soft funding, there are no issues per se currently for this, but it's all stuff that kind of needs to be done-ish. Adding the performance benchmarks to ASV, which involves me understanding how that's actually done. As I've said to Will many times, I still don't get it.
That might be a good for Friday.
Yeah.
ASV on the list for Friday.
Next bullet is investigating document discrepancies with other libraries. There was just some conversation about SSW on GitHub not too long ago, but basically there's still lingering discrepancies, unsurprising, mostly on the other packages side, on the SunPy side. But documenting that and making it clear for people who have questions about that, of course. And then for my own part, very internal, but again, makes sense within the scope of Astolfo funding, is that the transformation code is a little bit fiddly. I mean, it's a lot better than it used to be before I really took a big swing at it. But there's a lot of kind of code repetition and a lot of stuff that could be probably architectured a lot more cleanly, such as someone defines a new coordinate frame, that it can be done without even more copy and pasting and stuff like that. Maybe Shane might be able to say something about whether or not how he feels about the structure, since he's actually mucked with some of the transformations now. The last bullet group is more roadmap-y than the Astolfo funding, but based on some of the discussions that have been going on, I've been meaning to look into supporting other type of screens than the spherical screen. Ways to convert vectors that are not velocity vectors, and even velocity vectors are tricky because that's, again, assumption laden. They're meant to transform a certain way, but that may not be solder friendly. And then this is almost certainly an upstream thing, but RA declination, right ascension declination coordinate frames that aren't centered at the Earth or at the solar system very center. Okay.
That last bullet point, that adding other assumptions beyond start the screen would be super useful. Like, especially for sticks, being able to just pick a plane that you want to project on, that's a definite thing. I think there are other use cases for like coronagraphs maybe, but yeah, I think that would be very useful for specifically sticks.
Yep.
I'm thinking you got a flare that's 45 degrees. You don't want to project that onto a sphere or a spherical. I mean, it doesn't have to be right. Something that's not.
Sure.
Yeah, it's not. It's certainly, yeah, conceptually, it's easy to imagine other screens. It's more a question about API and sensible, and how to make the calculation sensible.
And what happens when you turn them all on at once?
Yeah, don't do that. Yeah, that's also a question about API, how to make it so users don't try to do something like that. The conception that I would have is to kind of extend the existing screen thing, which would basically mean it would be the latest assumption, right? The innermost assumption would be the one that would be applied. But certainly, if the API made it so you can only call one context manager, that would be also a helpful way to do it. All right. Any questions, comments, thoughts, etc.? Oh, I'll say it's not in this slide deck, but I did float the suggestion to David, and I'll extend it to anyone else as well, where because of the fact that I really don't need another source of funding necessarily, despite formally being paid under this, and because of the way that Will is getting paid, where he doesn't actually need money immediately either, there's actually some money floating around under the Astolfo funding that doesn't have a clear plan for usage. So if folks like David or anyone else have some ideas about how to use that money and could use it themselves, I mean, that's something that I would like to discuss. getting money out from Goddard to another institution could be a trick and could be another calendar year worth of mucking around bureaucracy. So don't necessarily expect anything fast, but you know, if we're talking about a major effort that would really help SunPy, I think we should consider it.
Spend more money through non-focus to make that easier.
It could help. The funding that we've set up, the grant that's set up is kind of a fixed cost cap. So had we thought ahead of time, maybe we could have done that a little differently. But it might be possible to mod that grant. Otherwise, setting up through, I exaggerate about a calendar year. I think even if it's not non-focused on the organization, setting up a new grant, at most, in principle, would be something like 3 months, something like that. So it shouldn't be that bad.
What about through AU? Is that route is for anyone who's
that route
DC
would actually be a lot faster.
local?
Yeah, if someone if someone is in a position where being paid through American University is a possibility, that could be a much faster chain to getting started. Because that is actually being paid through a grant with a much higher cost cap. Is not directly tied to the Stoffel funding and not directly tied to Will. Will it's not solely Will. So
the plan is still for yourself and Stuart and Will to spend time in the first slide on this, or is the plan to reduce paying someone else?
Well, that's what I mean. Like right now, Will's not getting. Okay, technically speaking, right now Will's not getting paid a dime out of this grant.
Right.
And then I am charging much lower than the level that's proposed. So it's just the nature of the funding that is already available for myself and Will. That it just.
But does that mean you're working on other stuff instead of working on the? Does that mean you're working on other stuff in the SunPy grant?
It means that the time I'm currently spending on the SunPy grant is probably not commensurate to the amount that I'm actually charging. I am undercharging the grant for the amount I'm actually time I'm actually spending on SunPy.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, don't. This is not like it's being live streamed to everyone, right? But it still goes. I mean, technically, you know, I spend more than 100% of my time on stuff, and I only charge 100% of my time. So it's not an unusual circumstance.
Also, lots of things. You can justify working on SunPy in a multitude of ways. As I have been doing for some time.
Also true, yes. Okay.
Cool.
Thanks, Albert, for that update. Now have an idea of what this actually is in practice now.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
A silly question about spherical. What other assumptions of? I mean, you can assume a spherical screen. You can assume a plane.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
my
brain can't work more dimensions.
But you could do a plane
Yeah.
at a
certain angle,
rotation. Yeah. I mean, other than that.
Yeah, there's really.
I mean, you can make up anything you wanted.
Yeah.
So the
I think it makes sense to get complicated.
One of the interesting things I'll point out that I never put up, but it came from a Helionauts discussion, was that you can use the spherical screen. In principle, you can hack it to use it for to be the Thomson scattering surface. So the observer is not actually any observer, but if you specify the observer in the right location with the right radius, you can make it the Thomson scattering sphere instead of a sphere centered at the observer, which is kind of a neat way to hack it. But that would use the existing functionality. Just it would not require new functionality, but if we wanted to officially support that in a way that would be easily usable by a user, you would call it something else maybe, or make it easier to say, I want an observer that's half the distance of the actual observer distance or something like that.
I guess maybe even just having a screen object that represents a plane or a sphere with a center somewhere arbitrary in a certain radius.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be an interesting API. Yeah. Good. Imagine actually using that for other calculations and stuff. Yeah, that could be an interesting way to do it. Ooh, yeah. Functions to define a screen based on, create a screen object based on certain other things. Like, I want the screen to go through, perpendicular to this guy, going through this point or something, and then you create a screen, a function that creates a screen based on that information or something like that. Yeah, it could be that could be a nice way to do it.
Cool. Is that everything for? How are you saying Ostafel? Ostafel? OSTFL?
I say Astafel. That's how I pronounce it.
It's like waffle.
Fewer syllables than OSTFL.
Cool. Documentation review then, if we're done there.
Can't wait for documentation.
How do I just share my screen?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, Albert.
Yep, of course.
Sorry. It's not a cube.
Like a cube.
It has more sides than a cube.
Yeah.
That's 8. It's an octagon.
Is a cube not defined by the fact that it is?
I see what you're saying,
Oh my God.
but you're not looking at it right.
Yeah, if you squished your cube.
It's a 4D cube. Can you see it?
This is exactly what I
Yeah.
Octagon.
Christ. Yeah.
Oh, it's
With an image of a 4D cube inside that.
Yes,
What is it?
yes.
Yeah,
What do
yeah.
the stars represent? It's space. Astro.
The final frontier.
Why 5?
Sorry?
Why are the 5 stars?
Because that's how many
The
Yamanthe.
5 dimensions of my crazy W2.
I didn't think about the symbolism down to that level of detail. I was thinking more about the geometry and the Python.
Present, should I?
Yeah,
So,
Revisit
this is
that.
going to be incredibly scattershot, so get ready.
Best way.
So,
Are you going to tell us about what the documentation is, or what you want it to be, or?
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Or, yeah.
So,
Sorry.
let's start with what is the problem? So I've come up with a list of issues that I think we have with our documentation, and having spoken to a few people, and I think Will's feedback from the test town hall is that our documentation is difficult. Would you say difficult, useless?
No, I think that's extreme.
Okay, useless it is.
Okay.
So, I guess I've got to look at this. So this is how our documentation looks like when for the core library. Also specify that we're talking about the core library. This applies to the content of the project having documentation, and obviously every package that we control under the SunPy GitHub. This will probably have to end up. This will end up shaping all of those documentations because they live together, even if they are separate. So we have the user guides, which exists more as an overview. So this is the first problem. We have a user guide that hasn't seen any changes since 1.0. I think any changes that have happened to the guide since 1.0 have been primarily just to fix, oh, we've changed this API. It breaks in the, we have fixed that. That is all that has changed. The user guide, for example, is not really much of a guide. It is more of a overview. Like if you go to, it's about how just open a map. Just basically, what is a map? How do you open it? Right? A lot of this is a overview, not guides. And so that's one of the problems with
Could I ask, when you say it's not a guide, what is a guide?
Well, yeah, this is something we need to. It's going to bring me on to this slide.
Excellent. I was gonna, yeah.
I think we've talked about this before.
Jeez, that was a very positive reaction.
But this is the thing. Our problem, one of the problems I have on this list is what is a guide? What is the point of a guide? What should it be? How should it be written? What should it cover? And this is something we need to decide, and I'll come to slides. I've had our example. We have a very large and somewhat useful example gallery. Where is it? Here. It's organized by type of operation, essentially, as in
rough topic.
Yeah, rough topic. Partly the problem with this is that the only way to search for the gallery is use the search box on the left. There's no tags. There's no way to. Maybe you only care about a certain instrument. There's no way to. You can search for the instrument, but then you also get all the API documentation. If you search through the left browser here, it searches technically. It should search all of the sub packages as well. So affiliated packages control. They are linked, or most of them are linked. I don't think all of them. That's another.
I'll check.
So yeah, there's no way to search through. There's no way to filter through the gallery. You would argue that maybe having this example, which generates a random set of data, doesn't belong next to fundamental varieties, pixel map, and a histogram. There's no kind of organization. We group them together, but there's no organization within them and how they should. If you're searching, this organization doesn't feel very useful to a new user.
But that okay. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm just
thinking like, would having tags seriously aid discoverability?
I don't know, but I feel like until I would like to see them, and then we might.
I think it would. I think if you had a list of tags.
I think a fixed list of tags, either based off like I think an instrument source tag would be very interesting. Like you might only care. Like for example, the HMI. Every time people talk about HMI upside down, I think we have an example.
We should just have a gallery example entitled "Why is HMI upside down?"
Yeah, but I think this is what if you had an instrument tag. If you had a tag for an instrument, you go, okay, maybe. Oh, why is it upside down? Maybe there's an example. Oh, I search HMI. I'll search a tag for HMI because if you search HMI.
Yeah, well, you're not searching a gallery there, That's,
yeah, but that's the problem.
Yeah.
So you search it, and you get this. You get the very nice cutout. This is probably my favorite example because it has the nicest image in it. But yeah, it's not useful in that sense. Maybe tags would aid discoverability.
You could also have like a novel, like a first time user SunPy tag that's just like what's a map and doing things, and then kind of advanced.
I would argue that the gallery is probably not the entry point. Somebody who wants SunPy explained to them, it should be landing.
Well, I guess you're going to this.
Yeah.
Well, I think that brings up to the second point. The gallery has really short examples where it's like, okay, I want to make a random array, create a faint WCS, and I'll load it on a map. And the next to it is like, oh, how do you reproject? It's very long form like reprojection. Like we have. The example is not just examples, it's like some are very in depth, some are very detailed, and it's like we're just together, and it's an example gallery. We're not need to like filter out. We have like two separate galleries. The one is.
I think maybe you should explain the graph, the mean, shame, and
Come back to this in a minute.
Frames the whole discussion over what to do.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I'm going to look at one. Well, this is my problem with this talk is that when I sit down, I think, what do I have problems with the gallery? I have so many problems. I don't have the answers. I just have I just, yeah.
But the answers are on that slide. They actually.
Yeah, I was showing the slide. There's also talk about a learn.SunPy, an equivalent for SunPy. Do we actually want one? How do we organize that? That's sort of thing. We maintain a project website, but it lacks kind of, I'm using the word synergy because I think it's fun. We have a documentation, we have a project website. But where is it here? You click getting help to support us. This is a rehash of half the text that is in the SunPy documentation. The same for the Get Help page. Like, this is a project documentation, and this is kind of useless and garbage. There's a few links.
It does briefly mention the Open Astronomy Discord.
Yeah, and I think this is, that is a part of documentations that we provide. A project, and we have some links to it. Partly going back to point one is that our most reviewed and useful part of the documentation is our development documentation, which, a lot of us changed up. I change it all the time, and it's really good, but it's not, if you're new.
Well, that's because we're users of what developer documentation.
We're not users of the user doc.
Exactly, exactly.
Which is the problem.
And then we discussed this morning. There's no why. What is the design, the philosophy of SunPy? Why do we do the things that we do? There's none of that is explained in our documentation. So how do we address this? And again, I have no real answer to this other than the website that has the image that has all the answers, which is on the next slide. And this is the website. So this is the URL to the website. I have opened it. Man, this was.
Yes.
The Grand Unified Theory of Documentation is, I think this idea has been rolled out by a lot of high-level packages that paid for like actual technical writers. That's the phrase. They paid for technical writers to sit down, work out what to do for documentation. Obviously, whether or not we can afford one is a different topic. But I think until we get one, we kind of want to decide what our documentation will want to look like before we then hire a technical writer to do that. Because we've got to know what we want before we start sprinting. This is the website, and I keep, every time I've done a documentation talk, I've always brought up Django's documentation, which even like details how the documentation is organized, and they actually link to it on this webpage. So, as someone who was new to Django 3 years ago and had to learn from scratch, that documentation is incredibly useful in how you do something and why it's like this. And I think the documentation is pretty good.
Could you click into and show an example of that, or is that a bit too on the fly?
I'm trying to think what would be a good example. I mean, so I've opened.
Just showing,
I'm just showing. So that it's not great there, but so our landing page, for example, has this is how it's structured. But Django documentation is great. Here's the first step. Are you literally new from Django? This is the link you click on.
Mm-hmm.
Are you more? Do you want a tutorial? This is the tutorial. These are the parts. Do you actually want to know to do more advanced things? And then getting help, and then it explains to you like how the documentation is actually organized on the landing page.
Hmm.
But if you need this is the part of the documentation you go to. This is the tutorial. These are the guides. This is the API reference. These are the how-to guides. It's all laid out on the landing page. Obviously, it's the theme. I think helps this because I don't see. They've got a sidebar where they have like getting help, where we kind of have to have like a section of a page. They have a sidebar that has that kind of getting help information, and it's just there. Right? It separates. There's a clear separation between the two. And it's using the whole. Obviously, that's a limitation of our theme. We can't quite do the same with our theme as it stands. Maybe something to look into in the future. But so the problem is how do we lay out our documentation? What is our documentation for? And then obviously takes us to this, the answer. Right, the axis of documentation, essentially what this is. What are tutorials for? What are how-to guides, the explanation, and our reference. What we have, most documentation falls in that we have this in some guides. We have, well, we don't have the explanation. We have the reference, which is our API pages. We have our essentially how-to guides, which I think are the example gallery as it stands.
Yes. Basically, I would say basically everything in the example gallery falls under how-to guides. Varying scale along the
between tutorial and how-to.
But I would say they're all there. I don't think really any of even the long form examples in the gallery to me don't really cross the 0 point of the x-axis on that graph.
Obviously, tutorials for people how to learn how to use SunPy, and obviously maybe that comes back to the concept of learning SunPy and whether that should exist and how that should exist. But obviously, the thing we're missing is the explanation, is the understanding of why things are probably like. Oh yeah, sorry. Albert has written a very hidden part of the API reference where there is an explanation of some coordinate stuff, which he likes to, he has pointed out.
Yeah, I mean, I think find it like you're not likely to stumble across that page. Put it that way.
And also, I'd argue that a lot of the reference documentation, it's got extra stuff in there. Like it's not just a reference. It's like this is how you use this. It's not just this is the class. These are the methods. These are the inputs and outputs. That's the API documentation. Like I don't.
The reference document. I was saying this in the other day. Reference documentation to me does not have to be API documentation. Reference documentation is documentation that you are using as a reference. It's like, you know, how does this keyword argument work is an obvious example, but it could also be like, you know, what does coordinates mean when it says observer?
Yeah.
Right? Like,
no, I'm not saying it has to be just the API and nothing else, but ours sometimes seems to have a lot of other stuff that probably belongs in one of those other boxes. That would be my point.
I'm going to bring up, but I'll bring up January's example of this is the model instance reference. It's like how to create a model. There's some notes here. How to customize it. There's a bit of text explaining like if you need to customize this, this is the parts of the function that are going to be called with an example of how to do it. And then you just have put it on the page. Yeah, they mix kind of in the reference. They include information that isn't something you
from start to finish, something like that. I was wondering, have you? This might be a very selfish question. Have you looked at the NDQ docs?
No.
Okay. I was just wondering if if you had like what are the sort of differences in how NDQ might be better or worse. This might help. Just trying to.
Yeah, no,
I'm trying to sort of orient my mind.
I have not. The last time I looked at documentation was GWTS's documentation.
Mistake.
So I just want to quickly update everyone what's happening on the repository with regards to documentation. So we had, I think his name is Matthew.
Yeah, Matt.
Yeah, Wes.
Yeah, no, it's Matt.
But it's all
long. Yeah.
Who's opened, who has kindly gone through our guide for map and time series. I urge people to look over it. I have looked over it and to review it because I left like 100 comments. That's in progress. I have been making changes to the installation page, which I think brings up partly one of the reasons. What is the goal of the project? Sorry, what is the goal of the core libraries documentation versus the project? Like we have an installation page which we replicate in all of our packages on the SunPy, which goes, this is how you install it from here. We all have that on almost every affiliate package. Sponsored affiliate package has that. With the idea of not having a generic one that was on the project website, because it's not going to like people installing a package or adding content installing a package is not going to change. It's not going to be different across any of our libraries. So, with the idea of having a generic one that was on our website would be better than one that's just we replicate across everything. It's how do we make the project website more useful to everyone? There's, I think, a conversation to be had.
Yeah.
Maybe not necessarily for the installation page, but I think information that potentially is repeated across packages could be moving up a level into the project website.
By everyone, you mean all the affiliated and sponsored packages?
Sorry,
Maybe it's the project website. And you called out installing, I know as an example, but
Getting help, for example, I think almost the same.
Yeah, I mean, the initial thought I have on that is, for example, if you're looking at, you know, PFSFI or IndieCube or even SunPy Core, it's nice if you sort of have access to all the docs in like one place. So if it's replicated, so long as it's not like manually done so but like to being sense, I think from a usability point of view, that makes a lot of sense. But I think there's a lot of scope for talking about the idea of the SunPy ecosystem and like trying to like, so the project is the ecosystem. And then if you want to use a certain package, you know, go to the specific like documentation for that package and stuff like installing, I think is sort of fairly, although it's the same across all packages, it's still specific to, I want to know about a package, and therefore installing is, you know, a package specific task. But yeah, I mean, maybe going back to this why thing and talking about the ecosystem and the philosophy, maybe that project level is the way that lives.
I think maybe there's also, I think the 4 different types of documentation, some of them can be project level and some can be package level. So like your reference documentation is all on a package by package basis, the API, but perhaps tutorials which are learning oriented, how-to guides which are problem oriented, we don't want to distinguish between packages. We want to have an example gallery that is how to roll AIA, or how to register AIA images in with all the rest of those how-to guides. So that someone who's doing solar physics kind of doesn't see the boundaries between packages, but they're just naturally using all the packages.
Yeah. I think
in the examples, in the how-to guides.
It would be great to have like search functionality, like cross package search functionality across like multiple example galleries. That's what I'm trying to say. So yeah, I'm looking how to do like, you know, I might not be looking how to use SunPy. I'm looking at like how to do a field extrapolation from an HMI magnetogram that involves, you know, a lot of different steps, and you know, maybe I want to like then lay those on top of an AIA image that I've registered. I mean, that involves all these pieces of the ecosystem. How do we enable someone to get all that information?
Albert's question, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Albert asked a question, which category does the page on using rotated SunPy fall on? And I can't use rotated SunPy to know. I would assume a how-to guides?
I would maybe argue tutorial.
Where is this page?
It is there.
Yeah, I think it's a tutorial. It doesn't accomplish a very specific task. It's not like how to differentially rotate a single coordinate. It has more narrative than that. It explains more of the why instead of the how. So I'd say I'm going to get the language completely wrong. Yeah, how-to guide is basically the how and doesn't necessarily include any of the why. But it's just like, I want to get this task done, like, how do I do it?
So that's buried in our reference docs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because we don't really have a home for this kind of stuff in our documentation tree at the moment.
Yeah. Well, we have, we don't have tutorials in the framework. We don't have tutorials.
And like, does explanation, like, could it fall under there as well, and like explaining what that does, or is explanation more high level than explaining particular functions, or is it like more kind of
I'm not really sure.
I mean, presumably any one page or any one documentation product does it have to be only one of those 4 things?
I think that's kind of the point.
Is that the point?
You try and have a bit of delineation, because if you start veering over between any of them, then where does someone go?
Yeah, it's more like, if you read the background on this, it's come out of who are the people who are using your documentation, right? What do the people who are using the documentation want to get out of it, right? You can imagine some different people all using the documentation. Like you can imagine one person walking up to the documentation who's never used Python before, doesn't know where to start, doesn't even really understand like what SunPy is, right? They're going to have very different questions to ask the documentation versus like me when I forget how to use reprojective, right? One is very kind of tutorials and explanation, and the other one is like the deepest, darkest corner of reference, you know. And if you mix them up, then that what page doesn't match for any one person, right? You can't like find the right page for you. You just have to scroll through a thing, figuring out what you want to do.
Yeah, so just to quickly sort the slide. So the other two progress is that we have a checklist for new developers who contribute to SunPy. What should they check? What should they do when they're opening pull request for the first time? Also needs reviews, please review. And so the last pull request is me going crazy. So I went through the development documentation again and the API documentation. I tidied up some of it. Some of it is missing, which I plan to add back. For example, I have moved Albert's explanation in the coordinates that are nested in the reference in the API documentation into the guide for now, with the idea that eventually they will be moved back. But that's something to discuss in the pull request. So my plan was to, the problem with doing a docs refactor is that there's a lot of files, there's a lot of text. So the question becomes, how do you go about this? And so the idea is we have a branch, what we can do is piecemeal on main. We accept that the documentation is going to be in a work in progress state in between releases until we finish. And so my default was to do piecemeal, was to go through the API documentation, strip out most of it, move that into the guides, or to use a guide, because the other part of the documentation, which with the caveat that eventually going to be moved back, once we agree with what should be in our reference documentation, we can move it back into it. But we have a clean API documentation that is there, and then we can decide where the explanation should be, what should it be, where should it be. But the problem is, as a consequence of that, it makes the rest of the documentation, you could argue, slightly worse because there's a lot of scaffolding around it until we finish it. And so that's a discussion I think to be had, maybe on this PR, maybe here, about also how we go about this, because we can branch on main, we can branch off master, sorry, we can branch off main, have a branch that we have to just keep updating with code changes required, and then eventually we merge that back in, but there's going to be one massive pull request, unless people are reviewing the individual changes we make to that branch, depending on people's level of involvement. So that's it.
I think on a higher level, we should first decide what the structure should look like in the end. And
this is
that, and like at a higher level than the SunPy core package.
Yeah, and this is my last slide. These are the questions I think we need to answer.
Oh, great.
Maybe not today.
Yeah.
But also maybe today.
Maybe today. Well, yeah, I think my first question is how do we organize how do we organize the documentation? What are the categories? What are the aspects? I think that kind of goes back to, because I think also remember that I think how we organize will also eventually apply to every sponsored package under the GitHub repository list. Right? This is something we're going to have to eventually.
Well, I think, yeah, I think it is, but from both a technical and a philosophical perspective, we need to document the whole project, not 7 different packages.
Yeah.
Like we were talking about earlier with the messaging about the multi-package project we now live in, right? A big part of that is going to be having cohesive documentation over all of at least the sponsored packages, and like a way to opt into that for non-sponsored affiliated packages, right? Which may be just the theme or might be a bit more than that.
But presuming like you still want all the packages to have their own documentation and the bulk of the detail of what that package does is there, right? Or am I misunderstanding?
Yeah,
I think
So
there's a bit of a conflict there in my head between like technical maintenance and end result.
Yeah.
Like, I think for our own sanity, yes. But for a user perspective, coming into the documentation, not as much. It's like you were saying with the example gallery earlier, yeah, it would be lovely to have one unified example gallery. It would also be a nightmare to maintain.
But then would you have?
Well, yeah, because if you have different or conflicting version requirements for all those different things,
Well,
you have to build a whole.
you'd pin all your versions.
Yeah, I mean that. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's always technical solutions, but it's like that's a massive undertaking, and also moving that somewhere else increases the contributor workload. But I'm like, oh, I've got an example to add to NDQ. Oh yeah, but I don't PR that to NDQ. I've got to go over to this other repo. And, oh, I wrote the example with a different version of this. Some random dependency.
The technical solution where each subpackage has its own example gallery, and then when you're building the project documents, like you pull in all of the examples. Obviously, there's still the same problem with versioning.
That would be what I would like to happen. Yeah.
Because then you can have the tags that you talked that we mentioned earlier on.
So I don't think that works, because what if you say have okay, it doesn't exist now, but let's imagine there's a HMI pie you can use to process the magnetogram, and then you want to do a PFSS extrapolation on that. Do you put the example for the how-to guide that's called doing a PFSS with HMI? Do you put that in HMI pie, or do you put that in PFSS pie?
Well, at that level, like you put it at the project level, the project can have its own example gallery, and then you.
But then if I want to do a task, do I go to the project? How do I know which of the 10 galleries to go to?
No,
I was thinking you would merge them.
Yeah,
Get the like
just because they're built separately doesn't
Okay.
mean they have to present separately.
Right.
So would be the ideal. From a user's perspective, you want to be able to search all of the galleries at once. From a technical perspective, you don't really want to build all the galleries at once.
Okay. So you'd have the individual ones, but also an overarching one.
You'd like have an access point for the users, right? I mean, at the crudest level, you'd have like direct links from, like, say, to NDQ, and when you click on that link to go to that page, it's actually like in the NDQ repo. But from a user point of view, I'm on this project website, and I just click the link to that documentation and click back or whatever.
No, absolutely. But I think there still has to be a home for examples that use multiple packages within the ecosystem.
I think it's in a different part of this, like the can you go back to the slide that we all like? Apparently?
Yeah, leave that off.
Like the example galleries for me live in the how-to guides, like in the right quadrant. And then like what you're talking about,
I'm talking about how-to guides.
You're exclusively talking about how. See, for me, I think of like when we're starting to glue multiple parts of the ecosystem together, that's traveling leftward.
Not necessarily.
It's not like tutorial. Well, yeah, he's saying I want to do this. I just want to plot HMI PFSS. Yeah. I don't want to learn, like I know how to open a map, I know we want PFSS, I just want to know how to combine them. Like that's not a learning thing, so it's not a tutorial, it's not reference. So.
Yeah, it's just, like if you say there was your HMI pie example, maybe you just use AIA pie for this, but like you before you do your extrapolation, you want to update the coordinate information, right? Like all you're doing is import HMI pie dot, update coordinate information, running it and carrying on. I would argue that example goes in the PSF pie gallery. But then, the HMI interaction is minimal, but whatever.
You could ask like, why am I updating my coordinate information? Like I don't know. I see what you're saying. I guess, but to me.
So do you think a task is always associated primarily with a specific package?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the way. I
think that's true sometimes, but like, no, you're both right. Like, sorry, like, I know you're about to say something.
No, I think you're going to say the same thing. Like that, for example, is like how to do a PFSS. you don't really care about the other things. The examples just show you that.
Yeah.
And then somewhere you could have a tutorial which is project orientated, which could use all of them and explain all of the details.
I guess I think, yeah, I think,
Crossover.
yeah.
But the thing is, you can have an example that uses multiple packages but doesn't explain why.
Yeah,
It's
you're
just-
showing just the one.
It's just, yeah, you're just, okay, I'm going to load this HMI image. Now, to make it more accurate, I need to do this coordinate fix first, and then I carry on with the example. Or like,
And what you can have is a link to the explanation.
Yeah, exactly.
The documentation of the thing.
the example itself can pull in functions from multiple places because it's like the best thing to do, not because.
And because it's a how-to, not an explanation. You're telling someone how to achieve something, not why or anything else. I think that's why this delineation of information is done this way, so that you can focus on how to get something done, and from that you can link to your tutorials or link to your explanation to go into this is why you have to do X, Y, and Z.
That's fair. That's fair.
Not to mention the thing that we've often complained about, but like this project level stuff, we're kind of moving towards more of an SSW conception in the sense that, you know, I just like, I have this thing and I just want, like, I'm a scientist, I don't care where it is, I just want a workflow. If I have to import it from different packages again, I don't care. I want to do these tasks. And then this project documentation is like, sounds like it's allowing a mental map along those lines for users, you know, and then technically, you know, how we divide it up is a slightly more developer thing. But, you know, like I want to time, sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. I was just going to build on that. Of like, what is the scope of the documentation? Like, do we have responsibility to explain what WCS is and why this is important? And SunPy is kind of becoming, maybe this is going a bit off topic, but SunPy is becoming a place for also sharing knowledge. Like SunPy has all this intricate knowledge that you know from just talking to people who are working on an instrument.
Well, my answer to you would be yes.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, why is HMI upside down?
Yeah.
Maybe that could be on the SunPy.
Seriously, why?
Someone turn an instrument upside down.
I just want to, does anybody online want to chime in on this?
Yeah, sorry, I
There.
missed a lot of this, but that what Laura just said there is SunPy has become a teaching tool where users self-learn, right? You have a PhD student or something like that, and you set them away in a project, and they're going to read through all this documentation. And how many times have we seen people come on the Riot channel and ask for help as well? And so, kind of whether it was intended or not, SunPy has become a teaching kind of experience, and it's important, I think, that the documentation is at a standard where people are coming away without misunderstandings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think like the fact we're missing that explanation quadrant almost entirely from our documentation is probably really hurting those people who are like the beginners. I think.
Yeah, absolutely agree. It's easy to, if you follow a guide that doesn't have an explanation, then as soon as you have to deviate from the guide, you can make fundamental misunderstandings in how you're applying certain tools. Whereas if you've got the explanations, for someone that just wants to load an HMI, they can follow the you know, the how-to. But if someone then wants to be like, okay, now how do I do this next step? They might they need those explanations so they don't misuse the tools that we've provided.
Or like worse yet, instantly get stuck and like, this is just too hard. It can only do the things that, you know, they explicitly tell me to do, and I can't do anything else.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think also if we had really good quality explanation documentation that gets people started, they're more likely to like fall in love with using SunPy and stick around than they are if they get like confused and frustrated.
Well, they might be more likely to ask a question as well, like, because once you get like a bit of understanding, you start knowing the gaps, and then you know, okay, now I know that I'm missing this knowledge to ask a question.
As well, you can have different levels of tutorials. There are places that have like brand new to the package tutorial that literally just does something, and then you like intermediate, like do a bit more complex, and then like really advanced tutorials where you're going into a whole workflow and you say why you're doing it, whatever, and link to the APIs and stuff, but so that someone can go from, I don't know what a map is, here's a map, to I want to differentially rotate and extract coordinates and do something. That's an advanced tutorial, but if you have it in the tutorials page and it's labeled that way, then someone can find it.
Yeah.
And then you can link the explanations of, go and read our coordinate stack. explanation to understand why the coordinate systems work this way, and see about our map decisions to understand why maps work this way.
That's like actually really interesting, because at the test meeting last week, not actually at the session, but just talking to people, telling them to come to the session, there is a huge gap between starting to learn SunPy and knowing what you're doing and the documentation. So someone was saying, like, I don't, like someone coming from SSW never really used Python or SunPy before, said they could use the very first start of it, and then the documentation went way over their heads. So there's not as a bit of a scale. If you're kind of doing intermediate things,
at some point you need to stick your head into the source code, don't you, to understand really, and then that's a step too far. But what Shane was saying is like there's so much scope there, potential there. If you're talking about beginning and intermediate, you can even link to if you're talking about these explanations that go in a bit more depth as to why things are done that way, you can link to them at relevant points in the tutorials to say like, oh, it might help you to understand if you read this explanation on WCS.
Yeah. I think I don't know where we put an explanation section in the documentation. Like,
how does Django do it?
Yeah. I mean, Julie would just add another section that says explanations, and then you put stuff in there. I mean, it might seem very naive, but I mean, you can start with something like that.
Yeah, true.
If it gets out of hand, then you're looking, we need to have a deeper level of explanation, like structure, not deeper level of explanation, but like,
on the simplest level, what's wrong with on the landing page basically having those headings like
Django calls them topic guides, which I think is quite a nice little phrasing.
Maps, coordinates, time series, they could each have a topic guide which would tell you about.
What you can do about instrument specific things you should know, kind of. But coordinates are really the first place.
Coordinates, maps, time series, because they're like the basic underlying of an awful lot of what SunPy does. And there's decisions made about how they work and why they work certain ways that aren't explained unless you go and read the source code. Even if you do, that doesn't tell you why it's that way. It tells you the way it is, but not that it's this way because we tried 10 other ways and there's problems, and this is the way that it works because, or that historically we have to leave it this way to make something else work.
I wonder if one of the reasons we've got this gap that you mentioned is because we've up to now have thought that our responsibility to explain like SunPy stuff, and conceptually a lot of that is actually in AstroPy. So like a sky coordinate, the idea of like the fact that in SunPy you've got to think in three-dimensional coordinates, whereas again in so much of like SSW users, I certainly got away through my whole PhD. If I thought about an image, it was an image with like, you know, a Cartesian grid of like in arc seconds, and there was no sense of like where the observer was. Like the idea of like reprojecting to a different observer, I never really thought about that until like you start talking about like big words. So like
it's still repeatedly confuse senior solar physicists with the fact that helioprojective cares about the observer.
Yeah,
like, it's the same thing. No, it's not.
Right.
No, it's just, no.
Even like the fact that you've got to put a time into a sky coordinate, like no, but I just care about space. I think no, yeah, but like you know this sort of stuff, right? So I think that maybe one of the reasons the gap exists is that, oh well, that's AstroPy, so people should go to AstroPy and learn that stuff. But again, you sort of have this, you have this like welcome to SunPy, all like. You know, this huge big app, which is basically all the stuff that SunPy builds on AstroPy, and then back to like, you know, what SunPy does building on top of that. So like, maybe that's one of the reasons.
You don't have to recreate their documentation, but you could certainly outline what it is and then point to their documentation in certain parts where it makes sense.
No, but we know how solar, we know better than AstroPy how solar physics users think about it and approach it. So explaining what
specific.
but it's worthwhile us explaining WCS because
I think.
Sorry,
just interrupt. Steve wants to talk.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, is that what that noise was? Okay. Go for it.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just been listening to this, and I must admit it's a little hard to listen in. It's a little bit muffled on my end. But yeah, one of the things I've kind of been thinking about, you know, SunPy in terms of approachability of our code, and in terms of like researchers, right? Like, I would say the difference is there's like kind of baseline IDL, right? Let's say a researcher has an IDL background, right? And there's kind of like baseline IDL, and then there are more complex packages for example, like the Resi package, which I don't know if anybody is familiar with it. I know some of you are familiar with it, but it's very object-based. It is a very dense package. And I think that's where we are, unfortunately. Like a normal user, you know, can use our code, but as soon as they need to sort of do something that is custom or dig into the source code, it is no longer possible for them. And you know, with Resi, what we would do is like we would go find, you know, Richard Schwartz or others to like try to fix things for us and add capabilities because it was just impossible to do it on our own. And I wonder if that's something we should consider, like trying in a long term, making code easier, simpler, and more approachable, such that, you know, a researcher can go into the code and sort of be like, oh, okay, I see what they're doing here. I just need to make this change. Does that make sense?
Could you give a like slightly more practical example? I hear what you're saying, but I'm not seeing immediately in practice what you're suggesting.
So I mean, one way would be to de-abstract our code, you know, use less complex Python approaches, that kind of stuff, you know, like just make it more approachable and try to keep it simpler.
I think I have two things. I think in general, we probably try and keep our code, like we don't write arbitrarily complex code. We don't write complex code for no reason, generally. Like there are bits of SunPy that are very technical Python, but they exist to provide a nice, easy user interface, right? Like let's take the most gnarly bit of SunPy in terms of Python programming, which is how the ATA system works with registering values of ATAs and the tab completion on ATAs, right? Like to really understand that bit of code, you get deep into Python metaprogramming. It's complex, but we wrote that for a good reason, which is it lets you tab complete the things you want to search for, right? Which is a massive usability win. So, and also I think the second thing I have to say on that topic is I think it's important to differentiate between the things that your spherical chicken researcher is likely to actually want to change. Like it's unlikely that that person is like going to want to change how the FIDO ATAS system works, right? They should be able to write a new FIDO client without understanding how the depths of the FIDO ATA system works. Or even more likely, they should be able to add their image processing routine to SunKit image without understanding any of the really complex stuff. So I think there's a place for both. Like, you know, you have to think about the more common contribution paths, and you know, there's always going to be a scale of from easy to hard.
I think a really concrete example of this that's come up a number of times with me is that people don't know where to find out what attributes are on a map. So when you go in, you look at a map and you look at they go to a map, an AA map, they see stuff, but it's only if you know to go to generic map, which it inherits from it, you see all of the possible links. I don't know how many times that's happened that people ask me. So
as opposed to where are they looking to start with?
And then they've ended up in the reference documentation on AIA map.
Well, no, if you just go to map, and
where
it's obvious to me, right?
I would just point out that AIA map does list every attribute in a nice table.
Okay, well,
maybe that's been updated recently.
But is that all of the ones?
We did change that at some point.
Okay, right. Yes, that had come up a lot. Okay.
Where
ignore me then.
Where am I supposed to be looking?
Well, just
before we get off track, did you want to respond to Stuart, Steve?
Yeah.
So, sorry, I'm not quite sure which part you want me to respond to. About like how we write our code and what, you know, how we approach it.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you wanted the opportunity to say anything else on that before we diverge.
Oh, Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Stuart. I don't think we're writing code that is unnecessarily complex. I do think that we frequently, use approaches and techniques that for us are perhaps not advanced, but for a beginner Python user are advanced, and we don't really think about that. But I mean, that's just the nature of code. I mean, I don't know that there's really a good solution to this besides just accepting it. I think
Stephen, I don't know what the problem is that you're talking about. Like what? Are
well,
we?
I think the problem, I think, is that we expect that our users will be good enough to kind of look through the code like we have in the past and kind of make changes or contribute or get the stuff that they want to do. Like I've heard complaints, oh, I couldn't figure out how to do this in SunPy, and so I kind of hacked it my own way. Why didn't they kind of contribute back to SunPy? Why did they hack this? I think maybe we should just embrace that. Like people really think of SunPy, it's kind of like a black box. Like, I'll admit, like OSPEX, for example. To me, OSPEX is a black box. If it doesn't do what I need it to do, then, I can't fix it. I have to go talk to the people that know enough about OSPEX to add a capability. And so if we think of SunPy that way, then we have to work with our users differently, I think, than how we have it.
In the example that you just provided, if they aren't going to look at the code because they treat it like a black box, they're going to have to talk to us regardless. Like I don't know what writing more approachable code internally does if people aren't actually going to look at the code.
I guess I somewhat echo Albert. I wouldn't expect most normal users to open the source code of SunPy.
I certainly wouldn't like to think that we write our package and documentation expecting people to need to do.
Yeah,
But I think this brings up a point. Like I go to GitHub and look at the source code. And it's probably because
I think that's
the documentation.
But I think also.
I mean, I don't know this object, not like from a developer point of view, from a user point of view, I do. I know how to do it because I'm a developer.
Because the reference documentation is probably the best part of our documentation in terms of coverage and depth.
Sure.
So sure, I go and look at the code sometimes, but that's just because I can search GitHub faster than I can search read docs because I know where the code is.
Something in that too.
But learning how to read documentation is a skill in itself, right? And I think a lot of users maybe coming from SSW aren't used to doing that, especially if you're new to Python. I don't know whose issue that is, but maybe just something to be aware of, I guess.
I guess in terms of sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I think Steve's point's totally correct, but I do think you end up looking at the source code as soon as you go out with the kind of the black box thing, and then there are parts of the code that are. I don't think you should change them because they, like Stuart said, they are to accomplish certain tasks. Like all the auto class magic stuff like that is like unintelligible to anyone that isn't a Python developer, but you shouldn't change it just to make it readable. I think the solution is only to have documentations that's so good that they don't need to look at the code to understand those bits, which is a big ask, but I don't think you can write the code simpler for the sake of simpler and remove functionality.
Why do you think, I was going to ask, why do you think people are looking in the source code instead of opening an issue or asking for help or opening a feature request?
Because that's what you do in SSW.
Okay.
Yeah, where the documentation is comments, if you like.
Right.
As anyone in their departments, like if you work at a university or whatever, a research institution, have they had people talk about SunPy and have given up on it? Because that happens to me all the time. Like people are like, oh, I couldn't do this. They don't think, oh, I didn't ask. They don't ask for help in the channels. They don't open issues. I don't know. The issues almost seem too official. I think like you couldn't work out how to do something. Oh, I don't want to bother them by opening an issue, kind of thing. I suspect that's part of it.
I mean, our answer to that is probably not something I'm in favour of, but you would potentially be enabling. If they have a GitHub account, it's enabling the discussion feature on a GitHub.
What discourse?
Well, yeah, or discourse, yeah.
Or pointing them to discourse, yes.
Like, I think, like, the advent of helionauts has been, whether, fracturing the kind of communication channels that we have is good or bad. I think helionauts has been like become like a very informal point, like place for people to discuss their Python issues or SunPy issues. That's where a lot of that discussion has come up, and I think it's because people see that as more of like an informal kind of like, I don't want to say safe space is not the right word, but I mean, in some ways, yeah, it's something they're not intimidated by, and I think they are intimidated by like maybe our issue tracker or like even the Google group or the discourse, because they see that as like a SunPy space, and helionauts is more of like a community space. So I think the question is, how do we turn our like spaces that I think we see as community spaces? I don't think like necessarily people outside of like the contributors see that.
I think Steve wanted to.
Yeah, Steve.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that is a helpful thing, like creating a user space where it's really just users trying to talk to each other, trying to figure things out. But I think the other thing is if people are really thinking of this, like, oh, SunPy doesn't do this, and let's say you do fix the problem that then they tell you, like, I need SunPy to do this, I think our approach to those requests needs to be different. Frequently we take those very seriously, and we consider, does this belong in SunPy? Does it not belong in SunPy? So on and so forth. I mean, and then you have to wait for a release and everything. I mean, we should be responding and providing those solutions as soon as possible.
Yeah, but as soon as possible, depending on the feature request, could be years. Like, we don't have a lot of like resources.
I also want to push back on that, because every time people come to us with problems, we have been relatively quick to respond. Yeah. We may not be necessarily quick to release the thing, because responding to a problem and getting it merged and released is not an immediate time scale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I feel like if people come to us with problems, we have been responsive to it. I don't.
Yeah, I think we do a good job of responding to things. Obviously, if people come to us with a large feature request, that can
feature requests. I think
that could stall out because
we don't have
the developer resources to do it. Yeah, exactly.
I think when it comes to bugs specifically or problems they've had, I feel like we've been.
Yeah. I think we've slightly veered off the discussion of.
Well, I think this is the problem with the documentation, is that it's so wide scale that.
So
this entire session.
Let's have a quick to wrap this up. When does this wrap up?
Relatively 25 minutes.
Well,
so I mean, what do we think? Can we come up with a short-term plan of things to do to move our documentation in the right direction, not like solve all the problems?
Could we just add those 4 sections to the landing page, even if we don't have any content for some of them as yet? Put just boxes there for tutorials, whatever you want to call it,
philosophy,
topic guides, and API
reference. Yeah,
and then just fill in what we have, and what we don't have, leave it until we start to.
Yeah, and I mean, as Albert pointed out, there's a couple of things in coordinates we could put in topic guides, even if that's all that there is there for the moment. Yeah. So I don't think it would be like literally empty.
That's not like a thing linked to chatting, like, tell us what you want to hear. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like we used to have on the documentation, this is like way like 5-6 years ago, like on the documentation page, on the Get Help page, there was like the little IRC box that you could just like start typing. It was like the chat window was on the documentation.
Oh, really?
Page. Yeah.
On the website.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I mean, I can rant about this open beer, but unfortunately, Element betrayed me on that one. So we can add the 4 sections. I think as I mentioned to you on the community call the other day, I think that's where I'd like to start with your massive PR. I'd like to do that first.
Short term, my draft pull request, I want to tidy up the API documentation to a point where we can then, it's in a state where we can start adding stuff to it. It's not, I don't think it's currently in that state. I want to get that. Obviously, that means some of that text will have to move to the guide, which will make it worse. But
well, no, I think if we add a.
do you want to do it in that pull requests?
Do it first, I think.
Okay, I'll work on something.
Like if we could add the 4 sections, so add a topic guide section which is completely fresh, it doesn't exist. Add a tutorial section. I don't know whether we want to call, probably do want to call it that, right? Does Django
Well, I
just
mean,
call it straight up tutorials?
I
Yeah,
wanted to
so-
talk about the tutorial. I'm going to highlight this again. It's fun. We every year, or the projects will, I think, Will's done it a couple of years now. It's given out, we'll start giving out tutorials, and we have books that exist in a repository on the website. That just exists somewhere. This is written work that's just sitting there being unused, unadvertised, and
we end up rewriting
Yeah.
tutorials every like 6. Well, I mean, often you sort of pull in the stuff from other notebooks. Yeah, but yeah. I mean, as you say, somewhere on one of the websites, you said they just go in there and they rot because they fall.
So I think
the integration of that somehow into documentation.
I have opinions on this one, which is really that those materials and things we want in. I don't think we can just take those tutorials and use them.
Yeah, not necessarily copy the notebooks into a documentation.
I think the topics they cover and those notebooks could be used as a really good foundation for writing long-form tutorials.
Yes.
But I think from like pedagogical perspective, you need to take a different approach when you're not standing in front of somebody talking. I think there's like still a significant amount of work there to turn those into good website documentation content.
So to get back to that, the question you're asking, or like about a shorter term list of things to do, as well as, I mean, I think coming up with the structure of the documentation would be like not necessarily take a long time, at least to get off the ground, and probably help everyone's like thought process about like where things go. So we've basically already started that by saying, you know, the 4 sections in the landing page. I think maybe another thing would be to write up a description of how this documentation is, or in realistic will be arranged, and that's going to clarify a lot of our thinking on this.
So just I want to, just before I answer Stephen's question, obviously this brings us to the point of our sidebar and having all of these subsections, and whether or not we need to reorganize this completely.
The theme.
Yeah. Well, another thing that this bit. First, we have installation, user guide, example guide, API reference, release history, acknowledging, citing, known issues. Whether or not this sidebar needs to be reorganized as well.
So this actually, after Danny mentioned the IndyCube docs earlier in this discussion, I went and looked at them, and specifically at the sidebar. And the sidebar for the IndyCube doc seems very like I want to like use IndyCube, whereas for on our docs for our sidebar seems just more like an organizational tool, right? But this is like it seems like it's meant for you to like sort of step through like the section, like each kind of point on the sidebar, like it's a guide to the documentation. Ours is just like a rough table of content, or like the SunPy core page is just like a rough table of contents. It's organizational. It's not particularly helpful. I mean, these are different. These documentation pages have different scales, so maybe
I'd say the NDQ documentation is basically just a tutorial, like a tutorial has the tutorial category of.
So the NDQ one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe API. Yeah. So you have API. I think it's basically a big tutorial and then reference.
Yes. So I think
it's a big tutorial, API reference, developer documentation, change.
Yeah.
It's missing how to.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and just Stephen's question: do we have much feedback from users that don't use SunPy? Collaboration wasn't good enough, and I guess the question was: this something that came up in tests? Because we've had a big problem with getting feedback from users in general, and was this something that came up in tests?
Yeah, I guess it was two things. It was hard for new users, and 2 was people kind of. I think we were talking about this. Like it was like this thing. Oh, SunPy can't do this, and then they stopped there without thinking, even though it can do it, right?
Yeah.
That was their. Oh, it can't do it. It's not in the documentation. It doesn't exist. Whereas there is actually a lot of stuff that does exist, or workarounds that is available.
Albert's just said basically the same thing, right? What scares me the most is when a user thinks that SunPy can't do something when it actually can, which I think we have all heard enough times to know that that is a bigger issue. Like we're probably getting like the tip of the iceberg, and people must be hitting that like repeatedly for us to be hearing about it this much.
I think an answer to Albert's last question, how can we get feedback about this, is where it failed, is probably one thing would be running the survey again. And seeing like, I think like on the last survey that you and Monica ran, we did get a lot of like negative feedback. And then like people saying negative things about the package, which I think I mean, it kind of.
That's great.
But I think that is helpful, and sometimes you're not going to get that in any other way.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, and have a box, like, I don't know, in the last one, did you have a box where people could just like free flow give out? Okay.
Yeah.
And they did.
It flowed freely.
I think as well, like, there's some things that we can't really control, like PhD students, like not making issues and not talking to us. Like we can advertise and try as much as we can, but at some point, sometimes a project can only do so much.
Yeah, but there's more we
can
can
do.
do.
Know that, okay, right, we're doing the best we can in this area.
And also, I think it's important to bear in mind that we are still very resource limited. I think the things we should try and take away and improve this week and in the near future don't have to be solve the whole problem, right? Like documentation always just like incremental improvement. Like I think we've got to the point where we needed to stop and have a think about whole scale structure of the documentation. But once we're happy with that and have put that in place, we can go back to making more incremental improvements, writing more content, reorganizing things a little bit. It doesn't have to be we've like burned it all down and started again.
So I think what might be helpful, like not as a group in a discussion, but like if people want to think about this on their own, since you mentioned you looked at the ND Cube docs, I think anyway, as opposed to wrote them, so it's not a very good independent judge, but I think the ND Cube does a better job with SunPy of trying to explain the why, but it's mixed in, it's not separated from like the tutorial to the side. So ND Cube docs certainly, I've now realized are far from perfect, but thinking about, well, what does SunPy do well and what does ND Cube do well, and the inverse of those, just having 2 points of reference might help people think about how to improve both, or specifically the SunPy ones.
I'm going to take another pause to see whether anyone online wants to chip in with anything.
I'm conscious that Marcus hasn't said anything either, and is here and is probably one of our newest users.
Have you done much like learning SunPy from the docs at this point?
Yeah, and I don't have much of a problem. Like, I think the API reference is nice to follow, but I do think of colleagues who encounter a little friction and then stop because they don't know what to do next. I was thinking about, so we use Prefect for Punch. It's another Python package, and they've done a fabulous job. Their docs are pretty easy to read, I think. But then they also have a Slack channel that's super active. They have people paid to go answer questions. I don't know how you would do that with the limited support of only a few people, but
I think the problem we have with, I mean, certainly for me, I think we're relatively good at answering questions, and we have a few forums in which you can do that. I feel like we don't get as many questions as I would expect we should do.
But is it because of the forum? I don't know. Discourse, I didn't even realize you had one, to be honest. But I went.
That is pretty new, so it's like taking a while for that to bubble up. But
so I mean that's a pretty standard. But do people have hesitancies of using like matrix element stuff, or I don't know, because it's something that they're not commonly outside of SunPy. I don't think I've ever seen it. Sorry.
Can we spin up the SunPy Slack and just link it like directly? Can't? No. You mean you can't or won't?
The latter.
Then if it would improve SunPy. But like genuinely, why not? Why?
Sorry, someone online here.
Oh, I was just going to say it's probably more likely that someone else is using Slack already.
Yeah. Sure. It's
a known quantity.
I mean, the biggest reason is because I don't want to fragment the community. Like, you can bridge it, but it's not perfect. And
why not throw element in the bin and use Slack?
Because I care deeply about using open tools for open projects.
GitHub.
And
.com isn't an open
I would happily
platform?
move away from GitHub.com as well if it wasn't such a absolute pain in the butt. And if there was an actual good alternative, because GitLab isn't perfect either. Whereas, I mean, I appreciate that most people don't care as much about this as I do, but I do care a lot about it. And yeah.
I think you have an opportunity with Helionauts though, because there are so many people going to Helionauts that if you kind of make it obvious that your presence is there and that you'll answer questions there, then
yeah. So I would be very happy to pick up Helionauts as like an official SunPy channel if it was open registration, but it isn't, and it won't be.
Okay.
So I do think I didn't like that either. You have to like sign up and get authorized.
So I mean, we hang out on Helionauts. I get regular Helionauts summaries. We answer questions there, and people like Raphael runs it, right? He directs people at the SunPy stuff from Helionauts if he needs to. But I think the fact that NASA have like decided flat out high level it can't be open registration because it's a NASA server really kills it from our perspective. Like we can't like.
So Steve's made a point here as well, which is probably more general, but
To minimize the time and energy needed for someone to discover what SunPy can do, then would definitely help that user forum makes it as easy as possible, post messages as possible. Yeah. I mean, I hope one of the reasons why I wanted to get Discourse spun up was because I hope that is an easier place to post messages.
I think there's work to do in unhiding it from behind the open astronomy visage. Like, honestly, I think just putting it in open astronomy discourse is really confusing. And I think we need to link directly to the SunPy bit really clearly in the SunPy docs.
We can do that. I mean, putting it on, having an open astronomy one was ultimately a cost-saving exercise. Yeah. Like, we pay, or AstroPy pay for the open astronomy discourse.
Yeah.
And like a lot of questions, like there is a bunch of questions which are relevant to like AstroPy and SunPy together and stuff. So I feel like we can build more of a community around that. Mm-hmm. Hopefully, like that was one of the things that I would like to see is like we build a more diverse and interactive community where if solar physicists have astro questions, they get answers, right?
Yeah, I think we just need to push these more. So like even at the example gallery, we're like, is this not exactly what you're looking for? Click on the chat and ask us here, or click on the discourse and ask here. Because I just think I think it is just visibility. People don't realize there is a chat.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
that's a really good idea.
Yeah. And also, I think we talked about this before on the SunPy discourse. I wish you could just write directly on the SunPy channel and ask a question rather than in the open astronomy and then link to the SunPy.
100%.
But I don't 100% follow that.
So like, you know, if you go to the open astronomy, if you want to ask a question, you ask on the general open astronomy thing rather than posting directly into the SunPy one.
We can change that.
Yeah, I think that
so. I'm very happy to adapt the open astronomy discourse to what people think is a good way of doing it. Like, if we just, I had limited experience adminning a discourse. I set it up and very little else has happened since. But because, you know, it's, if we want to change that round, then we can talk about doing it, run it past the AstroPy people and go for it. Like we can add questions. I don't know. I think in a perfect world, it would work better, like I set it up. But yeah, I think maybe that's not a good way of encouraging people to ask questions.
So I think you're right. I think it is conceptually good, but I just think from a solar user perspective, they're going to be like, "What's open astronomy? Like, what's AstroPy?" I don't know. You know.
In the chat, I'm just going to read it out. So Jan says, "What about the discussion boards available directly in GitHub projects?" Stephen says, "Most users don't necessarily have GitHub accounts," which I think is a really good point. But I think interesting suggestion, not familiar with that feature. Jan said it's new, I think, but because the code is at GitHub, I think it's a more obvious place compared to Helionauts.
Discussions on GitHub were considered, and I think discourse as a platform is more flexible, but ultimately maybe we aren't putting the effort in to need to really take advantage of that. And again, the GitHub account thing and open tools for open projects, again, discourse is an open source, largely community project, and it's really powerful. It does everything we need it to do. So
at some point, you can have 20 different ways to contact people that can help you, but you just need, what you'd really need is every PI that has a student starting on a project that uses SunPy to say, if you need help, come to me, or go to this place, or go to this place, or, and you can have all these different availabilities, but if they don't know about them, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But because you definitely can't argue with some of them that, not me or anything, but you guys are so helpful. Like, anytime anyone goes into the channel for help, you get an unbelievable amount of effort put forward by people to help them out. So same with the GitHub issues. There's definitely no question that when people come for help, they're getting it. It's just that, like Stuart says, people probably aren't coming for help very often.
I think that might come back to what Laura suggested, is like throughout the docs, it's like, do you have further questions, or is this not what you want? And basically every time someone reads, where you can imagine there being a follow-up question, put a link.
something that would be good to look up with discourse is whether you can do like you can with GitHub issue templates, but into discourse. That would be nice.
You can shove that on the bottom of every page on the documentation. Like, need more help? Click here.
Yeah, so I was going to say, we on our page of documentation we have our footer.
I don't think people can use it.
No.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we should add the discourse stat. Why is the discourse not on the footer? That's a good point.
I think we should also just probably drop the bit matrix for chat and just say chat.
Yeah.
Let's just say chat if you want, that's fine. I guess. Yeah, we should add the discourse to that. That's true.
Do you think if we scope to, maybe this is a bit random, but like having an anonymous, somewhere someone can ask something anonymous for a guest, I don't know, they didn't want to ask.
Yeah, ideally that would be lovely. Unfortunately, anonymity and the internet tend to mix badly.
Maybe you need to have like a registered account to use it, but then you can post anonymously, and then you can flag it, and that user would get deleted.
I mean, you can make an account on the discourse that isn't really identifiable to you if you want. Like, you don't need to provide an actual name of the Discord if you don't want to.
I suggest we refocus this a little bit.
Yeah, we have dived into tomorrow morning's session on community environment. So quite hard. Yeah.
From what I'm hearing, what I've heard before we got into that specific discussion is the way forward with documentation. To start the way forward with documentation is to basically work on the structure, and that's creating those 4 sections. They don't have to be full of stuff, but move what we do have and is like should be in those sections, move them there. Think then about like in the future sort of adding stuff there going forward, and then also writing, this is how our documentation is / will be / is intended to be structured. And if we can write something like that, that'll force us to focus our minds and think about this more critically than just a group discussion that in the end can be like, oh yeah, we talked about that last year.
Also, practically from a user, if the user comes to the homepage and they read, tutorials are here, how-to guides are here. I know it seems really obvious, but sometimes
matrix.org, it's home server dependent.
Yeah, I just want to say we ran into the break, and are we okay with just going straight into the roadmap, or do people want
to? We have a 4-minute break.
Yeah, we should have a break.
Do you want to come back like at 5 after, like closer to 10, and then let Steve, are you still good to do the roadmap discussion today?
Yep.
Okay. Are you okay with starting like 5 after?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay.
Great.
Let's do that.
Cool. Thanks for all the input online. Sorry if it was a bit hard at times because we were talking over each other here. We will try and talk over each other a little bit less, maybe.
Lean towards the mics a little bit more.
Yeah, and we have the chat box up now, so we can see what you're typing a bit more.
Also, yeah. That doesn't get put on the screen.
I'm gonna run again.
Are you gonna run?
Yeah.
Okay, I might run stuff. Does anyone want coffee? I might run. I'll bring it back.
Coffee
run.
Is there a store that's close up that sells stuff or?
A shop.
Yeah, a shop.
What's happening here?
Yeah, sorry, what?
What would you like?
No, I was just wondering.
They've corrupted you already a bit.
I was just wondering if there was. I was wondering, no, sorry, I wasn't right. Yeah. I was wondering if there was a store that
I'm gonna deep dive into this, sorry. I want to know how much was that on
Everyone keeps playing with my mask, isn't it? I'm stop wearing my mask. It's good. Who cares about COVID anyway? No one cares about COVID anyway. It's over. The pandemic finished 2 years ago.
I'm not seeing this here.
Let's see it 2 months because of COVID.
Yeah, I'm worried about that because that is
Pretty
not
high.
Yeah, that is not good.
No, it's not good.
Are we keeping that data?
It's because there's no damn windows that open.
Like, I think what's it? Alarmed exposure. Alarmed exposure is, I think, I forget what long-term exposure of like high level CO2 does to a person. It's not good.
It like even low levels of like that kind of level of CO2 have a notable decrease in cognitive function. Like it's not.
Haven't you seen Eric's tweets where he like at meetings where he's measuring it like
No, I
real time and it's pretty unsettling.
I mean well, I talked to Stuart about like what creating like buying the hardware and soldering one together with a temperature and humidity sensor.
Oh, no problem. Just side rant on that. So I ordered 2 ESP32 dead board series to do that. And I accidentally ordered a new box based on RISC-V. And none of the stuff supports it. So I can't use it. I've got like, I was just like, I can't make it build.
Is there anything else I can buy from Amazon?
So why doesn't Amazon have an Irish? Is it tax?
You know what? That's a good question. I mean, like,
Because aren't they
European bases here.
Yeah, that's what, right? Because they're here to avoid that. Not avoid. Yeah, avoid.
Yeah, it's like, no, I think we should use that.
Avoid, that is, yeah, avoid. Evade is the illegal one.
That's right.
Avoid is perfectly legal.
It's not a big, well, no, actually, they do actually avoid tax here as well. But yeah, they're just in a lower tax jurisdiction, and they don't even pay that.
But maybe not having, maybe they don't have like an actual business because then they'd be liable for other tax. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
I mean, like they do, like people get stuff like Amazon, like fans of going around the city, like.
Oh no, but they don't have like .ie website.
Yeah, I don't know what that's. I suspect it was simply because I assume back in the day, especially with like the border and everything, it was with the common like travel area and everything. It was still just effectively one jurisdiction with two currencies.
Yeah,
you know, and then again, minus the tax consideration.
Yeah.
So it's just easier to have it all in Britain and shipping stuff across. Yeah. But no, it's a good question. I don't know why, for sure. Especially now, like it'd be so much easier if there was a .ie one.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it's hard. It's like you have to work to try and go to the .de one and get stuff delivered from Germany. And then sometimes like you accidentally end up doing it through .uk and then your stuff gets like delayed by 2 weeks and you get a big, customs fee, import fee.
Don't worry, we've taken back control.
Brexit's just making life hard.
Well, you should if Ireland Brexits, joins the United Kingdom again,
Yeah.
fixed.
Yeah. I just can't get over the fact that there were British politicians who thought that was seriously like the solution, and some of, like, there were some who honestly thought we would, because it's like, it doesn't make any sense for them to be separate from us. And, like, they were, some of them were generally shocked when we did.
It's like the documentation. There's an axis. And it
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
make any sense for there to be a.
Yeah. No, I know.
Steve, in this session, are we actually going to write a roadmap?
We should, I think we should at least draft issues onto the projects. We have the project repo. We should at least. Oh, sorry, we have a roadmap repository. We should at least.
Yeah,
wiki. I got the wiki on that thing, and we can draft it. We should definitely at least have some sort of statement of a draft. I think.
Yeah, we should live draft.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my thinking. Sorry, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I don't think coming out of this we should have necessarily like fully formed issues and everything put together, but the notes should allow us to do that. I did what I was going to mention, the roadmap repo, which I know Stuart doesn't like, and it's been sort of abandoned. I think at the end of this, we should decide whether we are using it or not, and if we're not, we should just delete it. Because
well, I can answer that question for you already. No, the roadmap gets added to the website repository.
It's probably a bad place for it.
Oh,
we had a
where is
HTML, it? We had an RST file. Sorry,
you broke up for me.
No, answer what you're going to say. Well, answer what you're going to say. What is wrong with me? What am I saying?
The jet lag's hitting the bill. Go on, Steve.
So I did, if you put under the notes, I kind of put a kind of a structure of how I was thinking we could do this. I thought we could review what we think we're doing well, what we think we're doing poorly, therefore where can we improve, and what do we want to stop doing. So I was going to kind of have those as open questions, and then from there move on to kind of the roadmap, which I know is like very broad. You guys have already talked about a number of things.
Where did you put these notes?
I don't see this.
Yeah,
It's in the it's in the hedgehog thing.
Yeah, that's where I'm looking, I think.
Did you put it in the agenda one from before?
It is underneath the Spectra affiliate package notes. Do I need to publish this, or is this live?
I think you might be in a different document to the rest of it.
Can you share the link of?
I'll put the link to the running notes we're using in the element coordination channel.
I just published. Maybe I think that what was missing.
No, what?
No, that doesn't matter.
Send us the link of whatever you're on. I think that'll be easier.
I just put the link to what I'm using in the chat, and you tell me whether that's the right thing to use or not.
I don't think so.
Chat.
Sure.
Oh, maybe it is. That right?
No,
that's not the one we're using.
No, that is like 2020.
Oh, wait.
Look at those dates. That's 2020. I think.
Yeah,
2020.
That's like.
Oh my god! Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did I get?
Oh, I see what happened. Oh,
Yeah, well, it's not. It should have the date in the top.
There you go, Steve. I just put the link to the one we're using.
Thank you.
Sure. I assume both microphones are working.
Now I need to undo undo my changes.
I mean, we preserved that version of the 2020 notes in the wiki, I think, so it doesn't matter. Those can, the hedgehog version can die. Okay. Sorry.
I was confused by the notes.
I think so.
I was going to say, it's on the website. I'm pretty sure I linked to the demo.
I'm pretty sure I at least copied them. I'm pretty sure I
in that case.
I mean, who cares?
Oh, no, you're right, sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
The 20, yeah, the points, yeah, so.
Don't unsettle me.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, if you can delete that, just delete that.
No, the way, well, I mean.
It's in the way.
I was gonna say, who cares? No one will find it, but clearly.
This always happens on that when you used to search SunPy documentation, you used to get David's old SunPy doc build from like 2013 or something. It was like 0.2.
Steve, since we're still waiting for a couple of people to come back in, I was curious if you had, given what you were saying about the SunPy code base, if you had any reflections along those lines regarding the NDQ code base.
Do you want to hear?
There's just like in the extra clause folder, there's just a here be dragons.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will.
Choose your word.
So I know that ND Cube is very powerful. I know you put a lot of people have put a lot of work into it, and I know what it's supposed to do. I recently looked at it again to try to understand something, and I will admit that even the documentation was too abstract for me to kind of remind myself of how to use it and what it does.
Okay, that's good feedback.
The documentation wasn't referencing enough for you.
Yeah, it wasn't starting early enough is kind of how I felt.
Oh, really?
And it wasn't like jumping me into what it does. Let me look at it again so I remind myself.
That's interesting. I would have argued that was one of the better bits of documentation.
I thought we already started.
That's awkward.
Yeah. I thought we started. What does n-dimensional mean? And what's astronomy?
Yeah, I think
this is the problem when like. So go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, one of the things that was. No, it talks about WCS pretty much right away. I mean, that's the problem. Like, if you don't understand what WCS is, right, which I think a lot of people don't, then you're like, and it's like in the first paragraph, you're like, what is happening? Right? Like, yeah, what? Do I care about WCS? Can I use NDQ? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I guess you want some kind of explanation along the lines of like images are in pixels, but that pixel represents a real coordinate. And how do you map from pixels to coordinates?
That's kind of what that first paragraph is trying to do. I mean, maybe it's not doing it very well.
Yeah.
Maybe it's doing it terribly, but that's what it's trying to do.
I mean, I would also argue that like the audiences for the NDQ documentation and the audiences for the SunPy documentation, at least, I don't know, maybe you guys disagree with this, but I think in my mind, like those are very different. Like someone who's looking at the NDQ documentation is probably not like, I don't know.
As green?
Yeah.
That being said, you'd hardly call Steve green. And if
No.
Steve, if you're having trouble with it, then that's very important to know.
Well, yeah. That is true. That's, I mean.
Anyway, well, thanks for that. We've got a full complement here, so thanks for that feedback. And if you have any more detail you want to give at any point,
yeah,
I'd be thrilled to hear more thoughts on that.
Even more thrilled if those thoughts came with associated pull requests.
Yeah.
Anyway. All right, should we get started?
Yeah.
All right. So first of all, I wanted to make sure people knew there was some time ago, and maybe it's all deprecated, but there was a repo. There still is a repo, a roadmap repo. Which, can we just agree? Are we not using this? Are we getting rid of it?
So my thought is that we remove it and the roadmap gets added to the SunPy website repository instead.
So the reason why I didn't like that at the time was because this is a roadmap for the project, not necessarily for the package.
Right, but when I say the website, I mean the project
website.
Oh, the project.
SunPy.org. SunPy.org/roadmap, for example.
Yeah, okay, that's fine with me.
Yeah. I don't know whether you're about to dive into this, Steve, or not, but one of the things that I would like to make sure everybody is thinking the same here is what is the purpose of this roadmap? Why do we want one?
Okay, we could start there. I mean, basically, any project, we want a long-term vision of where we're headed, right? We want to be able to understand, kind of the arc of the project and, what are our long-term projects, what are our short-term projects, what are our midterm projects. I think, aren't we required to have a roadmap by NumFocus?
Required might be a strong word. I think encouraged might be. So I just the NumPy roadmap is really interesting to me because it's the kind of low effort roadmap that I can really get behind.
I feel like it's something I've done in a while.
It does the work it needs to do, and it's not over engineered.
Can you link that?
It's in. I just threw it in the Matrix channel.
But NumPy, I think, is a little bit different than us because they are a very stable package. I see we still have gaps.
Do we?
I don't know. I think there's a lot of stuff that NumPy could add.
So NumPy has massive gaps.
All right, well, we're not talking about NumPy.
Anyway,
we're talking about SunPy.
Anyway, to me, I think the things. I mean, other people feel free to say what they think here, but to me, a roadmap is useful for. The roadmap is less useful for and for people to understand that we as a group about what we want to do long term. I don't think a roadmap with time because we do not have the resources to hit deadlines.
Yeah, no, but I think I disagree that it isn't a useful tool for us. I think it should be something that guides our kind of maybe not day to day, but sort of month to month decision making. Because I think it helps us not just do a bunch of kind of make a bunch of sort of incoherent decisions. I think big decisions should we rebase map on NDQ or even slightly smaller ones. We should be thinking of how does this fit in with our roadmap? Is this taking us where we want to go?
Are we just going to deprecate this in 6 months because we're going in a different direction?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's fine to change our direction, but I think we should be conscious of that change in the direction, and that all of our kind of smaller development decisions should be in the same direction as the roadmap that we've set out. I mean, obviously, it's great for funding and showing people that we have that vision. And I think we probably all have that kind of same sort of collective ideas about what we want the project to be. But I think if we kind of write those down, say them out loud, that helps to kind of make that thought process much more coherent.
Is there anyone who wants to say anything against having a roadmap? Otherwise, maybe we should proceed with making it.
To be clear, I don't think we shouldn't have one. I think I just wanted to make sure that we were all writing the same document for the same reason before we started doing it.
I'm along Will's lines.
The only other thing I would say is, what do we think? The time. What is the time horizon on this, and how often are we going to update it?
What do you mean by time horizon?
Is it a year? 10 years? Yeah, are these things we want to see achieved within a year, 5 years, 10 years?
I think I agree with you that there shouldn't be a timeline attached to anything unless there's a specific grant that has.
No, I don't mean in terms of we're going to do this thing by next year. I mean, like, it's a thing that's achievable in a year versus, I don't know, maybe it doesn't, maybe that doesn't matter, but I would say we've got to be thinking about rewriting this document at every coordination meeting, right?
I think
I think Steve had a comment. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I agree. I mean, Stuart said what I was going to say, that I think it should be reviewed, which I think is very different than what you said. We should not be rewriting the roadmap every Sun. We should be reviewing it. Right. Presumably our long-term aims do not change that frequently. We need to rewrite the whole thing, but reviewed once per year, I think is the right approach.
If we're rewriting it every year, we've written a bad roadmap.
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's kind of what I meant by my first point, right? Is you could write a roadmap. Maybe roadmap isn't the right word at that point, but I think like the timescale of the thing you're putting on a roadmap, right? How does it change? Like we could put smaller things on a roadmap where basically we would have done most of it in a year, or we could put massive things on a roadmap where we wouldn't have done most of it in a decade. Like, you know, there are, like, for instance, right, a thing that might be achieved in the next year is having map inherit from NDQ. A thing that won't potentially be achieved in the next 5 years is putting all of sun expects and sun raster in, right? Those are two very, like, what kind of granularity / time horizon are we going for here? I don't know.
Saying both should be in the roadmap.
Yeah,
I think both should be in the roadmap. Yeah, honestly.
I'm done.
I think any large changes to, or actually your NDQ doesn't say this, any large changes to or additions to the API? Maybe? I don't know. I mean, do we need to define this, or are we happy just like putting on what feels right as a group?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
But there are some things already that we kind of know, right?
Yeah.
Maybe just start there.
Yeah.
Like NDQ thing, right?
Yeah.
Very short term.
Okay.
Do you guys want to start that way, or do you guys want to start with kind of the questions which I had listed? Like, we could start with just writing down the things we kind of know are supposed to be. We've already made some sort of agreement are going to happen.
I think maybe answering your questions will lead us to writing down.
Okay.
Some of these. Yeah.
All right, so let's start with that. I mean, so the first one I wrote was, you know, what do we think we're doing well? And the idea there is if we're already doing it well, then it's not necessarily an area that we want to focus too much of our energy in. And I'll just leave it open and take notes as people throw things out there.
Could you get us started with an example to just so we have a trigger on what you're thinking?
I'd say coordinate transforms, and those using those with maps, like being able to reproject a map onto another map is really cool and is relatively new.
I agree.
I heard map. Are we saying map base? Are we saying all of map stuff?
I think what David said was like coordinates and coordinates with map, like coordinate aware, the coordinate functionality of map, right? Yeah.
Yeah, just a single generic map.
Yeah.
I think the visualization, easy visualization that like map enables. I mean, this is sort of, and because it's coordinate aware, so maybe this is like wrapped up in the first point. I mean, I think.
Look, if we're gonna just go anything that touches coordinates, we're done.
Yeah.
This is gonna be like a one-element list, right? Like, SunPy is all coordinates at this point.
Maybe we should just go around and everyone should choose one thing,
Yeah, that sounds right.
and then everyone gets to say.
People online who have a thing they want to say, press the, or just unmute yourselves and say it, or press the hand up button or something. I'm trying to use the wrong mouse. Anybody? Okay, so it's the documentation.
Yeah, I suspect we're going to get a lot more participation on the next question.
Should we go around the room? Like?
Yeah, let's not move to the next one too quickly, because I think we do want to kind of agree on the areas that we do well before we start complaining.
I've got one. So I think SunPy is a good example of scientists embracing open source development methodologies and doing it really well. It's kind of a lesson to everyone else.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
I second that. Yeah.
I'm going to suggest one, but if people may disagree, I think coming from a scientist angle rather than a private sector angle, I think we do a good job at testing code. You know, we have a big test suite, we have pretty good coverage, and again, as a cultural thing of testing in solar physics, I think that's a great contribution to the community, even if maybe, you know, computer scientists or like professional programmers might say that
might laugh at us a little bit.
Maybe, but
no, I think
within the context of science,
software developers would laugh at our online test suite.
But I think the fact that we have it, and we've been banging a drum for a long time about testing code, and that is slowly getting purchased within the community, I think that's something that we do well.
I thought I would just share.
What about, I would say that FIDO is also a very strong point, like downloading data. I think we do a really good job there.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's a huge ease.
Marcus is 2 thumbs up.
Makes me so many hours of my life.
For all those said earlier, I think the community engagement is really something else. I think SunPy does a really good job of it, like the element chat and wherever it is. Anytime I've noticed myself or literally anybody have a problem, it is dealt with very, very quickly and very like in a very friendly manner. There's nobody ever like saying, "Oh my God, you didn't do this simple thing." I think everybody's very, very friendly, for lack of a better word.
That's great to hear. Yeah, I suppose we've like spent a lot of oxygen talking about like how do we get more people engaged and like how can we improve, you know, like sort of people coming back and becoming part of the community. But I think Pierce, I'd be interested, apart from just on the chat through, how approachable are we to new people? How friendly are we to new people? And that's hard, I suppose, for people who are like really engaged all the time and have good personal relationships. That's something that's a bit hard to judge. The closer to the center of SunPy you are, because you're already friends. So do you have any comments on that, Pierce, like in a broader sense?
I think it helps that I know some of you in the room already, definitely. I think that's what sort of got me to make the first message, or making the first message easier. But then another part of it was like seeing the Matrix chat wasn't always just people talking about the nitty-gritty of whatever it is. There's genuine like people out there who are totally new or just trying to get something done. I think that has sort of shows itself to be you are real people who are quite helpful. I should probably have my video on. Sorry, hi. I think you make a good impression on the Matrix chat. I don't know how to describe that, unfortunately, but yeah, it's just like the actions speak for themselves. Basically, I think everybody's working with their the betterment of everybody else. Does that make sense? Everybody here seems to have wants to help people when they have questions, and that is very obvious in how they respond to people and how any sort of questions are dealt with that I've noticed anyway.
Great, thanks.
Okay, given the time, shall we just do one more? Anybody else have one more, and then we'll move to the the more fun topic.
I think our release cadence and our release notes are good. Like, I think we have got to the point where we have a strong deprecation policy, clear documentation on changes to the packages, and a regular release schedule. We've hit our release deadline for the last two major releases. Like, in fact, 3.1 was early.
I think, when I was making the slides for the sub-package stuff earlier today, I was reading through the what's new. I was like, this is a really nice resource. And the fact that we've decided to, ensure that for all these like big features, significant features that we're writing, that we're, as part of the pull request, we're requiring a what's new entry to like describe it, a high level, more plain language summary. It's like, what does this thing do? Why do we add it? Why is it great? I think that's a really cool thing. It makes it easy to like advertise new parts of the project too. And makes it easy to make slides when you only have 10 minutes.
In the beginning, there was making slides easier.
Yeah, I do agree that moving to this regular release approach is really great. I think it's a really good change. Do we think that's true across our kind of affiliated packages as well, or only the SunPy core?
That release policy only is in effect for core.
Yeah, AIAPI definitely not. It's sort of whenever bugs need to be, or it's whenever new features get added and we're launching it.
Yeah, NDQ and Sunraster don't have a regular cadence.
They're kind of like, NDQ doesn't need one, right? Nothing's changed in the last 6 months, it's finished.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, I think the level of activity on packages is not high enough to warrant the same release policy.
There's no point doing a release unless you've got a release.
Yeah.
I think they're changing them.
Should we move to the second one?
Yes.
Just time.
I would also argue that the two questions there aren't actually the same.
Yeah.
Oh, what are we doing poorly versus where we can improve?
Yeah.
We can always improve everything.
Right.
So you're saying that there are areas that we could be doing poorly and that we cannot improve?
No, I'm saying there are things that we're not doing poorly, but that we could improve. Like, following on from what Piers said about being, open and welcoming, we all agree on that, we could do a better job of getting more of the community engaged on that score. But I wouldn't say we're doing poorly.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to focus on the poorly just because, everything can be constantly improved, right? And I would say that the roadmap is a way to focus our energies on the areas that need energy focused on. I think all the other stuff should be happening all the time. We should be continuously improving all the other stuff too.
Yeah, I guess there are some things that are doing okay, but it's also still a priority to improve them. But that's good to clarify what you mean by those two questions being coupled. So I think that's fine.
Okay. All right. So what are we doing poorly and where can we improve?
Documentation, apparently.
So we both think we're doing well with documentation and that we're doing poorly with it.
I think parts of our documentation are very good and parts of it aren't so good. We are completely missing any explanation section from
Laura's feedback that there's a gap. It's very good for people who've never done anything before, but once you move beyond that step, there's a huge gap in acquired knowledge to start, getting more out of the documentation.
Chris?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, before I start complaining, I agree that generally the documentation is very well written and there's a lot of help when you have issues. So you're doing a really great job there, and that's really appreciated. However, I did contribute for the first time recently for Subi, and that has been a really frustrating experience, and it really discouraged me to contribute something in the future. The reason being, I went through that developer's guide, and I really spent weeks trying to clean up my code according to that documentation. And yet, when I submitted it, there were like weeks and weeks and weeks of complaining what I did wrong. And like back and forth, like the variables need to go there, they can't be there. You need to split up your code by functionality. And none of that was in the documentation for the developer. And that was really frustrating. So if you want to encourage people to contribute more, I would suggest to find a way to make that less frustrating.
Would that, do you think you suggested a solution? Is that the solution you want to see, as in the developer docs need to be more explicit?
Yes, they need to reflect what actually needs to be done. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in there already, but for example, like to break up the code by functionality and like not putting everything into one big Python code, or like to split out the variables and all of that stuff to the beginning of the code. None of that is in the documentation. And after spending weeks of trying to get it right, and you get the code rejected multiple times, that's where you start to get like, okay, I'm done with this.
Chris, I tried to write up your comment in the notes. If you could take a look at it and either add or, just
Sure.
review it. It would be very helpful.
Sure, we'll do that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for that comment. I can identify, actually, when I first did SunPy, for whatever reason, I just kept going. But, a lot of people wouldn't and haven't. So that's a fair point.
Yeah, it's difficult to balance, like especially when first-time contributions are large. It's difficult to balance like the feeling of making progress and getting the thing done versus like code standards that some of us are all very familiar with. Like,
yeah,
it's difficult. Yeah, Dad's Go's PR was very similar to your Subi one, I think.
Should on our newcomers documentation be like, if we want to open a PR, maybe start with a very, very small one so that you know the process or something like that?
I think that's a very good point.
Or just pull requests super early.
Yeah.
Feedback.
Yeah. Pull request to draft, that's
Yeah.
really, really rough.
Yeah, pull requests early, pull requests more.
Yeah.
I think the small things, really
Yeah.
good.
Because even that in itself, like even if I don't do it for a while, I'm always like, oh my god, what the hell do you do there? It's like, how do you
I think there's a difference between like unfamiliarity with the process versus like implementing a big feature with lots of code and getting like lots of feedback on restructuring the code and like.
So when you have both of those together, I think it's completely fair what Chris is saying.
Yeah, absolutely. So like just building on that, there is that lead newcomer role. Has anybody, is there any thought into like anybody that would like to take on that role to help with these type of things?
Was any of the Osterful funding for that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it, the funding is kind of outreach focused.
Yeah.
I mean,
so
the stuff that we had written in was, I guess, well,
I guess
no, I was
not,
gonna say instrument team focused, but that's not true. I mean, I
guess-
hadn't thought of it in those terms, but I mean,
My provocative question is, you're being paid. Can you be the lead newcomer?
Steve wants to jump in as well.
Yeah, sorry to cut off the conversation, but we're starting to try to solve solutions, and we shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
But we can.
All right, so next one.
I would say doing anything with more than one map at a time. So like a map sequence is poor.
Map sequence, map, composite map. Those are two areas.
We don't talk about composite.
Those are
But
two
yes.
areas that need long-term looking at by all planning.
Without going down the solution route, I think that is tied in with NDQ with map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But building a map, I think plotting multiple maps on one thing can get very complicated very quickly. And maybe that is a documentation issue, but it isn't straightforward compared to the tools of accessibility.
Yeah.
Like if you're like have three maps and you want to do contours on them all, and they're kind of slightly different times, you have to understand the coordinate framework that's going into it.
It'd be like plotting 3 maps on one set of axes.
Yeah, on top of each other, yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. I think doing anything more than map.plot
Yeah.
is non-trivial.
Yeah.
What would you say that, I suppose, is it a documentation issue, or is it that the code needs to be refactored to make some more implicit assumptions to support certain use cases, or?
Maybe it is. I think from a base user point of view who isn't fully aware of the whole intricacies of WCS axes, I think a lot of helper functions could be written somewhere to do.
Plot has grown, map has grown quite a lot of overplotting support, like with auto align through and contour now.
I think it's still difficult to discover and do that.
Yeah. And maybe it is documentation, but that's just something.
Okay. Yeah, fine.
It's also great. It has lots of good things it does too, but that's
Related to the 2 map problem is, I would say, spectral data, like spectroscopic data. There's basically, there's so Micah is online. They have the ice pack package. There's Sunraster and IrisPy and the spice tools that other folks are working on. But it's very, very much kind of an influx effort.
None of it's in core.
And none of it is
which
core.
is like,
yeah, so I guess maybe
tells the tale.
Yeah. So SunPy Core has no support for spectroscopic data, despite like.
I mean, you'd say it only supports images and simple time series.
Yeah.
Everything else is like
Yeah.
So we need polarization, like down the line. We need
spectra of any kind.
Yeah, of any kind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So poor data support. Other than images and time series.
Actually, I put that in capital. Probably the worst thing about core is like we do not support solid physics. We support images and time series.
Yeah.
And it gets
Yeah.
Because even with the CDF reader, I don't know if you remember when you can't put it into time series object, the CDF reader doesn't.
Yeah, the CDF reader doesn't support multi-dimensional data.
Yeah.
That's a big thing missing.
Probably again goes back to ending.
Yeah.
All roads lead to NDQ.
Yeah.
But no, it does, because
we should discuss at some point whether.
Yeah.
Okay, so the problem is.
But yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Any problems online?
Surely more than just Chris online has a complaint.
Can you hear me?
You're
Just
a little
about.
quiet, but yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, great.
This is Mike Weberg. Just I guess addition to you're talking about spectral data and multidimensional. Does SunPy support time distance diagrams?
I like that. You can make them, right? But it doesn't.
You can, and so there was a feature for like extracting, so that you can draw or you can specify a coordinate and you can extract like intensities from your image along that coordinate, and then I guess yeah, cool, yeah, and I think that will go into 4.1. So, well, okay, the length of my explanation is answering the question, sort of / no, and then you could glue these things together into an NDQ.
What?
I guess I'm asking like make a map where one axis.
When you ask that.
Sorry, wait, Mike is saying something. Sorry, go ahead. Micah.
I guess the fundamental question there for me is, can you make a map, just a SunPy map, where one axis is time and one is, some spatial coordinate?
You can make an ND cube do that, yes.
The answer is no to your question.
the answer is no.
No.
Yeah.
Right.
There's not enough then.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I guess, Mike, what would the map container give you for a?
Yeah.
I think at a high level, we have no support for time distance plots.
Yeah.
But you can have that data in Python and but yeah, it's just not designed to do that.
I think a lot of the fundamentals are there, but there's no a high level there's no tutorial on how to do it.
Yeah.
Or any helper functions. But
map is implicitly two space dimensions.
it would never be a map, but there's still no support for it anywhere. So.
So that's something we don't do well or at all.
Since we're talking about maps, do we feel like there are any gaps in our support of the different instruments and such that should be filled in terms of map, like imaging instruments?
Marcus, do you have a comment here? As someone involved in an instrument team, have you detected gaps so far in your?
I mean, we haven't been
exploration?
using map, we've been using NDQ.
Right,
So
well, that might explain
I'm
that.
not sure.
I feel like you set up that question.
I feel smart enough. I will have.
Yeah. But just to comment on that, so Phi just released their data, and I just read it into map and works fine. That's cool. So once
Only because they have
yeah.
I mean, they're using the UI work straight off the bat as well.
Yeah. That's a good thing, right?
Get the data right.
No, we're back to things we're doing well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's probably some weird ground-based instruments that we don't have map sources for, but if no one's asking for them.
A lot of weird ground-based instruments don't have metadata, so.
But on the other note, like time series, I think is something that could definitely be improved, and it could definitely include a lot more instrument sources. I think that's where stuff's lacking, right?
Yeah. I mean, is that something? So yes, there are tons of sort of like space time series data sets that we are currently not supporting. Is that something we want? That SunPy should be doing, though.
It's heliophysics, I'd say yes.
Sorry, was that a yes?
I think yes. If it's the solar wind, I would bias.
Oh, yeah.
My biased opinion is yes. But also, when I deprecated and archived HelioPy, that was because we moved the time series and NASA CEDA web support into SunPy. So you can do all your solar orbiter analysis in SunPy, for example.
I'm gonna say one of the things that we're doing poorly and could improve is I don't think we fully understand our separation with other packages in the Helio. It sort of feels like we want to do everything, and we don't necessarily trust or think that these capabilities will be developed elsewhere. Do folks agree with that? Or disagree, or?
I would push back on what we mean by we tend to, I don't feel like we focus that much at all on heliophysics directly.
Could you elaborate on that, Steve, by what you mean?
Well, like there is this kind of like fuzzy region in time series where we could take on a bunch more stuff. And in fact, there is a little bit now, right, in SunPy, where we're using, I forget which CDF reader. We could also easily add, downloading from the SPDF into Fido.
We already have that.
Yeah, so you already have that, right? So it sort of feels like we're like slow, kind of inching into kind of space physics a little bit, and I worry that we have kind of this fuzzy boundary that we haven't defined well enough. Does that?
I mean, I think
explain?
we've often defined core as providing like search and download functionality, providing like base data structures, and then doing coordinates. And I think that providing the ability to search for and download heliophysics data and read it into a data structure is well within the scope of core as we've defined it for years now. So I don't know if I agree with that.
I mean, that covers basically everything, though, right? I mean, we're not like downloading what data? What data should we support to download, and what data should we?
I would argue the scope is data that is used to study the sun and the solar wind as its extended atmosphere.
Everything inside the heliopause.
But that doesn't include magnetospheric physics. It doesn't include planetary physics. It doesn't. So I think, yeah.
I would say that's kind of driven by the community of users. Right? So if you say, well, what data are we going to support? If the SunPy using community says like this is important, then presumably we want to support that. I think.
But I mean,
do we need a hard edge?
To push back on that, I mean, there are solar physicists who care a lot about the Earth's magnetosphere as well. But there are also great packages out there already that are providing, like interfaces to more magnetospheric focused data. And we're not going to start all of a sudden, like, I don't know.
No, but in that case, what we do is we point those users towards that tool.
Yeah.
We don't just redevelop everything under SunPy. But if something doesn't exist, and our user community need it, and not more than just like one person, I mean, presumably that's then in scope, isn't it?
But this is built into heliophysics.
I mean, even if we, but then there's a category of stuff where we're, we might want to duplicate this thing to add it to Fido because then you can search it all at once or something. I don't know. Go on, Steve. Sorry.
I'm just going to say that this conversation is evidence for the statement that's written down.
Yeah.
But is that a problem that needs improving? At the moment so far, unless we're duplicating code in other Helio packages, I don't see that as something that needs to be improved.
Well, understanding the scope of our package, I think, is important, right? It limits what the roadmap should cover, right? There are some areas we shouldn't be going into because we've agreed that is not appropriate. So
I thought we'll kind of define the scope, but then within that scope, you're saying we need a hard boundary within that, right?
Yeah, because otherwise we'll accept things like additions to the package that are, and we'll work on those because they're being provided that shouldn't be there. And then we have to support them and support it and everything. So
I mean, I guess a concrete example, so if someone wanted to add a reader for Earth based on their field data into the SunPy project, because it's useful to do something about the sun, would that be allowed, would not be allowed? Yeah. It's
and assuming it doesn't exist anywhere else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Assume it does, but you can't then integrate it with the sun data that you want to do. So let's say you want to correlate X-ray flux with magnetometer data. Probably not a good idea, but let's just say you did.
Right.
And it'd be a good idea.
Get on it. I agree with Steve that for the purposes of this discussion, I think that's a valid point to have on the list, and we should keep it there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, we should probably move on. Yeah.
Yeah, I would suggest we move on to the next one, which I already added one thing. What do we want to stop doing?
I'm not convinced we do want to stop doing database. We just want to not do it the way we're doing it at the moment.
But as it exists, we want to stop it.
When I stop doing database and start doing database 2.
Yeah, what do we do badly? Database 2.
Yeah.
So I didn't know SunPy did database until a few weeks ago, where I was searching the issues.
Probably
And I found an issue from like last year or 2 years ago where someone's like, the reply was basically like, we're not going to fix this because we're going to redo databases.
Yeah.
So if you're going to redo databases, then I mean, probably don't keep it in limbo for years and years and years.
Yeah, we discussed earlier today, like getting community feedback on. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The current database submodule is on the chopping block, unless somebody goes, "No, please don't delete it. I've written my entire pipeline on it."
If you search GitHub for SunPy.database, there's like 83 repos use it, but a lot of them are like the automatic like file listing ones. So there are some people using it, but time series is like what 800 or 500, and maps is like 3,000.
Fair enough. It's good info.
Composite map.
You don't want to stop doing it, you want to fix it.
Well, do you though?
Yeah.
Because like a lot of the functionality that's in composite map now is actually being built into map.mod.
Yeah, I think having it there is still confusing for a lot of people.
As far as I can tell, it doesn't work. At least not for me.
Certainly doesn't work well. Yeah, we should probably pull composite map.
What about the image package co-alignment resample?
Co-alignment, well, yeah, I guess we could argue that's now a SunKit image problem. So certainly the organization of the co-alignment code in some, well, okay, wait, we're on the, what do we stop doing? No, I think it's now, I guess we've stopped, core has stopped doing.
The roadmap is not just core.
Yeah, well, for the project, yeah. No, so I don't know, I mean.
No.
I think people use the co-alignment.
I don't think we do want to stop using.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why do you say we want to get rid of that, Jack?
It seems like more of a SunKit image type problem.
That's, I mean, it's in there now. Yeah. We moved it there.
Oh, so it's going to be deprecated?
Yeah, it's
okay.
We move co-alignment.
Yeah, we're not going to move all of it.
Map requires some image functionality.
It turns out.
It turns out.
I have a probably a controversial one. Get rid of our version of time series and replace it only with AstroPy time series readers. I know that we get rid of all that meta stuff that we have to join multiple time series together.
I think we could keep that and do what you said. Like there's a AstroPy time series, AstroPy table in particular is pretty flexible. You can do different things with it. We could keep a lot of our meta. We could even upstream the metadata handling.
Yeah, exactly. So
there are options there.
So that would mean like we stop supporting our own time series object, which is already confusing since the AstroPy is also called time series. So now there's two. There's a SunPy time series and there's a AstroPy time series, and it will become even more confusing when the SunPy time series is using the AstroPy time series. Like what? Too many time series.
I think the first stage of that process would be to. Yeah, I mean, yes, that's a long-term project, but yes, sure, yeah.
So what are we?
I think we want to keep the factory, but
we want to remove. Are we saying we want to remove our own time series class? Because that's kind of what I'm suggesting.
I would phrase it a little more woolly and say something along the lines of remove duplication with AstroPy time series.
I would agree with Steve. I think we should. I think long term we should get rid of SunPy.time series, and I agree with your.
I don't think we should get rid of SunPy.time series. Like we're still going to want the readers, and we're still going to want some of the other stuff. But
I think we should get rid of the time series class.
Or it's
generic time series.
Subclasses from AstroPy and only has those extra things that we'd like the metadata thing. If we're not upstreaming that, then it's basically the SunPy one is AstroPy with a few things that we have that we haven't upstreamed or don't want to upstream. Is that a fair compromise?
Does SunPy time series do metadata translation like map? What do the sources actually do?
I think they're more to do with reading the file.
You could then transform and do time distance calculations.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I think we need to support the observatory thing to do a lot of stuff like maps.
There's also plotting support on SunPy time series that doesn't exist on AstroPy time series. I don't know. Yes, put it on the list.
I'm going to put a question mark next to it since
I agree with the broad concept. I think I am reluctant to phrase it delete SunPy time series because I think there might be some technical reasons why we want to keep a very cut down version of that around.
I think we've been showing the Go's light curve plots for a while.
So I think there is some functionality there, but yes, an awful lot of what we have in time series should be replaced by AstroPy. I think.
Remember what time series was originally? It was basically like a small wrapper around pandas, and then we provided like plotting functions so that you would get pretty plots. And that was basically it until we added kind of that fancy meta class to it.
Which was great.
Yeah. I'm just saying that's where we started, right?
Yeah.
We basically were just a thin wrapper around a pandas data frame.
It has problems with leap seconds, as we've encountered numerous times.
So many leap second problems. Anyway, yes, it's on the list. We should move on, or else we'll never finish.
Yeah, how much more time do you guys? We're on the hour. I think
everyone in the room. I'm going to speak for everyone in the room. Everyone in the room, I think, can carry on, but we're on people online.
Yeah. I would definitely roll on for at least another little while to get some more of this down. I think.
Sure.
This is useful.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to set a time so that we're not like
another half hour?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. So what's the conclusion? It's a little hard for me to interpret.
Go for another half hour if you're up for it.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
Do you guys want to keep adding to these lists, or what I was thinking we would do next is, I guess, translate these into actual things we would do.
Yeah.
And then add priorities to them, and kind of what is the kind of the time frame for that.
Could I also suggest? Sorry, I was going to just suggest there's a category that we haven't captured here, and that's what new things do we need?
Isn't that captured in what we're doing poorly?
No, because if we're not doing it at all,
we're doing it poorly.
Right.
So
That's the next.
Well, I was thinking. Sorry, Steve. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that is this part of the discussion. So we've written down what we're doing poorly, and now we're going to start talking about what we actually plan on doing to address. Yeah.
Okay, great.
So essentially we're saying, okay, let's discuss specifically roadmap items.
I can put down one. Map to NDQ.
I think Danny's got an agenda.
Well, everyone keeps telling me, well, that can be fixed with NDQ, so
You've done this by a big NDQ.
He is big.
He is big.
So where is this list? Oh, I see. Yep, I see you, Steve. I see you. Yep.
Yeah, and I kind of wrote, you could see below that some of my preliminary notes on these kind of long-term projects, which have, yeah. So Dan, let me sort of push on you in this. I mean, once map inherits from ND cube, I mean, that's enables a lot more other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But you are not suggesting we do that, or are you?
What do you mean in terms of making map more than two-dimensional?
Yeah,
Is that
or
what you're talking about?
having mixed dimensions and such.
In this particular item, I am not. I'm kind of restricting the scope of this item, but that's not to say that those things shouldn't be on the roadmap.
I am. Sorry, I was just going to say that I think that map should stay space-based forever. I think other data could be, or maybe not forever. Forever is a strong word. I think map will be staying space-based for a very long time.
Okay, but I mean, we could have, I think a good way to start from, in a lot of different ways, is to make map as a 2D object inherit from NDQ. We're going to learn a lot from that. It might change bits of the API, hopefully not, or we would learn more about what keeping the same API means. But another item could be, I don't know if it's the right term, but create a map cube object, which is space-based time.
Or space-based anything? Or specifically?
I have a real lingering fear that I've had for years at this point that this is cracking the door open to, which is every single combination of axes you can think of gets its own object. There's an object for you and you and you and you, and it's just.
I don't know if Albert's walked away.
He has, yeah.
He has. In that case, channeling him, hypercube.
Well, that's kind of what, NDQ.
Well,
like NDQ is what happens when you take the map API and you hack it down to this now works with all world coordinate types.
So I think sorry, go ahead.
Surely you can scope it that SunPy has these supported things. Space-based time is a cube, space-based is a map, a spectrum, a spectra, there are certain things, and that's it. If you want to do something weird and wonderful, you got to go up.
But what happens when you have space-based time, spectra, and stokes?
Then that wouldn't be in SunPy. You'd have to have your own package to do that, surely.
But like that data exists.
Oh, it does, yeah. But
so like I don't. That's the problem, right? Is I've written a really interesting time series analysis thing that takes in a space-based time cube, but now I want to use that on my space-based time wavelength cube. It doesn't work. It's stupid.
What? Yeah. So if map's going to stay 2D, to be a bit provocative, what are the advantages of having it inherit from NDQ? Just because I have forgotten.
There are several. I think the first one that jumps to mind is that the API, you can have a consistent API across different data types, whatever object you're using, whether it's a specialized one or it's NDQ. The things that you would do common between, say, like a map or a map cube of some kind, or a spectrogram. Then if you're dealing with spectrograms or images, the same sorts of operations be done the same way. Plus, then the stuff that is common, a lot of that code base will live in NDQ. So when you do want to make a spectrum class, you just inherit that straight away, and it's the same as it would be a map.
Yeah. I think we're driving off topic a bit here. I think we agree this is a good thing to do, and we can talk about the practical upshot of it later. We should put it on the roadmap and put more things on the roadmap.
Right.
Yeah. So I wrote, just to be clear and not to limit things as much, but begin to integrate NDCube into SunPy core, and with one is map.
Do we need the begin to on the roadmap? Long term, we just want to do that, right?
Okay, fine. Yes, remove begin. Good point.
But does that mean moving NDCube, the code base, into core?
No.
Right, but just to be clear about that, because that's how I would have interpreted that.
That's not happening.
No, I would agree. Yeah. Another thing,
spec utils would shank us.
Right, right, exactly. If you want another suggestion, metadata object.
Yes, I mean we need.
So just to clarify, this list of points we want on the roadmap are influenced by what we've discussed before.
Yes. Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Let's rattle off everything then.
Sorry,
NDQ map to NDQ transition, and that comes with probably replacing map sequence with NDQ.
Sequence, yeah.
The NDQ sequence. Metadata, I know Steve has a very old, had a very old project and issue dating back like 2016 on a new metadata class. That's something to look
I'm a bit torn on putting metadata on the roadmap because there's so much to it, but maybe that's what we need to do. We just need to put a big metadata heading, and then for the moment, like, we can figure that out later.
Well, no one said we're doing metadata poorly.
Yeah, exactly.
We're not addressing a shortcoming.
No, but I think sorry.
So my argument against that would be no support for spectral data, no support for time distance, like any of those. As soon as you walk outside of map, we just don't have metadata handling.
Let's do that as part of the other bits instead of like, let's do that because we want to support spectral data, not because we want to do a metadata project, maybe. Well, Steve, you wanted to say something, a few comments ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a general area of improvement. I don't know that it's necessarily a roadmap item, though I do agree that probably a whole class would be nice. But I tend to agree that we never identified this as something we're doing particularly poorly. So yeah, even though I'm a big proponent of this, I don't know that we should be dumping a bunch of energy into it.
But one thing is that if you're going to support more arithmetic operations on your maps and map sequences, and there are header keywords that are derived from the data, you got to be somewhat careful in what you do, because otherwise you're going to screw people up.
There's lots of metadata things we could improve. I know I didn't say it earlier, but like I have a whole list in my brain and on various issues. Like there are definitely metadata things we could do better in terms of segregate how we translate from metadata to Python objects. We don't really have a way of modifying the Python object and going back to metadata. We don't have a way of separating different classes of metadata keywords into ones that SunPy understands versus just extra metadata that we don't ever modify and touch, like the stats keywords. We don't have a way of supporting other metadata representations other than fits WCS or just fits in general.
But I think that we should identify a user need for each of those instead of saying, I want my metadata to be Python objects, because they should be Python objects.
We already translate the metadata into Python objects. That's what map does.
Yeah.
The user need for things like stats keywords exists.
Yeah.
Like,
or just marking them as stale, or just telling someone this is no longer, we've just done something like
Jack.
Yeah, I've got a question. So like a cube of maps where like one of the dimensions is time, is that easy to handle in ND cube?
Yes.
So you could immediately, if you're going to replace map, then could you replace map sequence?
Yes.
Okay. So do you want to put that in there as well?
It's on the list.
I just put it in, have map sequence inherit from ND cube sequence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next
the
question.
alternative. Sorry, the alternative to that is make it map cube, but that would then needs the data to be reprojected to the same WCS. But like both are valid ways to go, and both can be done.
If that was a method on NDQ sequence, right, then you could just do it.
Yeah, it's a PR for that.
Yeah. It actually don't make sense if you have a sequence that are like days apart. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So next question is then why don't we rebase time series on ND cube?
That's a grenade.
Because it's not really what that's designed for.
Right. So it's for everything except one dimension.
Well, like it's okay. ND cube, people don't expect to load a time series object and have the ND cube API. In my opinion, I don't know. I don't use time series data very much, but they expect it to act like a table, and ND cube just kind of doesn't.
I think the biggest argument is that there's so much support in like either pandas or time series, like for specific time series analysis, and I think duplicating all of that on the NDCube API is probably unnecessary, given how mature tools exist for that specific case. That's my argument.
So right, time series are special, is what you're saying.
Yes. You can represent time in an NDCube, that's fine, because you can represent in a WCS, but I think in a lot of use cases, people don't have the time as WCS, and there's like a lot of like upsampling and downsampling and various like things that there are so many tools to do that sort of analysis specifically with time that there are more mature tools that people are already used to. So yeah, I would say it's from that. In practice, time series is a bit special, but if you want to, you could do it with NDCube.
So just before Stephen jumps in, so if I sit on one pixel in a map cube, I'm gonna get out something which is not an ND cube, and so I'm gonna have to switch API then.
No, you get and slicing an ND cube gives you an ND cube always.
So I'm gonna have to recast that into a time series if I want to use it in all these nice time series tools.
If you want to use a time series, then de facto yes. As in like a time series object. If you want all the functionality the time series object gives you, then yes. But maybe there's like 2 time series methods.
Okay, is that like, sorry, Stephen.
Yeah, so sorry, just to follow into what you just said, Jack. I mean, can't you just have the ND cube, like when you slice and it sees it's just time, just output a time series?
So that's Albert's hypercube concept. Is that, you know, depending on which slice or which angle you look at the cube, it appears to be a map or a map cube or slash sequence or a time series. So that's Albert's conception. That's still a heated. There are differing views on that for valid reasons on both sides.
Okay, so what I was going to say, the reason why I raised my hand was, you know, ND cube is really great when you have a WCS object. Otherwise you're kind of stuck. So what data types come with WCS objects? I mean, it's mostly imaging type stuff, right? Like not time series, of course, as we just said, but what about spectra?
Yeah, lots of spectral data has WCS information.
Yeah.
Okay, so that naturally kind of provides a scope for where NDCube would be applicable and where it isn't. Now remember though that, you know, once you leave solar physics and astrophysics, I guess, WCS objects are not used. So doing a hard, you know, integration of NDCube into SunPy basically means that you can no longer use SunPy easily for other data sets, because, you know, people have no idea what a WCS object is in, you know, space physics.
Well, that's already true, because map uses WCS.
Sorry, map?
What do you envision SunPy being used for if not space data?
Well, not solar physics.
Oh, sorry, yeah, not solar physics. Well, I feel like space data must have W's. Must make some of it, might you?
No.
It's also, it's like I feel like we've lost the thread of writing a roadmap here, but it's easy enough to make a WCS. Like eventually, to from X-array can happen on any.
Well, in that case, okay. To derail this one, in Jack's case, you will just have a method. And I've set up IO methods on NDCube. They're going, this is a one-dimensional. There is a 2 time series that does something underneath, outputs a completely different thing that you could use in that case. And that would be something to maybe discuss about NDCube's IO API in the future.
Yeah.
And there we are. Okay, back to the roadmap.
Yes.
Where were we?
We have one item on the roadmap. NDCube.
Can we put metadata on the roadmap?
Yeah,
like seriously, it's a thing that should happen in the next long term.
Things to happen.
I vote against. I vote against.
No, Stephen, I can pull up your GitHub profile and all of the metadata stuff that you want. You want metadata, do not lie to me.
I just think we have way more important things on here.
No, but
People are not gonna
prioritization though. This is just a list of all the things that would be good to get done.
Yeah, there's no priority of the roadmap. It's just things.
Or not at this point.
Anyway. Or ever. Well, that's the reason I like the NumPy.
Okay, it's on the list. Next thing.
All right. I think we so
Times-
far
I feel like we're basing time series on time series.
Yep. Yeah. it is in fact time series is all the way down.
It's a roadmap. It should be on the roadmap, even if it's done if you get funding and it's done in 6 months. Right.
Yeah, 100% should be. Yeah.
Time series being released and time series should be on the roadmap.
Yeah.
New
Yeah,
database.
I've run out of ideas.
What about new database? Is that coming on the roadmap? Database 2?
Yeah.
I would rather. I want to redraft the idea.
Yeah, lots more detail needed, but like as a
redoing database. Or having a working version. Everyone wants to say that.
Multi-dimensional time series.
Okay, but this is, if we do that, then we should just make time series use X-array, and then we have to.
No, but like on the roadmap, I think like we should have support for multi-dimensional.
That was said, wasn't it?
Not spatial dimensions. Oh right, sorry. What you're laughing at multi-dimensional time.
No, sorry, I was. Yeah. It's getting late and I'm getting sarky.
We should try and talk at once to be online.
How about implementing a visualization object for like images, like breaking it out from map?
Oh, a plotter.
Yeah, a
I'm
map.
going to put that under the NDQ list.
Okay, all right.
Because it sort of is.
Maybe just improving plotting. Is that too vague to be a roadmap?
Well, it'd be super nice to have the opportunity to not have to use matplotlib.
Which to rebase the NDQ.
So I think rolling out a plotter class to map.
That is an.
We could talk about that in the pod.
Yeah, I think it's something we want.
I'm not saying so much to support it, but having the possibility that someone could do something.
Yeah, but this is the point. When NDCube allows you to override plots, so if we base most of it on, we get that with NDCube.
Almost automatically.
Obviously, then someone would have to write the plot of the new framework, but.
Do we want to have the documentation stuff on the roadmap, or is that go somewhere else?
Yeah.
Well, I think all these so far are very like technical things, and I think one of the most important things that we've done poorly, at least in my opinion, is Chris's comment about the contribution.
Yeah.
I mean, I think a lot of people have versions of this experience, and I'm not really sure what the thing to like. I mean, I think. I
think clear expectations would be one.
Yeah.
So I think, as Chris said, that we had certain things in the docs, but that didn't cover all of the expectations up front.
Yeah, I mean, clarify these like unspoken, like sort of not even rules, but like expectations that exist like within.
Coding.
Also, not just what we expect from the code, but what you should expect from a review process as well.
Yeah,
like what?
That's a good point. Yeah,
I think having maybe a concrete thing. Maybe this is too specific for the roadmap, but it is a clearly defining what a code review is, or like what are the like a reviewer checklist, not just a contributor checklist.
Improving the contributor pipeline would be, I guess, the roadmap item.
Steve?
Yeah, I was going to say that the contributor issue, I think, should be its own item. It shouldn't be buried under documentation.
I just broke it out.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Yep.
I think we should tell people like on the roadmap, hey, we are actively working on this. We identify this as a problem, and we're going to do all kinds of things, regardless of just documentation.
Yep.
I think, this is connected to that, maybe not quite the same thing though, why don't we just put this, running the survey at a more regular cadence to have, like, taking the temperature of the community as far as use of SunPy and, you know, like, attitudes towards the project, towards the developer community. Maybe that could even go as, that could go as almost a bullet point under that.
It's nice to see that if you implement changes that you get the feedback.
Yeah.
Is reflected in the changes or not.
We missed all of the whole multiple package thing from this "we're doing it poorly" list. Like, we had nothing was put on the doing it poorly list about, like, telling people that the code is now spread out over multiple packages and, like, unifying them and setting expectations on the affiliated package stuff.
Yeah.
That definitely needs to go on the.
All right, well,
I'll add it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like what the SunPy project is versus the core. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say, like, I think a roadmap item could be a more clearer messaging around the structure of the project. And that includes the division between core, affiliated, sponsored, which we'll never mention again in public. There's a lot of bullet points that go underneath that as well.
Add some.
In terms of, like, just giving talks and outreach about tutorials, like, it would be nice to have a set of ready-made talks and ready-made tutorials so that you could go and be like, anyone could go and give a tutorial, because you don't need to develop a whole notebook or a whole slide deck. It's just
it would be nice to be able to, like, take a tutorial out of the documentation, download it as a notebook.
Yeah.
Edit it for, you know, standing in a room and run it.
Yeah, and you could have, like, different slides, like introduction to SunPy, you know, SunPy for Solar Orbiter, so, you know, and then it would just be easier then to do things like that. Because I think AstroPy do something like that, right? They have a
kind of.
But that would be cool because you get similar messaging now from if anyone's giving a talk.
Exactly, yeah.
They'll go from the same base thing. They might
Yeah.
customize it a little bit, but it's going to have the same.
Yeah.
So consider that separately.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would say
documentation. It's different.
I think we want tutorials we want to write tutorials for the documentation, and we also want to do that.
The broader heading.
They might be the same, but there can also be different.
I think the broader heading for these is, like, improve our branding. Like, more. I think that includes, the tutorial stuff, the documentation stuff, and then also just, like, basic things like having, like, a sense of templates for. We were talking about this, I don't know, last night or earlier today. Sets of templates for giving presentations, like a Google slide template, a Keynote template, or mode, whatever you call it. I don't know.
Reveal.
Yeah.
Because you can generate, you can edit, you can author reveal slides in loads of stuff. Having a reveal HTML template would be cool.
And then we can version control it too, which seems better. Like, you can't version control a Keynote. But I still think those are still valuable tools for making presentations and feel like different workflows. So we should branding. Maybe it's just the.
So I included in what we're doing poorly, I added a few things. Like what we were saying, so communicating SunPy project capabilities are spread across multiple packages, improving people's understanding of what sponsored affiliated packages are, as well as the scope of core. And also something we discussed earlier is communicating or having a pitch for the benefits of becoming a sponsored affiliated package, which came up this morning. So just to let people know that's there.
Also discoverability of functionality, or maybe that's kind of really taken into.
I'll put that as a sub point under that one. Yeah.
So you want to add? Go ahead.
What about Spectra? I mean, that's a huge gap in SunPy.
Yes.
Are we saying that that's going to be the base class is going to be ND cube as well?
Yes.
Sun raster. Well, I guess ultimately it would be the base would be.
That's a good point. Yes, that's a version, an implementation of a spectral object is in SunRaster, and that is based off of ND cube. So, I mean, one potential way forward is to have as a long-term roadmap, or whatever term roadmap item is, to move some of SunRaster into core.
But also like radio spectra is like another type of.
Yeah, right. And maybe
see if you make a more general spectrogram, like a 2D spectrogram, then you can do the in situ data as well.
Yeah.
Which is actually in SunRaster. So it doesn't have to be slit. There's a spectrogram class that doesn't have to be slit scanning.
Oh, okay, but maybe that shouldn't be in SunRaster. I'm just talking in the future,
No,
right?
right.
Because then you could have all the things.
It's in there because effectively that was like an incubator for that stuff,
For sure,
and
yeah,
it's
yeah.
broken out. It's grown from, oh, I need slit scanning object, and then realize, well, actually, you know, I need a spectrogram object,
Yeah, yeah.
and then sort of inherit from that and make it more specific. So it's there because that was the incubator.
Absolutely, yeah, yeah.
What about would a slitless spectrograph also be in scope for SunRaster? This is a separate discussion, but I mean that is an increasingly popular type of data that a lot of machines are going to start producing.
Yeah, upper emissions is a lot of those.
Yeah.
Would that just be
of lapogram?
like a spectrogram?
Yeah.
Oh, you know, lapogram. Oh, God.
Overlapograms.
You're right. Like ideally, I think that belongs in core.
Get stuff.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm just thinking because it could even be interesting just to test radio spectra with that and see if it, or just dynamic.
Yeah. Was that captured in the roadmap listing there?
At the bottom.
Spectral, yeah.
Yeah. First class support.
Oh, right. Okay.
Okay. Steve says, "What about specutils?" Unfortunately, Steve, you're not in the pub, so you won't hear my opinions on specutils.
Cool. We got 1 minute. Is there anything missing from our roadmap?
Just to bring it back to spectra, radio spectra, I guess there's more work to be done.
Oh, God, yeah.
Do we want to put support for radio data separate for support to spectral data?
I mean, ideally,
would it just be in queue?
Yeah, surely radio spectra would just inherit from a broader spectrogram object, with just a specific type. I don't know.
But do you see support for radio data in SunPy core?
Oh, I would think so. Eventually, I mean, it was split out because it was unmaintained, essentially, and it still kind of is unmaintained. So for the moment, it's just
It's all ND cubes because you're going to have a Zen maps that you want to then put into. Oh, paths leaves.
I'm saying nothing.
Apart from 1D times.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, when looking at spectral data, we definitely need to start with specutils because it's literally an ND subclass. So we can figure out what it does and doesn't do for what we need it to, and work backwards from that. Like, I think there are some issues with it for what we're going to need, and you know, it might be easier to upstream things. It might not be, depending on how JWST is going, I guess. But like it definitely needs evaluating carefully, if nothing else.
I think if the solution ends up being we just in the project level documentation say as a solar physicist, if you want to do spectra, import from specutils. Like if that I think is a valid result from that that inspection or this task. It probably won't be that simple, but that's an acceptable solution.
Specutils in its current form is probably too focused on like 1D spectra, and not well suited for spectrograms and higher stuff in comparison. But again, this is not a time for this discussion. Like we should.
Right.
And the other thing, just to go back to the time series stuff, like, do we have or plan to support vectors at all? I know that we can plot like PZB through YBX and stuff like that, but I'm sure there's other things that you want to do with vector data that we don't have really.
What, like a vector object?
I have no clue, but I just thought I'd mention it. Okay. I don't even know if we need it or we want to have it, but it just came to mind. Just things that you might want to
A really common thing for in situ is transforming like a magnetic field vector between different coordinate systems.
I think Albert had that on,
Yeah, he had it on his
bullet
list earlier,
on his
yeah.
slides about, coordinate transforms for vector quantities.
Oh, I feel like we're missing a whole coordinates section from this roadmap as well, and I'm sure Albert would like to put some stuff on there at some point.
Should we just
put a coordinates heading and just let Albert have it?
Just put Albert. And then he will 100% fill that in as soon as we tell him.
Steve, have you got anything you want to say here? Anything else you want to do before we wrap it up?
No, I can take. I think the next step is sort of to like summarize this and write it up. If somebody could tell me where that PR should go to, I can work on it. Well, I think we'll have some discussion. We'll need to have some discussion in that PR, just so that people, because there's a little bit of stuff happening.
Yeah, I would say put it in a roadmap.rst file inside the sunpy.org repo.
Okay.
On the project, or would it just be?
I mean, we can move it around. PR it as an RST file to the sunpy.org repo, which is the website repo, and then we can finesse exactly where in that repo it needs to go. But it should end up there somewhere.
And I will warn you, and we can argue in the comments on the PR, that I think some of these things are maybe not worthwhile to be on the roadmap because they're just areas of continual improvement.
Sure.
So yeah.
Fair.
I think we can probably so like the really high level stuff, and probably a lot of this can slide as bullet points under like the kind of larger headings.
Yeah.
I think it's a really great list though, and that was actually really productive. Hour and a half.
Yeah, I think it's good.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
This was less painful than I expected for me to do it remotely.
Oh, the pain will come on the PR.
You're
that's
around...
an area of improvement, I hear.
Are you around for the roadmap session, the governance session tomorrow?
Yeah, I will be. Yeah.
Sweet.
It's a long session.
Anyone else online have anything they want to add before we wrap up? All right.
Cool.
But in that case,
Thank you all for coming.
Yeah.
In person and otherwise.
And we will start again 9. Is it 9:30? 9 I forget. 9. On
Irish summertime.
When
IST.
When we can argue about chat platforms and you all can lose.
Someone quickly go and make a Slack.
One did exist.
It should be a Helionaut Slack as well.
It does not anymore.